Chapter 1256. Since the Great Elder already knows of my plans, would you be willing to support me in getting rid of the Holy Temple's evil forces and returning peace to the Holy Temple? Liu Shibao asked. Lin Feng didn't directly answer Liu Shibao's question. Instead, he said, Vice Hall Master, can you tell me more about the other three? Liu Shibao replied, the first is called Dao Lingtian, and he has cultivated for 3,000 years. The second is called Sun Yumu, and she has cultivated for 800 years. The third is called Zhong Zhenghuang, and he has cultivated for 500 years. All three of them are close to becoming Saint-ranked Spirit Array Masters, and they might even be Saint-ranked Spirit Array Masters already. They don't often come to the Holy Temple, so they should be traveling around now. Lin Feng said, if my guess is correct, such an important position in the enforcement hall must be in the hands of Dao Lingtian, who has cultivated for the longest time. Liu Shibao nodded and said, it is indeed as the Great Elder guessed. Dao Lingtian has cultivated for the longest time, and he has the most Vice Hall Masters and Great Elder supporting him. Lin Feng was a bit confused as he said, there are 5 Vice Hall Masters supporting Dao Lingtian, and 4 Vice Hall Masters supporting me. You 3 Vice Hall Masters are supporting Zhu Gejian, so there are already 12 Vice Hall Masters supporting Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang. Could it be that none of the Vice Hall Masters are supporting Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang? If no one is supporting them, how did they become the successors? Dong Yunhe said, among the 4 saint-ranked ancestors, there are Sun and Zhong Zhenghuang. Lin Feng nodded. So they were the descendants of the ancestors. As a descendant of the old ancestor, coupled with his outstanding talent, it was normal for him to be chosen as the successor. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, I don't understand why you would choose Zhu Gejian. Why don't you just rely on Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang? Liu Shibao said, Great Elder, you might not know this, but Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang were sent to the outer realm by the 2 ancestors a long time ago to train. We didn't even have the chance to meet them. Lin Feng said, as the descendants of the ancestors, they became the successors of the Holy Temple without any setbacks. They really do need some training. Yes, in order to train them, the ancestor threw them to an extremely dangerous and chaotic planet. Sun Yumu has been gone for more than 700 years, and Zhong Zhenghuang has been gone for more than 400 years. I've heard that the planet is full of war and slaughter, but the 2 young masters have survived countless dangerous situations. I think they'll be back soon. Dong Yunhe sighed. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't thought that would happen. It seemed like the 4 ancestors were doing their best to train their successors. Liu Shibao continued, the 5 deputy temple masters supported Dao Lingtian a long time ago. Dao Lingtian fought his way out of the many talented disciples and became the first successor. Lin Feng said, since Dao Lingtian fought his way out of the encirclement and became the first successor, that means there should be more than one competitor. You all had supporters at that time, right? But then your supporters were eliminated by Dao Lingtian. You all must have had some unhappiness with Dao Lingtian at that time. Since Dao Lingtian allowed Mo Lengchan to do whatever he wanted, he must be a very strong and protective master. To a servant, a master like that is the best, but to other people, Dao Lingtian doesn't know right from wrong. People like that don't know what's right and what's wrong. Therefore, you don't want to take risks and follow Dao Lingtian. He might take revenge on you. Liu Shibao and Dong Yunhe smiled bitterly and nodded. Now that they had interacted with Lin Feng, they knew how intelligent Lin Feng was. Many things, Lin Feng's deductions were basically correct without them saying anything. Lin Feng continued, actually, I admire the 2 deputy temple masters. Before retiring, they actually chose to drag Mo Lengchan down. That's like offending Dao Lingtian. Mo Lengchan will only harm the temple, he won't be of any help. I also want to get rid of him, but if I get involved, the risk is too great. Is it worth it to offend Dao Lingtian? Liu Shibao said, before the 4 ancestors leave Tianwu continent, they will redistribute their power. Each successor can nominate 3 deputy temple masters, but the positions of the 12 deputy temple masters are different. They are all deputy temple masters, but some have high positions, while others have low positions. As the previous deputy temple master, he has the right to make suggestions. For example, I can suggest to the 4 ancestors that Great Elder Lin nominate someone to inherit my position. My position is in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Magical Ability Pavilion, and the Mission Hall, 3 extremely important departments. If I can control them, I will have great power," said Lin Feng smiling. "If Mo Lung Chan is defeated, then Mo Lung Chan will become the vice leader, right?" said Lin Feng smiling. "That's a good thing, but if Mo Lung Chan is defeated, then Mo Lung Chan will become the vice leader, right?" "Yes." Liu Shabao nodded. Dong Yunhe said, "There are 5 most important positions in the temple: the Sacred Tower, the Spiritual Array Pavilion, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Ancestral Temple, and the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm. The Sacred Tower will definitely belong to Sun Yumu, and the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm will belong to Zhong Zhenghuang." Lin Feng didn't need to ask why. He could guess. The Holy Tower and the Tai Yuan Celestial Realm were too important. They should be in the hands of Ancestor Sun Daoming and Ancestor Zhong Zhengyuan respectively. They passed them on to their descendants, Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang. Dong Yunhe continued, "There are still 3 positions left. The Law Enforcement Hall and the Spiritual Array Pavilion will fall into Dao Lingtian's hands, and the Ancestral Temple will be under your control, Great Elder." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "I will be in charge of the Ancestral Temple?" Liu Shabao and Dong Yunhe nodded. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. If that was the case, then his power would be far less than the other 3. Originally, the Ancestral Temple and the Law Enforcement Hall belonged to the same person, but Dao Lingtian was too powerful. He took away the Law Enforcement Hall's important position, leaving only the Ancestral Temple for the 4th successor. Liu Shabao said. Lin Feng said, "It seems like the division of power in the temple is also filled with intrigue. The 4 ancestors don't care about it. The 4 ancestors don't care about this kind of thing. The strongest person has the most power. This is the rule of the temple," Dong Yunhe said. Liu Shabao said, "We plan to hold a meeting of the Vice-Temple Masters. When the time comes, I will impeach Mo Lung Chan. As long as half of the Vice-Temple Masters agree, we can report Mo Lung Chan's removal to the 4 ancestors." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "If Mo Lung Chan retires, who will be the Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master?" "Wang Tianyaro is the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master. He's very strong, and he's the son of Vice-Temple Master Wang Yangzi. He's very loyal to the temple. I think he can be the next Hall Master," Liu Shabao said. Liu Shabao obviously knew that Wang Tianyaro was Lin Feng's subordinate. Obviously, Liu Shabao had already stated his conditions. Lin Feng would support him in impeaching Mo Lung Chan, and he would help Lin Feng take over the Law Enforcement Hall. In the future, Wang Tianyaro would be in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall, Mission Hall, and Ability Pavilion. Chapter 1257. Of course, Lin Feng would also have to face the situation of offending Dao Lingtian, but the struggle for power had always been one of mutual deception, and Lin Feng did not want to be a mere figurehead. Dao Lingtian had taken away the Law Enforcement Hall that originally belonged to him, and Lin Feng was also extremely dissatisfied with Dao Lingtian. Since Lin Feng had already decided to become one of the 4 successors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, then he had to do his best to seize as much power as possible. What was the point of being a figurehead of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Lin Feng said, "I will mention this matter to Vice Head Murong Baishan and the others. Great Elder is truly righteous. In the future, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters will sing the praises of Great Elder, and the future generations will definitely remember it. If not for Great Elder's wise decision today, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters might have fallen from prosperity to decline." Liu Shabao cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng said, "Vice Head, there is no need to make me sound so noble. The reason why I helped Vice Head was because I did not want the Law Enforcement Hall to be controlled by someone like Mo Lung Chan, and also because the Law Enforcement Hall originally belonged to me in the future. Dao Lingtian forcefully took it away, so how could I let him have his way? What belongs to me, no one can take it away. Let's end our conversation here today." Liu Shabao and Dong Yunhe personally sent Lin Feng off. The next day, Niu Dajiang's body had almost recovered, and Lin Feng had Murong Baishan arrange for Niu Dajiang and the others to be guards of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. The group of people was wild with joy. They did not even dare to believe that they had actually become guards of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Big Black, give me a slap. I want to see if I'm dreaming, Oxman said to a dark-skinned man beside him. Slap. The muscular man called Big Black slapped Oxman's face, causing Oxman to see stars. It's true, it's all true, Oxman shouted excitedly. Nalan Yuanfang said, Brother Dajiang, in the future, your task will be to patrol at night, and you'll be paid 1,500 top-level spirit stones every year. If you perform well, you'll be promoted, and you'll be paid even more. You can start to bring your family members to live with you. Each of you will be given a courtyard. Of course, if you don't want to bring your family members to live with you, you can save up spirit stones for a few years, and then buy a small city to settle your family members. Every year, you'll have 3 months of vacation, and you can go back to accompany them. Niu Dajiang and the others were incomparably excited, because the treatment of the Spirit Array Master Temple was too good. No wonder countless people racked their brains to enter the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Niu Dajiang and the others were glad that they knew Lin Feng. If they didn't know Lin Feng, how could they, as rogue cultivators, enter the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Niu Dajiang and the others quickly went to thank Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the time to meet them, and Niu Dajiang returned Lin Feng's Great Elder Jade Tablet to Lin Feng. Lin Feng encouraged Niu Dajiang and the others, telling them to work hard, and that the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would not treat them badly. After Niu Dajiang and the others left, Murong Baishan, Wang Yangyi, He Thatong, and Tan Chuduan came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng told the 4 deputy temple masters about what Dong Yunhe had told him yesterday at Willowstone Castle. Originally, Wang Yangyi wanted to mention to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng could nominate Wang Tianyao as a deputy temple master in the future. Now, the person directly benefiting from Willowstone Castle's impeachment of Mo Lungchan was his son, Wang Tianyao. Therefore, Wang Yangyi naturally supported Willowstone Castle's decision to impeach Mo Lungchan. Murong Baishan said, I originally wanted to mention the matter of the enforcement hall to the Great Elder, but since Willowstone Castle has already proposed it, I also agree with Willowstone Castle's suggestion. The enforcement hall is too important, and it originally belonged to the Great Elder, but now it has been forcefully taken away by Dao Lingtian. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is also a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you shrink back now, I'm afraid that you will become a laughingstock in the future. When the time comes, the Great Elder will have no real power in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Lin Feng nodded and said, if that's the case, then when the Deputy Temple Master Conference convenes, you can discuss Willowstone Castle's suggestion. Murong Baishan and the others nodded. Lin Feng continued, when will the 4 ancestors come out of seclusion? Tan Chuduan said, the 4 ancestors are currently in seclusion in the extreme Yuan immortal realm. They should be coming out soon. In the afternoon, 2 middle-aged men wearing Daoist robes walked out of the extreme Yuan immortal realm. They were cultivators who served the 4 ancestors. Although they didn't have any official positions in the temple, their statuses were extremely high. Today, the 2 of them had come to pass on the final decree of the 4 ancestors. They had appointed Lin Feng as the head examiner of the 3000 provinces finals. Very quickly, news of this matter spread throughout the temple. With this matter settled, Lin Feng's status as the 4th successor was confirmed. After the 4 ancestors came out of seclusion, they would probably summon Lin Feng to officially announce this matter. Many people came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, was rather calm. At night, someone came to visit Lin Feng. It was the enforcement hall's hall master, Mo Lungchan. It was Lin Feng's first time meeting Mo Lungchan. Mo Lungchan was thin and had a sinister look in his eyes. He gave off a very uncomfortable feeling. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled and cupped his fists, saying, Grand Elder Lin, it's an honor to meet you. Lin Feng also cupped his fists, saying, may I know why Hall Master Mo is here? Mo Lungchan said, I already know that Willow Castle is looking for Grand Elder Lin. Lord Dao Lingtian also knows. Lin Feng frowned slightly, saying, what does Hall Master Mo want to say? Mo Lungchan said, Lord Dao Lingtian wants me to pass on a message to Grand Elder Lin. There's no harm in saying it. Lin Feng said. Mo Lungchan continued, Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang are both descendants of the ancestors. They have known each other for many years and have been training on the same planet for so long. I'm afraid that their friendship runs deep. Lord Dao Lingtian and Grand Elder Lin, on the other hand, do not have a strong background. They both relied on their own abilities to reach their current positions. Lord Dao Lingtian wants to join forces with Grand Elder Lin, but he won't have to fight alone against Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang. Lin Feng knocked on the table, saying, That's it. Mo Lungchan nodded, saying, Grand Elder Lin is a smart man. I'm sure you understand Lord Dao Lingtian's intentions. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. This Dao Lingtian was going too far. He had sent Mo Lungchan to talk about this matter. If the two of them really joined forces, then Willow Castle's impeachment of Mo Lungchan would naturally cease. Mo Lungchan would still be free and unpunished. However, Dao Lingtian did not mention the matter of the enforcement hall's hallmaster. If Dao Lingtian was sincere, then he should have returned the power of the enforcement hall to Lin Feng. However, since Dao Lingtian did not mention this matter, it meant that he did not have any sincerity. Or perhaps Dao Lingtian was too used to being high and mighty. Did he think that Lin Feng would listen to him just because he said something? I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep Hall Master Mo any longer. Lin Feng said indifferently. Mo Lungchan's expression darkened. Lin Feng was already sending him off, but he did not hear the answer he wanted. Grand Elder Lin should know our Lord's abilities. Joining forces with our Lord is a win-win situation. Otherwise, Mo Lungchan narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng, his tone turning cold and threatening. Chapter 1258. Lin Feng looked at Mo Lungchan with a faint smile. What if I don't? I'm not good at understanding things, so I hope Hall Leader Mo can explain clearly. Mo Lungchan frowned. He wondered if Lin Feng was playing dumb, but seeing Lin Feng's sincere expression, Mo Lungchan knew that this was not an act. He said, Only by learning how to behave can you survive in the Saint Palace. If you can't learn how to behave, the Saint Palace will eat you up without spitting out your bones. Hall Leader Mo, are you threatening me? Lin Feng looked at Mo Lungchan and asked. Mo Lungchan said, It's not a threat. It's just a piece of advice. Lin Feng stood up and said indifferently, But I think Hall Leader Mo is threatening me. Hall Leader Mo, do you know the consequences of threatening me? Mo Lungchan frowned and said in a low voice, What? Could it be that Great Elder Lin wants to deal with me? You're right. Lin Feng threw a punch at Mo Lungchan. He said, Whoever dares to threaten me, I'll let him know how to write the word regret. Mo Lungchan was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to attack him so quickly. Mo Lungchan had Dao Lingtian's support in the Saint Palace, so he was used to being arrogant. Who would dare to attack him? But Lin Feng dared to do it today. Mo Lungchan's strength was not weak. He was at the 8th layer of the life and death realm. Facing Lin Feng's attack, his face sank. He raised his right hand and was about to attack Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's attack was too fast. With a bang, the punch landed on Mo Lungchan's face and sent him flying. Mo Lungchan's body flew dozens of meters away, blood spurting out of his mouth. His teeth were all broken by Lin Feng, and he spat out blood. Plop! Mo Lungchan fell to the ground. Lin Feng, you brat, you're courting death. Mo Lungchan roared angrily. His loud roar immediately startled everyone. Isn't that Mo Lungchan's voice? Lin Feng is now the 4th successor. His position is even more honorable than the deputy palace master. Mo Lungchan actually dared to curse him like this. What happened? Why is this person so exasperated? Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, one figure after another shot out and quickly rushed towards the small courtyard where Lin Feng lived. When everyone arrived, they saw that Mo Lungchan had taken out a demigod-level treasure. That treasure was called the Stellar Sun Moon Sword, and it slashed directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and lifted his left hand. Monstrous spiritual energy gushed out and transformed into runes. All of the runes surged toward the demigod weapon, Sun Moonstar Sword. In a flash, Lin Feng's half-godly weapon, the Sun and Moonstar Sword, was oppressed. Lin Feng had destroyed Mo Lung Chan's godly awareness. Ah! My stellar Sun-Moon Sword! Lin Feng, you bastard! How dare you steal my treasure? You'll die a horrible death. Mo Lung Chan's godly awareness had been destroyed. His face was extremely pale, but his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lin Feng and cursed loudly. Hall Leader Mo, you're really ungentlemanly. How could someone like you become the Hall Leader of the Hall of Law Enforcement? You're really surprising me. Lin Feng rushed forward and threw another punch at Mo Lung Chan Wuji godly arts of the universe. Mo Lung Chan roared furiously. He kept making hand seals. Then, a terrifying chi emerged from Mo Lung Chan's body. A gigantic ball of energy condensed in Mo Lung Chan's body. He released the ball of energy and threw it at Lin Feng. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon? Lin Feng looked indifferent. His punch didn't slow down at all. It destroyed Mo Lung Chan's godly abilities in an instant, and then he threw another punch at Mo Lung Chan's face. Mo Lung Chan's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Before Mo Lung Chan could get up, Lin Feng had already rushed over. Bang! 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 He kicked Mo Lung Chan one after another. How was this a fight between experts? It was more like a fight between two ordinary people, and one of them was beaten up by the other. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Mo Lung Chan roared furiously. What a filthy mouth. Lin Feng sneered and kicked Mo Lung Chan's mouth. Crack. Mo Lung Chan's mouth was crushed by Lin Feng's kick. Mo Lung Chan opened his mouth to speak but couldn't. It was too cruel. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw Lin Feng beat up Mo Lung Chan. Many people had heard that Lin Feng was a devil incarnate who feared nothing. Now they finally saw it for themselves. However, when they saw Mo Lung Chan being beaten half to death, many people gloated. Mo Lung Chan was arrogant and domineering. Many people hated him, but they didn't dare to say anything. Now that they saw Lin Feng beat Mo Lung Chan half to death, they felt relieved. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then 5 figures flew over. Yang, Fan, Ju, Wu, Qi, the 5 vice leaders are here. Many people exclaimed. These 5 vice palace masters were vice palace masters who supported Dao Lingtian. When they saw Mo Lung Chan's miserable state, their faces turned green with anger. The other 7 vice leaders also arrived quickly. When they saw Mo Lung Chan lying on the ground and howling in pain, they were shocked. Then they smiled bitterly. Murong Baishan, Liu Shabao, and the others didn't expect Lin Feng to beat Mo Lung Chan like this. Great Elder Lin, no matter how powerful you are, you shouldn't treat a cultivator of the holy temple like this. Moreover, the one you almost killed was a hall leader, Yang Mingyu shouted. Ask the vice leader, Yang Mingyu. That person was trying to oppress Lin Feng, and he was trying to punish Lin Feng as if he was a virtuous person. Murong Baishan and the others' expressions changed. They were about to retort when Lin Feng waved at them, indicating that they didn't need to do anything. Lin Feng said indifferently, I didn't bully anyone. Mo Lung Chan came to me and talked nonsense. I was so angry that I beat him up. Yang Mingyu said angrily, you beat a hall leader to this state just because of a dispute of words. Great Elder Lin, don't you think you've gone too far? How is this different from disregarding human life? We will definitely report this matter to the 4 ancestors and let them decide. Lin Feng said, Mo Lung Chan told me that Dao Lingtian wanted to join hands with me because he felt that Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang would definitely form an alliance. If we don't join hands, we won't be their opponents. Hearing this, Yang Mingyu, who was standing on the moral high ground to punish Lin Feng, twitched his mouth. Fan, Ju, Wu, and Qi's expressions also became very unsightly. Lin Feng didn't care about their expressions and continued, when I heard Mo Lung Chan's words, I was angry. In the future, Dao Lingtian, Sun Yumu, and Zhong Zhenghuang will be in charge of the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays. Naturally, we will work together and lead the Holy Temple to glory. This Mo Lung Chan dared to drive a wedge between us. Think about it, if the 4 of us who will be in charge of the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays fight each other to the death, I'm afraid the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays will fall apart. This person has such malicious intentions, how can I forgive him? That's why I couldn't control my anger and hit him. If the Vice Palace Masters think that I'm wrong for hitting Mo Lung Chan in a fit of rage, then I'm willing to apologize to the four ancestors. Yang Mingyu and the other four's expressions were very unsightly. How could they say that Lin Feng was wrong? Mo Lung Chan's act of sowing discord was a serious crime. Yang Mingyu and the other four knew that Lin Feng was just adding oil to the fire to slander Mo Lung Chan. Even so, they had to swallow their pride and swallow their pride. Chapter 1259. The news that Mo Lun Chan was almost beaten to death by the demon king Lin Feng spread quickly in the temple. It didn't take long for everyone to know about it. The next day, the 12 deputy temple masters held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Mo Lun Chan. Liu Shibao impeached Mo Lun Chan. There were 5 crimes. First, he was arrogant and domineering when he was the head of the law enforcement hall, which caused the temple to complain. Second, he allowed his disciples to do whatever they wanted, which seriously damaged the temple's reputation. Third, he didn't meddle in the affairs of the temple, which caused the atmosphere in the temple to deteriorate. Fourth, he used his power to amass wealth. Fifth, he sowed discord among the 4 successors. His intentions were vicious. The 5 deputy temple masters, Yang, Fan, Ju, Wu, and Qi, remained silent because they knew there was nothing they could do. The suggestion to remove Mo Lung Chan from his position in the Law Enforcement Hall and appoint Wang Tianyaro as the Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master, and to hand over the entire matter to the 4 ancestors for the final decision, was approved by 7 deputy Hall Masters. The 5 deputy temple masters didn't agree. With 7 votes against 5, it was passed. At this time, the highly anticipated finals of the 3,000 prefectures began. The first preliminary round of the finals was a 12-round elimination system. The first round was to draw a low-grade Mystic class array. The second round was to draw a mid-grade Mystic class array. The rounds increased. The 12th round was to draw a high-grade Mystic class array. Those who passed all 12 rounds would participate in the final 2 rounds of the finals. The first round of the finals. Every contestant would draw a low-grade Earth class array. And they had to draw it in a set time. The shorter the time, the better the result. The second round of the finals. The contestants who passed could draw their own arrays. This time, there was no level restriction. The higher the level, the better. Of course, this was on the premise that they could draw it in a set time. The examiner of the competition would assess the score of the second round according to the level of the array and the time needed. This time, the Spirit Array Masters would recruit 3,000 outstanding array geniuses from the 3,000 prefectures. There were more than 500,000 array masters from the 3,000 prefectures, but only 3,000 were recruited. It was obvious how fierce the competition was. When the first round of the preliminaries began, Lin Feng, as the head examiner, naturally had to be present. Heavens, isn't that head examiner too young? That examiner is Lin Feng, whose name shakes the 3,000 provinces. What? Is he the rumored Lin Feng? He's so handsome. He's already the head examiner at such a young age. It is said that he has already been chosen as the 4th successor by the 4 ancestors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. In the future, he will wield great power in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Ah! Is that powerful? Countless spirit array casters who were participating in the finals were discussing among themselves. Many female spirit array casters were even flirtatious, hoping to attract Lin Feng's attention. If they could hook up with Lin Feng, wouldn't entering the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters be as easy as saying a word? Lin Feng said in a clear voice, in order to participate in the finals held by the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, everyone has come from different prefectures. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is extremely happy. This time, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters will recruit 3,000 people. Those who can successfully break through will receive the best training, the strongest inheritance, and the best resources. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters has 3,000 archaic Great Formation inheritances waiting for everyone to study and learn. However, The prerequisite is that you can stand out among more than 500,000 people. I won't say any more superfluous words. For your own sake, make good use of this opportunity and do everything possible to join the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. After Lin Feng's speech, many people were incomparably excited. Joining the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters and obtaining the best inheritance was something that many people dreamed of. Furthermore, studying in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would allow one to enter the sacred tower to cultivate. That was a treasure that could change the flow of time. Many spiritual array masters had spent too much time studying spiritual array masters, resulting in their cultivation not being able to improve. However, if they could enter the sacred tower to cultivate, they would not have to worry about their cultivation not being able to keep up. The competition was in full swing. After many rounds of selection, the top 3,000 were finally selected. Lin Feng checked the list and found that Zhao Ling'er had been shortlisted. She was ranked 2,120. The rest of the people from the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty had failed to be selected. Lin Feng added Hua Xianyu's name to the shortlist. Hua Xianyu, who was originally extremely disappointed, was informed by an examiner of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters that she had been accepted by the chief examiner. Hua Xianyu was extremely excited. Zhong Hanxian and the others looked at Hua Xianyu enviously. Now, everyone was deeply regretting it. If they had been on good terms with Lin Feng back then like Hua Xianyu, they might have been accepted by Lin Feng as an exception. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how regretful they were, it was impossible to give them a chance to start over. Soon, the results of Mo Lungchan's punishment were out. The four patriarchs stripped Mo Lungchan of his position as the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall and demoted him to an ordinary deacon. Lin Feng was not surprised by the punishment. The four patriarchs were obviously trying to find balance by doing this. They were giving face to Dao Lingtian. Lin Feng entered the sacred tower to cultivate. One of Lin Feng's main goals for coming to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters this time was to enter the sacred tower to cultivate. The sacred tower was located in the depths of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. It was a stone tower that was 99 floors tall. It was said that this was an extremely heaven-defying Dharma treasure. However, no one could obtain this Dharma treasure now. The sacred tower controlled the flow of time differently. From the first floor to the 20th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 3 years in the sacred tower. From the 21st floor to the 40th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 5 years in the sacred tower. From the 41st floor to the 60th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 7 years in the sacred tower. From the 61st floor to the 80th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 9 years in the sacred tower. From the 81st floor to the 99th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 12 years in the sacred tower. Lin Feng came to a stone room on the 90th floor to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Cultivation knew no time. When Lin Feng first entered the sacred tower, it was early autumn in the outside world. Now, another early autumn had arrived. An entire year had passed in the outside world. Lin Feng, who had been cultivating in the sacred tower, had already experienced 12 years. In these 12 years, he had calmed down and comprehended various divine abilities, studied the celestial master sect's inheritance, studied alchemy, and cultivated his soul. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the outside world, Murong Baishan, Wang Yangyi, He Thatong, and Tan Chuduan were gathered together. Murong Baishan said, "The Grand Elder has been in the sacred tower for a full year. According to the flow of time in the sacred tower, 12 years have passed in the sacred tower. Now that the 4 old ancestors are about to come out of seclusion, should we summon the Grand Elder?" Rumble. As soon as Murong Baishan finished speaking, thunder rumbled outside. The 4 of them were shocked. They hurriedly went out and saw endless thunderclouds rolling in the sky. Lightning dragons and snakes swam in the clouds. Heavens, this is a lightning tribulation. A lightning tribulation that covers a radius of 100 miles. Who is it that attracted such a heaven-defying lightning tribulation? Countless people rushed out of the temple city, looking at the lightning tribulation in the sky with horrified expressions on their faces. I thought I would be able to write 8 chapters today, but because I went to practice driving in the afternoon, I was delayed the entire afternoon and only managed to write the 7th chapter now. I'm too tired. Old Man Chu needs to rest, so I'll write 7 chapters today. I'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow is May 1st, Labor Day. I wish everyone a happy Labor Day. Chapter 1260. The lightning tribulation's momentum was vast, and it startled too many people, causing them to be moved and shocked. How heaven-defying must this person be to be able to summon such a massive lightning tribulation that covered an area of 100 miles? It was unbelievable. However, all of this was real. Swish, swish. In a stone room in the 99th floor of the Holy Pagoda, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Kalpa lights were flashing between his eyebrows. He's about to undergo the Kalpa. Lin Feng walked out of the Holy Pagoda and into the sky. Above him, millions and millions of bolts of Kalpa lightning were intertwining. Those bolts of Kalpa lightning seemed like they could descend at any moment and attack Lin Feng. Look, it's Mr. Lin. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng was the one who had summoned such a powerful Kalpa lightning. But when they thought about it, it made sense. Such a powerful Kalpa lightning was unprecedented. Only someone as powerful as Lin Feng could summon such a terrifying Kalpa lightning. Lin Feng left the holy shrine city. He wanted to go to the forest to undergo the Kalpa tribulation. If he did that in the holy shrine city, the holy shrine city would be destroyed. Quick, let's go and see. Many people shouted and followed closely behind. They wanted to see Lin Feng undergo the Kalpa lightning. Such a powerful Kalpa lightning. Let's see how he'll die. Someone sneered. The Kalpa lightning in front of them was terrifying. Many people thought that it would be extremely difficult to succeed. But the 4 deputy temple leaders and the great elders who had joined Lin Feng weren't worried at all. They knew that Lin Feng had cultivated the catastrophe technique. It was difficult to injure him with 1,000 kalpa, and it was difficult to destroy him with 10,000 kalpa. Loud rumbling sounds resounded through the clouds. Above the desolation ancient forest, lightning flashed, and the entire desolation ancient forest became quiet at this moment. Millions and millions of bolts of lightning seemed to be able to destroy the world. Lin Feng was standing in the air, allowing the thunderbolts to strike him. The first bolt of Kalpa lightning descended from the sky. It was as gigantic as a mountain. It moved straight towards Lin Feng. It was terrifying. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. This kind of mountain tribulation was the last lightning tribulation that appeared in many cultivators' tribulations. But now, Lin Feng's first lightning tribulation was actually a mountain tribulation. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation was really too shocking. Lin Feng didn't try to dodge the lofty mountain Kalpa. The destructive lofty mountain Kalpa bombarded Lin Feng's body. Unexpectedly, it was unable to cause any harm to Lin Feng. Isn't this body a little too powerful? Countless people were shocked. It was simply inconceivable that his physical body could resist such a powerful lightning tribulation. Rumor has it that Master Lin relied on the strength of his physical body to reach the 41st step of the prodigy arena. His physical body is strong enough to become a god. His physical body is probably strong enough to kill a true dragon, a Chileen, or a Swanni. Many nodded and looked up at Lin Feng, who was drowned in endless thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. Normally, cultivators would undergo 9 lightning tribulations. But Lin Feng's lightning tribulation seemed to be endless. It kept striking down. Lin Feng used his physical body to resist 49 bolts of lightning tribulation. After Lin Feng's body absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation, it continuously tempered Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body became even stronger. Lightning tribulation tempering the body. There was no better way to temper the body than this. However, when other cultivators underwent their lightning tribulation, it was as if they were treading on thin ice. Who would dare to use their physical body to resist the power of the lightning tribulation? Perhaps only Lin Feng, whose physical body was strong enough to kill a true dragon, would dare to use the lightning tribulation to temper his body during his lightning tribulation. Soon, the 50th bolt of lightning tribulation descended. A lightning phoenix cried out in the sky and pounced on Lin Feng. Heavens! It's a divine beast tribulation. This is already the 50th bolt of lightning tribulation. How many lightning tribulations will he undergo? Many people cried out in shock, their faces drained of color. The shock caused by Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was too great. These cultivators had never seen someone undergo 50 bolts of lightning tribulation. Moreover, thunderclouds were constantly gathering in the sky. This meant that an even more powerful lightning tribulation was still brewing. Obviously, Lin Feng was not going to simply undergo 50 bolts of lightning tribulation. There should be more lightning tribulations coming up. Facing the divine beast tribulation, Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his right fist, shattering the void. Bang! The lightning phoenix was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. The power of the lightning tribulation was completely devoured by Lin Feng, and the bolts of lightning tribulation turned into majestic dharmic power. The dharmic power in Lin Feng's body became stronger and stronger. His Dan Sea continued to expand and was boundless. The golden sea was boiling. This was a sea condensed from dharmic power. The dharmic power in his Dan Sea moved slightly, as if it could shatter the stars in the sky. The laws in Lin Feng's body also began to transform. In the yin-yang realm, Dao marks would condense. In the creation realm, Dao marks would transform into dharmic powers. Breaking through the life and death realm, the dharmic powers in his body would further transform. From the creation dharmic powers, they would transform into the life and death dharmic powers. After the transformation, the dharmic powers would become even more powerful and mysterious. Boom boom boom, after the lightning phoenix tribulation was shattered, an even more powerful lightning tribulation came down. However, no lightning tribulation could harm Lin Feng. Any lightning tribulation that came down was shattered by Lin Feng's fist. Too savage. Lightning tribulation can be transcended like this. Countless cultivators stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. As for Murong Baishan and the other vice palace masters who had joined Lin Feng, the grand elders, they were very excited. The stronger Lin Feng was, the happier they would be. Moreover, they had received the minor tribulation transcending technique from Lin Feng. Now that they saw Lin Feng really ignore the lightning tribulation, did that not mean that they, who had cultivated the minor tribulation transcending technique, would be able to transcend tribulation like Lin Feng in the future? Thinking of this, they felt waves of excitement. The lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger, and the ones that came later were even more terrifying. Waves of lightning crashed down. Thousands of soldiers and horses were formed. The phantom of a young great emperor appeared. All kinds of legendary lightning tribulations appeared one after another. However, no matter how powerful the lightning tribulation was, it couldn't harm Lin Feng in the slightest. Lin Feng's iron fist shattered billions of lightning tribulations. Who can stop me? After breaking through 108 lightning tribulations, Lin Feng soared into the sky and punched out 36 times in a row. High in the sky, the waves of lightning that covered a radius of 100 miles were blasted away. The magic power in Lin Feng's body erupted like a flood, surging through his body. Finally, it all merged into his Dan Sea. In Lin Feng's body, strands of life and death law condensed and settled in his dantian, reversing life and death. I've broken through. Lin Feng stood in the void. As he blinked, two small worlds seemed to occupy his eyes. Lin Feng raised his right hand, and a loud sound shook the sky. It was as if a heavenly war god was beating a war drum. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that his every move contained a terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth. Chapter 1261. Sacred Palace, Lin Feng's residence. The 4 vice palace masters and many grand elders came to congratulate Lin Feng. Even Willow Rock Fort, Dong Yunhe, and Sun Yongchang came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already strong enough. Now that he had broken through to the life and death realm, how terrifying would he be? It was unimaginable. Everyone knew that Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. Now, Willow Rock Fort, Dong Yunhe, Sun Yongchang, and the dozens of grand elders under them all had the intention of submitting to Lin Feng. At night, Murong Baishan came to Lin Feng and informed him that the 4 old ancestors were about to come out of seclusion. Lin Feng nodded, then asked, "Did anything important happen during the year I was in seclusion?" Murong Baishan shook his head and said, "Nothing important, but I heard that the flame saint appeared in the central continent. That flame saint seemed to have followed you for a period of time." Lin Feng's information was no longer a secret. His rise had been thoroughly investigated by many factions. In the past, Lin Feng was accompanied by a fire Qilin, the flame saint. It was a famous expert of the demonic beast race, but its divine power had been devoured by the sage Emperor Stone. Later on, it turned into a mortal beast and followed Lin Feng for many years. Although the fire Qilin wasn't very reliable, it had been of great help to Lin Feng's cultivation. A cultivator's youth was the most important period of their life. It was the time to build their foundation. It was like building a house. The deeper and firmer the foundation, the higher the house could be built. Lin Feng had encountered the fire Qilin in his early days of cultivation. It could be said that it was his fortune. The fire Qilin had saved Lin Feng a lot of detours. Moreover, the fire Qilin had taught Lin Feng alchemy. It was inevitable that he would bicker with the fire Qilin. But deep in his heart, Lin Feng was very grateful to the fire Qilin. Without the fire Qilin, he might not be where he was now. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, after hearing the news about the fire Qilin, Lin Feng was very happy. He asked, "The fire Qilin appeared in the central region? Where did he go? Maybe we'll go to Qilin Mountain. That's the ancestral land of the Qilin clan." Murong Baishan said. Lin Feng nodded his head. Although he really wanted to look for the fire Qilin now, since the 4 old ancestors were about to come out of seclusion, he had to wait. He couldn't leave for the time being. He could only wait until he met the 4 old ancestors before looking for the fire Qilin. 7 days later, Lin Feng received a summons. Someone came and brought the decree of the 4 old ancestors. Lin Feng was now to head to the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm. The Tai Yuan Immortal Realm was a secret realm controlled by the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. This place was a holy land for cultivation. There were heavenly paradises, Tao comprehension cliffs, various cultivation valleys, and other places. It was the most suitable place to comprehend the Tao. Many experts of the older generation in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would enter the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm to comprehend the Tao. It was said that the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm also hid a huge secret. In the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm, there was a Tai Yuan Immortal Mansion. It was said that it was left behind by an immortal. Immortals were ethereal. There were rumors of immortals in the world, but no one had ever seen one. It was said that immortals could live forever. Immortals established the order of the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng wasn't sure if the Tai Yuan Immortal Mansion really existed because he had never seen it with his own eyes. However, since there had always been rumors in the temple that there was a Tai Yuan Immortal Mansion in the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm, it shouldn't be baseless. However, Lin Feng wouldn't be in charge of the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm in the future. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't explore the secret of the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm. There was a galaxy in the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm that seemed to be connected to the outer realm. It was densely covered with stars. The 4 old ancestors sat cross-legged among the billions of stars and looked at Lin Feng. Their bodies were hazy and mysterious. The 4 of them were saint-level spirit array masters and had already transcended the mortal realm. Disciple Lin Feng greets the 4 old ancestors. Lin Feng bowed to the 4 old ancestors. No need for formalities. A fleeting voice sounded. Lin Feng lowered his head and stood there quietly. "This is the first time we've met. This time, I summoned you here to inform you that when Dao Lingtian, Sun Yumu, and Zhong Zhenghuang arrive, the 4 of us will hand over the authority of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters to you. The way to control people is to have a good relationship with them, not to have absolute control. Don't use people you don't trust, and don't doubt people you use. This is the way to do things," an old ancestor said. "Yes, I will remember," Lin Feng replied. "The 4 of you are young and full of vigor. In the future, you will all be in charge of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. It's inevitable that there will be different opinions. However, no matter what happens, don't think about splitting the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Although the four of us will leave the Tianwu continent, there are still more than a dozen supreme elders living in seclusion in the Tai Yuan immortal realm. If your actions harm the interests of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, the supreme elders will not sit idly by. They have the right to impeach or even dismiss you, the second old ancestor said. Lin Feng nodded. A top force like the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters naturally needed to be supervised. Lin Feng, Dao Lingtian, Sun Yumu, and Zhong Zhenghuang formed the new four great leaders. However, if no one supervised them, there might really be a split in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters in the future. In fact, the existence of the Supreme Elder Group was to supervise the four great leaders. Behind every four great leaders, there would be a Supreme Elder Group to supervise them. This was the only way to ensure that the giant ship of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would always sail on the right path. You can leave now. After you return, you can cultivate in the sacred tower or travel for a period of time. Wait for the other three to come and hand over the power. Yes, disciple will take his leave. Lin Feng bowed to the four old ancestors and then left. After returning to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, Lin Feng did not continue to stay in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. He planned to go to the Qilin Mountain to look for the fire Qilin. It had been a long time since he had seen the fire Qilin. He did not know how it was doing now. The Qilin Mountain was located in the Qilin Mountain range. It was a long journey. He needed to take the space-time wormhole to get there, so Lin Feng planned to go to the sacred city first. Then, he would take the space-time wormhole from the sacred city to the ancient city that was closer to the Qilin Mountain. Lin Feng entered the great desolate ancient forest. This place was still filled with danger. But now that Lin Feng was too strong, he didn't have to worry about traveling through the great desolate ancient forest. Help! Who can save us? That night, Lin Feng heard frightened screams. Obviously, these were the voices of two women. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and then rushed toward the place where the voices came from. In a valley, Lin Feng saw dozens of forest monsters surrounding two women. There were more than a dozen cultivator corpses lying on the ground. Obviously, they were all killed by the forest monsters. After seeing the two women, Lin Feng was surprised. He actually knew the two women. Chapter 1262. These two women had tried to sell their services to Lin Feng, asking him if he wanted their services. Lin Feng had some impression of them. One of them was voluptuous, while the other was tall and slender. Now, they were in trouble. More than 10 forest monsters had surrounded them, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they looked like they were about to fall into despair. When Lin Feng saw that the two women were about to die, Lin Feng appeared, one on the left and the other on the right. He grabbed the two women's waists and moved backwards to avoid the monster's attack. "Sir, it's you." When they saw Lin Feng, they were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng nodded at them and quickly left with the two women. It didn't take long for them to escape from the forest monsters. Lin Feng landed in the forest and let go of the two women. He asked, "Why are you here?" The voluptuous woman replied, "We entered the forest in search of a spirit herb, but when we left, we were surrounded by the forest monsters. Everyone else died tragically, and only the two of us were left." Lin Feng said, "This forest is filled with danger, and you still dared to come in? You really don't want your lives anymore." The tall woman was on the verge of tears as she said, "Sir, you don't understand us independent cultivators. In order to obtain cultivation resources, we often trade our lives for them. The spirit herb we were looking for was called blood caterpillar grass. One stalk could be exchanged for 3 top-grade spirit stones. That was enough for us to risk our lives." Lin Feng muttered to himself. Weren't these two women doing that kind of service? Wasn't it easy to earn spirit stones? Why did they have to risk their lives in search of spirit herbs to exchange for spirit stones? As if she knew what Lin Feng was thinking, the voluptuous woman said, Ever since Sir rejected us, we sisters carefully planned our lives. We shouldn't sell our bodies for cultivation resources, so we gave up on that line of work." Lin Feng said, "I see. It's good that you don't do that line of work." After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, "You can come with me and leave the forest." Thank you, young master. The two girls were pleasantly surprised. The three of them left and found a place with a pool to rest. The tall beauty blushed and said, "Young master, we're covered in blood. We're planning to wash ourselves in the pool. Can young master help us guard the pool? We're afraid that cultivators might pass by and spy on us." Lin Feng immediately muttered, "You guys are afraid of being peeked at by passing cultivators? I'm a man too." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys can go. Thank you, young master." The two girls left with red faces. Lin Feng's back was facing the direction of the pool, but he could still hear the sounds coming from there. From time to time, he could even hear the sounds of laughter. If he turned around, he should be able to see the endless spring scenery. But Lin Feng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, unmoved. What a stone. The voluptuous beauty looked at Lin Feng's back and couldn't help but snort. She actually hoped that Lin Feng would take the initiative to go over. However, Lin Feng was as motionless as a stone statue, as if he really wasn't interested in the two of them at all. This made the voluptuous beauty and the tall beauty feel rather unconvinced. The two of them thought that they were first-rate beauties. How could anyone be indifferent in the face of their beauty? The two girls put on their clothes and went to Lin Feng's side, thanking Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's fine. Since you're done bathing, let's continue." The two girls nodded and continued to fly out of the ancient forest with Lin Feng. 3 days later, it started to rain heavily in the ancient forest. Lin Feng and the two girls found a cave to take shelter from the rain, but they couldn't leave for the time being. "Young master, your clothes are already soaked. Let us help you change," the voluptuous beauty said. Her clothes were also soaked, and one could even see the color of spring. Lin Feng said, "Go inside and change. I'll use my magic power to dry your clothes." "All right then." The two girls nodded and walked towards a corner. It was just enough to block the view of the people outside, so they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Lin Feng used his magic power to dry his clothes, then leaned against a rock and closed his eyes to rest. After a short time, Lin Feng sensed two soft bodies leaning against him. He opened his eyes and saw two women leaning against him, one on his left and one on his right. Lin Feng frowned and tried to break free from the two girls, but they were straddling Lin Feng, so he couldn't break free. "What are the two of you doing?" Lin Feng asked. "Young master, we've been wandering the world for a long time, and we sisters have no one to rely on. Our bodies are still pure, and we'll be leaving the ancient forest tomorrow. We don't know when we'll meet again. Maybe we won't meet again in this life, so we want to give our pure bodies to you. Young master, you can have us tonight." As the voluptuous beauty spoke, her red lips had already taken the initiative to kiss him. The heavy rain outside seemed to make it easy for people to do some irrational things. Just like Lin Feng, after a short moment of hesitation, he began to cater to the two women. The storm outside couldn't hide the spring in the cave. Sometimes, Mount Wu would feel shy. Her jade-like arms and shoulders filled the garden with spring. It was hard for him to control himself. Together, they flew into the clouds. If it was purely for the fate of this one night, perhaps he could even leave behind some beautiful memories in his life. I only wish I had. There was no need for it to last forever. Forget each other in the pugilistic world. However, when Lin Feng was entangled by the long-legged beauty, the voluptuous beauty got up and stroked Lin Feng's back with her right hand. Then, she pressed on the third vertebra of Lin Feng's spine. This was the Achilles heel of a person. Once it was heavily injured, the body would be paralyzed instantly. It turned out that these two women were actually scheming against Lin Feng. In order to kill Lin Feng, they did not hesitate to sacrifice everything. "It's done." A ruthless look appeared in the voluptuous beauty's eyes. Just when she thought she was about to succeed, suddenly, a tyrannical aura spread out from Lin Feng's body, sending her flying. She fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. "You!" The two beauties' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so vigilant. A man. While he was enjoying it. How could he still be so vigilant? They didn't expect it. The long-legged beauty slapped Lin Feng with her palm, but Lin Feng stopped her first. "Why is it like this? The two of them cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng said, "Actually, I always suspected that you two had ulterior motives for approaching me, but I couldn't guess your origins, so I played along and cooperated with you. You despicable and shameless man, you clearly guessed everything, and you even took away our pure bodies." The voluptuous beauty glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said helplessly, "It was you two who took the initiative to seduce me. I am a normal man, and you took the initiative to send yourself to me. If I still don't understand the situation, am I still a man?" Chapter 1263. The two women gnashed their teeth in hatred. Their pure bodies had been taken by Lin Feng, and they knew that even if Lin Feng didn't take them, some other man would sooner or later. However, they hadn't been able to kill Lin Feng. Instead, they had been played by Lin Feng, which made them extremely angry. "Now that we're in your hands, you can kill us or torture us as you please," the two women said hatefully, looking as if they were unafraid of death. Lin Feng picked her up and asked, "Did it hurt?" "What?" Lin Feng asked. The voluptuous woman blushed and turned her head away without saying anything. Lin Feng put her down next to the long-legged woman and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The two women's expressions were aghast. Asked Lin Feng, "Isn't it a good thing that I didn't kill you? Why do you have such an expression?" "We failed the mission. Even if you don't kill us, we'll still die," the long-legged woman said. "Assassin dynasties should have such rules. Looks like you're from the Netherworld Assassin dynasty," Lin Feng said. The two women's expressions suddenly changed. Evidently, they hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to guess their identities. "I've come into contact with the Netherworld Assassin dynasty a few times. They'll do anything to assassinate their targets. Seduction, assassination, they'll use all sorts of methods to assassinate their targets. You two must have just joined the Netherworld Assassin dynasty, right? You knew that I wasn't easy to deal with, so you wanted to use your beauty to seduce me. Then, when you're in a state of excitement and your senses are at their lowest, you'll attack me and try to kill me, right?" Lin Feng said to the two women. "Chimpage." The two women lightly harumphed but didn't say anything. Evidently, Lin Feng had guessed correctly. Lin Feng said, "I know that you're prepared to die, but I don't think that you need to die to resolve this matter." The voluptuous woman said, "No one can save us. We're dead for sure. Submit to me and become my slaves, and I will arrange for you to head to a safe place in the overseas world. What do you think?" Lin Feng looked at the two of them. The voluptuous beauty and the long-legged beauty bit their lips and looked at Lin Feng, clearly weighing the pros and cons. "My other slave is the owner of the Isle of Desire, Madame Qi." Lin Feng asked. "Is Madame Qi also your slave?" The two of them looked at Lin Feng in shock. Madame Qi was quite famous. These two women had appeared in the East Sea before, so it was impossible for them not to know Madame Qi. Lin Feng replied, "That's right, Madame Qi is the second female slave that I've taken. Right now, Madame Qi is reclaiming the sea to establish a kingdom, and she wants to build a massive empire that's comparable to the 4 ancient empires. After you become my female slaves, I'll send you over, and the two of you will help me train Madame Qi's death-sworn soldiers and assassins. This kind of life will be much more dignified than the one you're living right now." When the two women heard this, they were clearly moved. "If you agree, open your souls now. I'll place a mark in your souls, and you'll forever be loyal to me. You can't betray me, and if you even think about betraying me, the mark will immediately destroy your souls. Now, what's your choice?" Lin Feng looked at the two women. "We're willing to be your slaves," the two women said. Then, they opened their souls, and Lin Feng placed a mark in their souls. After Liu Ruyan and Madame Qi, Lin Feng now had 2 more female slaves. "What are your names?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is An Yiling, and this is my younger sister, An Iyue," the voluptuous beauty said. "Your sisters?" Lin Feng was shocked. The two women immediately blushed and nodded. The two sisters had been taken by the same man on the same day, so they were naturally very embarrassed. Even Lin Feng felt quite excited. "The Assassin dynasty couldn't have only sent the two of you to deal with me, right? What about the others?" Lin Feng asked. "There are still more than 20 people. We're just the first batch. If we can't do anything, Then we'll assassinate you, said an Yiling. Assassinate you? Lin Feng looked indifferent. He wasn't afraid of the assassin dynasty. No matter how many people came, they wouldn't be able to return. Outside, lightning flashed, and rain poured down. Soon, the cave was filled with another round of sex. The next day, the rain stopped. The three of them continued their journey. After leaving the forest, Lin Feng told an Yiling and an Iyue to bring his keepsake to Madame Qi. He then went to Sacred View City. Although he knew that the assassin dynasty would come looking for him again, Lin Feng didn't have a way to deal with them for the time being. After asking around in Sacred View City, Lin Feng learned that the closest city to Qilin Mountain with a space-time wormhole was called Longevity City. He took a space-time wormhole to Longevity City. By the time he arrived at Longevity City, it was already evening. Lin Feng headed straight to the Mercenary Association to inquire about the Qilin Mountain and the Flame Saint. The Flame Saint came back to the central continent and caused a huge commotion. Back then, many strong cultivators were fighting for the Holy Emperor Stone, but the Flame Saint took it, so many strong cultivators were furious. The Flame Saint was surrounded and injured. Now, the Flame Saint has come back, but some strong cultivators still want the Holy Emperor Stone, so they went to the Qilin Mountain to kill the Flame Saint. If they can kill the Flame Saint, they'll be able to enter the paradise of the Qilin Mountain. It's said that there are secrets of the Qilin clan there. The elder of the Mercenary Association said. Who are the cultivators who are besieging the Flame Saint? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Mercenary Association's elder said, the Heavenly God Temple, the Yin-Yang Sect, the Fortune Gate, the Great Qin Empire, the Giant Sword Sect, and the Watermoon Manor. He paused for a moment, then continued, there should be some other powers who haven't made a move yet. Lin Feng nodded and asked about the direction of the Qilin Mountain, then quickly flew in that direction. It was too difficult for the Flame Qilin to deal with so many strong cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't help but worry for the Flame Qilin. The Qilin mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see, and it stretched for 8,000 miles. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the Qilin mountain range. There were 4 mountains that were connected together, and they looked like a sleeping Qilin. This was the Qilin clan's ancestral land, the Qilin Mountain. Outside the Qilin Mountain, many strong cultivators had gathered. When Lin Feng arrived, there was a huge battle going on in the sky. A Flame Qilin wanted to charge out of the Qilin Mountain, but 12 peerless cultivators surrounded it. Yin-Yang twin swords. Reverse Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang sect's peerless cultivator took out 2 swords. They were 2 divine weapons at the giant god level, and now they had merged into one, turning into a pseudo-emperor weapon. The Yin-Yang twin swords slashed towards the Flame Qilin. Pu. That sword almost split the Flame Qilin in half. The Flame Qilin was heavily injured and on the verge of death, so it fled into the Qilin Mountain and hid. Chapter 1264. Lin Feng's eyes turned red when he saw the Fire Qilin's injuries. Killing intent filled his eyes. Lin Feng couldn't wait to kill these people. But he knew. These 12 peerless experts were all in the rebirth realm and had the Yin-Yang twin swords. So, he couldn't expose himself. Otherwise, he would die at their hands. It's a pity that it escaped. Many peerless experts shook their heads. The rebirth realm expert of the Yin-Yang sect was none other than Song Mingyu. When they had destroyed the immortal ancient empire, Song Mingyu had been in charge of overseeing the Yin-Yang sect. Because Song Mingyu was the hall master of the mission hall, many important matters were handled by Song Mingyu personally. Song Mingyu said sinisterly, the Flame Saint monarch has been severely injured. Even if it doesn't die, it's already half dead. It doesn't have much strength left to fight back. It can be described as a turtle in a jar. Now, we just need to break the restrictions outside and we can enter the Qilin Mountain to kill the Flame Saint monarch. So, Brother Z, it's up to you now. Song Mingyu looked at a thin man in white robes. This person was called Z Gandao. He was a peerless expert of the Earthmaster faction and had a deep understanding of formations. Leave it to me. But after we break the restrictions, the Flame Saint monarch can't be killed. Moreover, I want the rights to the Flame Saint monarch. Z Gandao said. Zhong Shunmu of the Fortune Gate said indifferently, "It's natural that the Flame Saint Monarch can't be killed, but the rights to the Flame Saint Monarch can't be given to Brother Z. We know that Brother Z wants to use the Flame Saint Monarch to lure that person out, and we have the same idea." Zi Gandao's face sank. He said, "But without me, we can't break the restrictions. So, if we catch that person in the end, I have the right to choose his divine abilities, treasures, and so on. Does anyone have any objections?" The other experts frowned, but in the end, they agreed. On the other hand, Purple Heaven Dao landed outside the Qilin Mountain and began to study the restrictions on the Qilin Mountain. There were many cultivators in the outer regions. There were cultivators from the large factions and also some independent cultivators who were here to watch the show. At this time, someone muttered, "Who is the person those Rebirth Realm experts are talking about? They actually kept it a secret and didn't even mention his name. What kind of person could make them so afraid?" A middle-aged cultivator said, "He should be talking about Lin Feng. It's said that the Flame Saint was injured and fled to the Eastern Divine Prefecture of the 72 prefectures in the north. Afterwards, he followed Lin Feng for many years. Lin Feng's rise should be closely related to the Flame Saint. It's said that not only does Lin Feng have the inheritance of the Heavenly Master Path, he also has many of the 3,000 great Daos, Emperor Arts, immemorial divine abilities, divine artifacts, and countless heavenly treasures. Who knows how many people want to kill him and steal his treasures? But now that Lin Feng has become one of the successors of the Spirit Array Master Temple, those Rebirth Realm experts are afraid and don't directly mention his name. Lin Feng's current status is so extraordinary. If we kill him, won't we be afraid of the Spirit Array Master Temple's revenge?" Someone said. "The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is indeed powerful, but look at those forces. Which one of them isn't terrifying to the extreme? After killing Lin Feng, will the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters start a war with so many top forces over a dead person?" The middle-aged cultivator continued. Many people felt that this was very reasonable. Once the top forces started a war, the impact would be too great. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as a few people dying. Moreover, when they killed Lin Feng, the Yin-Yang sect and the other top forces would compensate the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters with some treasures. Perhaps this matter would be resolved. In fact, the top forces of the Sky Martial continent all did this. If they were killed, they could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. Perhaps this was an unwritten rule. In the past, the Crown Prince of the Great Shang Empire went out to train and was killed by the joint forces of several top forces. In the end, those top forces only compensated the Great Shang Empire with some wealth and treasures. This matter was left unsettled, and the Great Shang Empire quickly appointed a new Crown Prince. Could it be that the Great Shang Empire didn't want to take revenge for the dead Crown Prince? Of course they wanted to. But once a war broke out, how many people would die in the Great Shang Empire? Therefore, the unwritten rule of the Sky Martial continent was that if someone was killed while training outside, the forces behind them would not start a large-scale war. If one was worried about being killed, one shouldn't go out casually. Or, one should cultivate until they were strong enough before going out. This was also why the Yin-Yang sect and the other top forces dared to scheme against Lin Feng. Of course, if they couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would have to face Lin Feng's revenge. But it was clear that these people were still quite confident in themselves. Lin Feng looked at the 12 top experts indifferently. Other than the 6 top forces that he already knew, there were obviously a few other top forces involved. Lin Feng didn't know if there were other hidden experts who didn't participate in this battle, but Lin Feng hated these top forces to the bone. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Fire Qilin was like his family. Now that it had fallen to such a miserable state, how could he not be angry? His killing intent had already reached the heavens. But Lin Feng was still waiting. He was waiting for an excellent opportunity to counterattack. The Purple Sky sect's control over the formation was very strong. Even if the formation enveloped the Qilin Mountain was powerful, he could still break it. But it wasn't realistic to completely break the Qilin Mountain's formation. The method that the Purple Sky sect used was the most effective method. He wanted to tear a hole in the entire formation. Breaking the formation was very difficult, but the difficulty of tearing a hole in the formation would decrease exponentially. 3 days later, Zi Qiandao finally tore a hole in the array that enveloped the Qilin mountain. He said loudly, "Everyone, I will guard this crack in the array. We can't let it close, otherwise, it will be even more difficult to break this ancient array a second time. Go in and find the flame saint as soon as possible. Then, take all the treasures in the Qilin mountain. I can only hold on for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the seal will close, so you must be quick." The other top experts nodded with excited expressions. They were about to enter the Qilin mountain. But at this moment, the void split open. A figure appeared behind Zi Gandao at lightning speed and threw a punch at him. "You're courting death." The purple sky sect was ambushed and his face changed slightly. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry at the same time. He punched out, but Lin Feng was too fast. The punch landed on the purple sky sect's body and sent him flying. The purple sky sect spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and his face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng had already entered the Qilin mountain and had resealed the formation that had been torn apart by the purple sky sect. Chapter 1265. Damn it! Who did that? Who was the one who attacked me? Shouted Zi Qiandao furiously. Everybody was astonished. Nobody had thought that someone would dare to provoke them. Was that person trying to steal the treasures of the 12 peerless cultivators? Who's that guy? I've never seen him before. I don't know anything about him either, but he's crazy. He's willing to give up his life for the treasures. Many people were discussing the matter. Lin Feng's transformation technique was incredible, and he had attacked too quickly. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Zi Qiandao had been sent flying. Then, he quickly entered the Qilin mountain. Even Song Mingyu and Zhong Shunmu, who knew Lin Feng, couldn't recognize Lin Feng. If they had been given enough time to carefully sense Lin Feng's qi, they might have been able to recognize Lin Feng's real body, but in such a short time, they couldn't recognize Lin Feng. Therefore, Song Mingyu, Zhong Shunmu, and the other strong cultivators were all trying to guess who had attacked them. They were infuriated. The person who had attacked them was trying to steal their treasures. Was that person looking down on a group of strong cultivators like them? They all looked glum. They wanted nothing more than to cut that mysterious person into pieces. Murong Ye looked at Zi Qiandao and said, "Brother Zi, that person has already entered the Qilin mountain. Can we tear open the Qilin mountain again? If we can't, that guy will take the treasures and run away." Zi Qiandao looked glum. The Qilin mountain's restrictive spells have a memory formation. Now that the restrictive spells have been broken, the Qilin mountain's restrictive spells will remember everything I did. If we want to use the same method again, it'll be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. However, it'll take us a few days to come up with a new method. That little boy will probably run away in a few days. Could it be that we worked so hard to kill Flame Saint, but in the end, we're just going to benefit someone else? Said Ying Yulong of the Great Qin Empire. Ying Yulong had a very high status in the Great Qin Empire. He was of the same status as Ying Yutian, the imperial uncle of the Great Qin Empire who had been killed by Lin Feng. However, in the Great Qin Empire, Ying Yulong was the undisputed #1 expert. He was a powerful rebirth realm existence, while Ying Yutian was only at the life and death realm. There was no way he could compare to Ying Yulong. It's not impossible. I have a boundary talisman, but to activate it, I need a rebirth cultivator's blood. And if. The mouths of the other 11 peerless experts twitched violently. Not to mention 3 drops of blood. Zi Gandao was a scheming person. He had used his injuries as an excuse to refuse to use his blood. He was only injured internally, so he could recover easily. But if he used his blood, it would cause harm to his foundation and his recovery would be very slow. Even though they knew what Zi Gandao was scheming, they could only endure. After all, they still needed Zi Gandao to break the Qilin mountain. We've worked so hard. We can't let our efforts go to waste. Everybody, don't be stingy with your blood. Song Mingyu was the first one to give 3 drops of blood. Immediately after, The rest of them also forced out 3 drops of blood essence and handed it to Zi Gan. After Zi Qiandao collected the essence blood, he took out the breaking boundary talisman and burned his essence blood to activate the breaking boundary talisman. The breaking boundary talisman emitted array runes. These array runes disintegrated the restriction of the Qilin mountain. In less than 2 hours, the restriction of the Qilin mountain would be torn apart again. At this moment, Lin Feng entered the Qilin mountain and returned to his original appearance. He quickly rushed into the depths of the Qilin mountain and saw the fire Qilin in the forest. The flames around the fire Qilin's body were extremely dim, and the ground was dyed red with blood. When the fire Qilin sensed someone coming, it raised its head with difficulty. When it saw that it was Lin Feng, its tense gaze finally relaxed and its huge head drooped heavily. "Hurry up and eat this." Lin Feng took out a bottle of pills and gave it to the fire Qilin. "I was injured by a quasi-emperor weapon. My foundation was torn apart. Pills are useless to me," the fire Qilin said weakly. "Foundation injury." Lin Feng's expression became serious. Back then, he had also been injured and had narrowly escaped death. It had taken him a long time to recover. "Fortunately, the foundation injury is not incurable," Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin said, "The most important thing right now is to get rid of the purple heaven path of the Geomaster branch. He definitely has a way to break through the restrictions on the Qilin mountain. Those people have quasi-imperial weapons. If they break through the Qilin mountain, we'll both die." Lin Feng said, "I'll go kill Zi Gandao. This person is at the 4th level of the rebirth realm. I'm afraid you're not his match." The fire Qilin sighed. "Cut open my chest and take out the Qilin's foundation. Find a chance to escape. It's better than letting my foundation fall into the hands of those people." Lin Feng could hear the sorrow in the fire Qilin's voice. Clearly, the fire Qilin felt that the current situation was a hopeless situation. In fact, after being injured, the fire Qilin was still thinking, hoping that Lin Feng would not appear. The fire Qilin knew that Lin Feng was in the Central Region's Spirit Array Master Temple. The reason why he didn't look for Lin Feng was because he was being watched by a group of top experts and was worried that Lin Feng would be implicated as well. But Lin Feng still came. The fire Qilin was moved. He was also worried for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? You rest here, I will definitely be able to kill Zi Gandao." With that, Lin Feng rushed outside. Lin Feng used the formation splitting technique to tear apart the restrictions of the Qilin mountain from the inside. Then, he used the Great Entanglement technique and instantly used a dense amount of threads to wrap around Zi Gandao. Zi Gandao was shocked. He never thought that Lin Feng would actually take the initiative to attack him. By the time he reacted, his body had already been pulled into the Qilin mountain by the Great Entanglement technique. "Quick, let's go in together," Song Mingyu and the others shouted, wanting to quickly rush into the Qilin mountain. However, the restrictions of the Qilin mountain were instantly closed, blocking them outside. "Brat, it's you. I see you." Zi Gandao was extremely terrifying. After being pulled into the Qilin mountain, he broke through Lin Feng's Great Entanglement technique and locked onto Lin Feng. He then attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Facing Zi Gandao's attack, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He condensed the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists and met the attack. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer. His body was directly smashed hundreds of meters away and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. A cultivator at the 4th level of the rebirth realm was too terrifying. Chapter 1266. Lin Feng stopped in midair. He felt as if his internal organs were burning. Clearly, Lin Feng had suffered serious injuries from the previous clash. Lin Feng finally understood how powerful a 4th-layer rebirth realm cultivator was. Previously, he had launched a sneak attack on Ziqian Dao, which was why he was able to send Ziqian Dao flying. However, when the two of them clashed, the gap between them became apparent. After all, Lin Feng was only at the 1st layer of the life and death realm. There was a difference of 1 major realm and 13 minor realms between him and Ziqian Dao. Changing your appearance and deceiving everyone. What a powerful disguise technique. So this is your true appearance. Who are you? Zichen Dao coldly looked at Lin Feng. Zichen Dao had been injured by Lin Feng's sneak attack, so he hated Lin Feng to the core. However, he decided to play with Lin Feng slowly. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. The cat did not kill the mouse directly. Instead, it played with the mouse until the mouse died. That was Zichen Dao's plan. He wanted to play with Lin Feng slowly until he died. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Didn't you want to use the fire Qilin to lure me out?" Zi Gandao's eyes were wide open, and he burst into laughter. "So you're Lin Feng. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, but you don't want to look for me. Little boy, should I say that you're a good friend, or should I say that you're stupid? You knew that this was a sure-death situation, yet you still barged in." Lin Feng said, "It's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Isn't it too early to be proud? Could it be that you think you can overturn the heavens in front of me?" Zichen Dao sneered as he walked towards Lin Feng. "In the battle with the heavenly teachers, we killed 7 of their descendants. The names of our ancestors who killed them were recorded in the sacred canon of our earth teachers. Even after billions of years, our descendants still respect and worship them. Today, I'll kill you. My name will be recorded in the sacred canon, forever remembered by future generations." Boom. After saying that, Zichen Dao raised his right hand and condensed a huge palm that covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Feng. 8 worlds. 8 small worlds appeared under Lin Feng's feet and he moved through them. When the gigantic hand blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, it was destroyed by one of the small worlds. The octagonal world has long since been taken away by us Geomasters. You obtained the octagonal world after killing Zi Dong on the Pillar of Blessings, right? Zichen Dao said indifferently. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He used the 8 directional worlds as fast as he could. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to Zi Gan. In terms of magic power, Lin Feng couldn't compare to Zichen Dao. However, Lin Feng had his own advantages. He had a powerful physical body. Lin Feng's physical body could kill a real dragon. That wasn't a joke. Lin Feng's physical body could really kill a real dragon. When fighting, he could play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He could often catch his opponent off guard. "I've heard that your physical body is terrifying. Do you want to fight against my physical body? Do you think you can get close to me?" Zichen Dao's lips curled into a disdainful smile when he saw Lin Feng rushing toward him. He clearly knew that Lin Feng's physical body was extremely powerful. However, Zichen Dao didn't intend to give Lin Feng a chance to fight him in close combat. Purple Heaven Dao had also cultivated the world of 8 directions. He also executed this supreme sacred art as his body retreated continuously. Then, Zichen Dao continued to attack Lin Feng. Void travel. While Zichen Dao was attacking, Lin Feng used another unique ability. Void travel was an ability given to Lin Feng by the golden-winged Rock King's clone. It allowed him to travel a short distance instantly. Lin Feng used the empty space world and the 8 directional worlds together. The 2 abilities switched quickly. He traveled through the void and arrived in front of Zichen Dao. Then, he threw a punch at Zichen Dao. Zichen Dao clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to have such an ability. The Great Void Technique. No, this isn't the Great Void Technique. It's very similar to it. Zichen Dao was a Rebirth Realm expert and had seen many things. He instantly realized that Lin Feng's ability was different from the Great Void Technique. He also realized how powerful this ability was. His reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng's punch came, Zichen Dao had already attacked with his palm. This was a common move in martial arts. It was called the axe chop. His arm was like the handle of an axe, and his palm was like the head of an axe. The chop came down forcefully. In close combat, because the attacks were too fast, divine abilities couldn't be used at all. It was completely a collision of flesh against flesh. Of course, if one knew some exquisite martial arts techniques, they would be able to break through force with skill. It was like using 4 ounces to defeat 1,000 catties. But obviously, It was extremely unrealistic to use exquisite martial arts techniques to suppress Lin Feng in close combat with Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew where his advantage was, so he was very familiar with many martial arts techniques. Lin Feng was still using the same technique. His attack didn't decrease. Bang! Then, the two of them fiercely collided. Lin Feng's body was too strong. He directly broke through Ziqian Dao's axe chop, and then punched Ziqian Dao's shoulder. Crack! Ziqian Dao's shoulder bones were broken by Lin Feng. Ziqian Dao couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and used a mountain quaking fist to smash Ziqian Dao. This mountain quaking fist was the most powerful martial arts technique. It was violent and domineering. Lin Feng was like a dragon that came out of the abyss. Death substitution technique. Just as Lin Feng's attack was about to hit Ziqian Dao used a powerful technique. Divine light flowed in his body. When Lin Feng's attack landed on his body exploded. However, there was no blood. It was just an illusion. Oh no! Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He quickly retreated. At this moment, Ziqian Dao appeared 100 meters above Lin Feng. He used the Divine Mountain Demon Seal, condensing a Divine Mountain Shadow, and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. He raised his fist to block the attack. He wanted to destroy the Divine Mountain Shadow, but he couldn't. The Divine Mountain Shadow dissolved his attack, and then suppressed Lin Feng in the air, making it difficult for him to move. That death substitution technique was passed down by the Sage faction. I used it to dodge the attack of the Sage faction's disciple. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. You are destined to die in my hands today. Ziqian Dao stepped forward, and a sword chi slashed out. The sword chi shot towards Lin Feng's head. Ziqian Dao wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. Chapter 1267. The sword chi shattered the heavens and earth as it slashed towards Lin Feng. The power of this attack was truly terrifying. If it really hit him, Lin Feng would definitely be separated from his body. Facing this dangerous attack, Lin Feng activated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Finally, his body was able to move under the suppression of the sacred mountain shadow. Then, Lin Feng used the Great Defense Technique. This Great Defense Technique formed a dense array of runes that surrounded Lin Feng's body, protecting Lin Feng within. Clang! When Purple Sky Dao's sword chi slashed towards Lin Feng, it instantly collided with the Great Defense Technique's defensive runes. Although the sword chi was powerful, it was still unable to break through the Great Defense Technique. After using the Great Defense Technique to block the sword chi's attack, Lin Feng immediately used the Sky-Dominating Lightning Technique. This tyrannical attack formed a huge lightning ball. The ball of lightning instantly exploded. Waves of tyrannical shock waves crashed onto the sacred mountain shadow, causing it to explode. Lin Feng was finally able to break free. Kid, you do have some skills. But if that's all you have, it's far from enough. Purple Sky Dao's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. The dharmic powers in his body began to circulate, emitting a sound that resembled the beating of war drums. Lin Feng once again used the 8 directional worlds and the void traversal technique, hoping to get close to Purple Sky Dao for the second time. But this time, Lin Feng failed. Purple Sky Dao was already on guard, so it was almost impossible for him to get close to Purple Sky Dao. As for the Purple Heaven Dao, he had condensed the Great Abyss Slaying Sword art. This was a formidable mystic skill. Within the void, a gigantic black dragon appeared. This was the Abyss Dragon, also known as the Death Dragon. It was rumored to be the mount of the Death God. Roar! The underworld dragon let out a resonant dragon roar before charging towards Lin Feng with its massive body. When the Nether Dragon arrived beside Lin Feng, it turned into a 300-meter-long sword ray and slashed at Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng had a feeling that he could not dodge, as if no matter what kind of move he used, he would not be able to dodge the attack of the Great Slaying Dragon Sword technique. The power of this sword technique was truly formidable. The creatures in the underworld need to drink the water of the endless river of death. The birth of all living things cannot be separated from the nourishment of the original water of the world. I am the representative of the Tao of Death. I control the power of death. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. Ancient, complex, and incomprehensible divine language resounded throughout the world. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. A long river swept through the world. This long river. It was the river of death. When the river of death descended, it completely suppressed the abyss-slaying dragon sword art. The huge sword ray turned back into the underworld dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. "Return to the river of death. That is where you belong," said Lin Feng, walking above the river of death. His voice sounded faintly discernible. It was as if he was the Lord of Hell, standing in the depths of hell and looking up at the heavens. The underworld dragon let out a loud dragon roar as its massive body charged into the river of death. The underworld dragon became a part of the river of death, following it as it charged towards Purple Sky Dao. The Great Death Technique. You've even learned such a powerful Great Dao? Purple Sky Dao stood in the air, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. He was extremely shocked. Then, he became excited. "I've long heard that you've cultivated many powerful Great Daos. The rumors are actually true. Just one Great Dao is already heaven-defying. You're actually able to cultivate so many Great Daos. You're really lucky. However, these Great Daos that you've cultivated are destined to become someone else's. In the end, these Great Daos will belong to me. Today, I'll let you know that in the face of absolute power, all resistance is like an ant trying to shake a tree." Zi Qiandao let out a long howl and his body became illusory. Divine Emperor Sky-shattering fist. It was hazy. Endless divine light lingered. At that moment, Purple Sky Dao seemed to have transformed into an immortal divine emperor. He was powerful and ancient. He controlled the life and death of countless living beings. Purple Sky Dao's fist swept over, and the river of death began to crumble. Purple Sky Dao's cultivation level was too high. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Feng was, he was still a whole realm lower than Purple Sky Dao. There were 13 minor realms between them. He was indeed suppressed everywhere. When the river of death collapsed, Lin Feng had no choice but to quickly retreat. However, Purple Sky Dao had already rushed over with the 8 directional worlds. "I'm using the inheritance of the Divine Masters to deal with you, the successor of the Divine Masters. This is really exciting. What do you think about dying under the great Daos of your Divine Masters?" Purple Sky Dao's face was filled with a sinister expression. Clearly, both the 8 directional worlds and the Divine Emperor Sky-shattering fist were the ultimate techniques of the Divine Masters. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He didn't say anything. The situation was very dangerous, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Lin Feng's left hand condensed a great defensive technique, while his right hand condensed an 8 trigrams diagram. He was defending and attacking at the same time. Multitasking. What a powerful ability. Before this, I've only heard of multitasking, but today, I've actually seen this ability. Amazing, truly amazing. Purple Sky Dao's face was filled with shock, but then he laughed coldly. "So what if you're multitasking? The difference in strength is too great. I can break any great Daos. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Purple Sky Dao's fist had already arrived. Lin Feng's 2 great Daos were instantly destroyed by Purple Sky Dao's fist. Then, Purple Sky Dao's fist landed on Lin Feng's chest. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's sternum broke, and he was sent flying. His face was pale. "Ha ha ha, you're too weak. I'll destroy your physical body first, then search your soul and find out your secrets." Zi Qiandao laughed coldly. He took a step forward and threw out another punch. This punch made Lin Feng feel a thick chi of death. If this punch landed on him, Lin Feng knew that his physical body would be completely destroyed. What awaited him was only the fate of death. The most shocking thing was that Lin Feng realized that his body had been sealed by Zi Sky Dao's punch. "There's no need to struggle anymore. You're dead." Purple Sky Dao looked indifferent. That terrifying attack came down on Lin Feng. Mend the Heavens technique. Lin Feng used one of his most powerful skills. The Mend the Heavens technique could make up for mistakes and give him a chance to be reborn. Lin Feng's Mend the Heavens technique hadn't reached the level where he could turn back time, but he had reached the level where he could make up for mistakes. After using the Mend the Heavens technique, Lin Feng's body moved 0.5 centimeter to the left. That 0.5 centimeter caused the punch that was supposed to kill Lin Feng to miss. Lin Feng directly grabbed Zi Skydao's arm and shouted, "Fut!" Then, Zi Skydao's right arm was torn off by Lin Feng. "Ah!" Zi Skydao screamed. His left hand struck Lin Feng's right chest. Lin Feng's chest was pierced through and blood gushed out of it. Lin Feng's chest was pierced through. Chapter 1268. Both of them were injured. Lin Feng quickly moved back. He was severely injured, even more so than Zigan Dao, who had lost an arm. "My arm. My arm. You bastard, you actually tore off my arm. You'll die a horrible death." Zichen Dao had gone completely mad. He roared furiously and cursed. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. There was a saying, if the heavenly Dao is flawed, it will be difficult to advance. If a person's body was perfectly preserved and their limbs were intact, it would be considered a perfect heavenly Dao. Zichen Dao's limbs were badly damaged after his arm was torn off. This was the so-called heavenly Dao being flawed. If he wanted to cultivate in the future, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Because he knew this, Zichen Dao hated Lin Feng to the core. The heaven patching technique is really powerful, but because it's so powerful, it has a fatal flaw. After using it once, it can't be used a second time within 3 days. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. If the heaven patching technique didn't have this restriction, he believed that he could definitely kill Zichen Dao with the heaven patching technique. Facing Zichen Dao's hysterical roar, Lin Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he silently activated his immortal body and quickly recovered from his injuries. "You!" Zichen Dao was furious when he saw this scene. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were severely injured, but Lin Feng recovered in the blink of an eye. How could Zichen Dao not be depressed? "Good. Very good. Today, I will definitely tear you into pieces." Zichen Dao looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Lin Feng looked indifferent. "Then let's fight to the death. Let's see who will survive in the end." Zichen Dao took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a black pill from it. He then swallowed it. Soon after, Zichen Dao's aura became stronger and stronger. Originally, Zichen Dao's fighting strength had decreased sharply because of his broken arm. However, after taking the pill, Zichen Dao's cultivation had increased tremendously once again. He was even stronger than before he lost his arm. Berserk Demon Pill, a holy level pill. It's made from 100,000-year-old holy level pill, and it's made from 3,762 different kinds of spiritual medicines. It takes 49 days to concoct. Taking one pill will reduce your lifespan by 3,000 years, but your cultivation will double. Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Little animal, you have good taste. Indeed, that's the Berserk Demon Pill. I've kept it for over 1,000 years. I didn't use it when I was in danger, but today, I have no choice but to use it. You little animal, you're making me feel dangerous. I'm going to kill you at all costs." Zi Gandao shouted coldly. Then, he quickly charged towards Lin Feng. "Great Sun God subduing palm." Zi Gandao shouted coldly. He stretched out his right hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. A great sun condensed above his palm. The great sun turned slightly. It was as if the real 9 heavens divine sun had descended. This palm was imbued with the might of the sun. Its power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng jumped up in the void and turned into an 8 trigrams diagram. 3 Chen chains, 6 Kuan breaks, Zhenyang bowl, Zhen cover bowl, Li Zhong shu, Kan Zhong full, Dui upper deficiency, Zun lower break. The 8 trigrams diagram of heaven and earth condensed into a Dao diagram. It spun violently in the void and attacked Zigan Dao. Break. Zigan Dao jumped up like a madman. He attacked the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng had turned into. This Berserk Demon Pill could not only increase the user's fighting strength, but it could also make the user crazy. The crazier the person, the more fearless they would be when fighting. Just like how Zigan Dao was now. His face was distorted and he was no different from a madman. After 36 consecutive attacks, Lin Feng was beaten back to his original state by Zhi Gandao. He was punched in the left side of his chest by Zhi Gandao. Lin Feng's left chest instantly caved in and his body flew out. If that punch had moved down half a centimeter, it would have hit Lin Feng's heart. His heart would have been shattered by that punch. Fortunately, Lin Feng narrowly avoided the fatal blow. But at this moment, Zhi Gandao was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retreated, wanting to distance himself from Zhi Gandao. But at this moment, Zhi Gandao had already charged over and punched Lin Feng again. Lin Feng used Iron Chain River to block Zhi Gandao's attack. He was hit. Crack. His arm was broken. His body was sent flying. Lin Feng did not know how many battles he had experienced, but this was the first time he had been suppressed like this. His body was constantly injured. He used the void travel technique and finally got rid of Zhi Gandao. Then, Lin Feng used his immortal divine body and his injuries quickly healed. Kid, this body of yours can't be used without limit. Every time you use it, your body will be greatly damaged and your fighting strength will greatly decrease. Zhi Gandao was very scary. He had already discovered the flaws of the immortal divine body. Any kind of physique would have its flaws. Naturally, the immortal divine body had its flaws too. No physique was perfect. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Before my fighting strength completely disappears, I can definitely kill you. Shameless boasting. Zhi Gandao was disdainful and attacked again. Martial Spirit Fusion. Lin Feng used his 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits instantly merged into one and a huge black hole appeared behind Lin Feng. I stand in the black hole and look at my ancestors, Lin Feng murmured. In a daze, Lin Feng saw the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan in the depths of the black hole. They were looking at him. A black chi condensed and formed. It seemed to be able to crush the void and directly suppressed Zhi Gandao. Zhi Gandao sneered and punched the black chi. He thought that he could easily destroy the black chi that was pressing down on him. However, when he collided with the black chi, Zhi Gandao was immediately swept away. Wah! It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his body split open. His entire body was dyed red with blood. Zhi Gandao was severely injured. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying Lin Feng's technique was. Life combustion! Shouted Zhi Gandao. He was going all out. He instantly burned 3,000 years of his life. Previously, Zhi Gandao had already burned 3,000 years of his lifespan after consuming the Berserk demonic pill. Now, he was burning another 3,000 years of his lifespan. Because the effects of the Berserk demonic pill had not disappeared, Zhi Gandao could continue burning his lifespan to release more of the Berserk demonic pill's medicinal effects and increase his combat strength. Zhi Gandao went crazy. He punched the black chi again and again. He managed to block the black chi's attacks. You won't be able to last long against such an incredible technique. Once you break it, you'll die. Zhi Gandao laughed ferociously. Zhi Gandao had burned 6,000 years of his life to increase his fighting strength. He was too strong. The black chi was being suppressed by him. It even started to crack. Zhi Gandao's face was distorted. He wanted to destroy the black chi and kill Lin Feng. However, at that moment, the space behind Zhi Gandao trembled slightly. The fire Chileen silently appeared. It waved its claws and attacked Zhi Gandao. Flame Saint, you can still fight after receiving a quasi-great Emperor weapons attack? Zhi Gandao was horrified. He wanted to dodge the fire Chileen's attack, but it was too late. The fire Chileen's attack landed on Zhi Gandao's body. Half of Zhi Gandao's body exploded and blood spurted out. At that moment, Lin Feng's black chi moved towards Zhi Gandao. Bang! Zhi Gandao's body exploded into a mist of blood. He was killed on the spot. Lin Feng and the fire Chileen couldn't hold on any longer. They fell from the sky. Clang! Clang! Lin Feng and the fire unicorn crashed onto the ground. Lin Feng and the fire unicorn crashed to the ground. Chapter 1269. Fire Chileen, are you alright? Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He turned to look at the fire Chileen. Hihi, I'm not dead yet. The fire Chileen grinned. I didn't think that you would actually be able to kill Purple Sky Path. You're only at the first layer of the life and death realm, yet you were able to fight against a cultivator at the fourth layer of the rebirth realm for such a long time. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I also used all my cards. If you and I hadn't worked together, I definitely wouldn't have been able to turn the tables. Purple Sky Path is too terrifying. Fortunately, we've dealt with him. It won't be easy for the others to enter the Chileen Mountain. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, how are you feeling now? I need to recuperate. Since you're here, you can also enter the sacred pond to cultivate for a while. The fire Chileen said. Sacred pond? What is that place? Lin Feng asked curiously. The holy pond is where the fire unicorns were born. That place is filled with godly flames. That kind of godly flames can strengthen the physical body. Of course, the most important thing is that they can strengthen the soul. The fire Chileen said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he and the fire Chileen began to recover. Lin Feng recovered relatively quickly. He was back to normal in 2 hours. As for the fire Chileen, its recovery was slower because of its injuries. It needed time to heal the injury to its origin. After resting for more than 2 hours, the fire Chileen was able to move. Lin Feng followed the fire Chileen into the depths of the mountain. Finally, they arrived at a valley in the depths of the Chileen Mountain. There was a cave in the valley that was covered with restrictions. The restrictions here were abnormally terrifying. Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. This place is covered with one of the 10 great forbidden formations, the underworld godslaughtering formation. If you trespass, you might even be destroyed, the fire Chileen said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Has this formation been passed down? If it has, let me learn it. The fire Chileen replied, it's been lost for a long time. After pausing for a moment, the fire Chileen continued, perhaps when the fire Chileen race disappeared from the Tianwu continent, this kind of formation was lost in the Tianwu continent. Then how did you appear in the martial heaven continent? Lin Feng looked at the fire Chileen curiously. I broke through the stone and came out, the fire Chileen said. Lin Feng was shocked. You were born from a stone? The stone tribe? The fire Chileen rolled its eyes and said, of course not, I'm a fire Chileen, but I was sealed in a stone when I was young. Then, I was placed in the Saint Pond. I don't know how much time had passed, but I woke up and broke out of the stone. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, do you still remember what happened in the past? Why is it sealed in the stone? The fire Chileen shook its head. Back then, I was too young. I don't remember anything. Lin Feng said, it must have been the elders of your race who sealed you in the stone so that you could survive. But why? Could it be that something happened in the past? So in order to let you live, they had no choice but to seal you. And then put you in the sacred pond? The fire Chileen said, it's all a mystery. You don't have any memories of your past in your bloodline? Asked Lin Feng curiously. It's vague, but it's hard to see clearly. If you want to explore it, now is not the time. Maybe in the future, when you reach the deity realm, you'll find something. The fire Chileen frowned slightly. At this time, Lin Feng and the fire Chileen arrived at the belly of a mountain. There was a huge pool of flames in the middle of the mountain. Obviously, this place was the sacred pond of raging flames. When you cultivate in there, if you're lucky enough, you might gain some enlightenment. There are records of some of the top techniques of the fire Chileen clan, but whether or not you can obtain them depends on your luck. Lin Feng nodded and jumped into the sacred pond. The flames burned fiercely, but they couldn't harm Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. As for the fire Chileen, it quickly left and went to another mountain to heal its injuries. Lin Feng took the lead and guided the flames into his body to refine it. Actually, Lin Feng's body had been refined countless times by the purple earthcore fire and the black earthcore fire. However, different flames had different effects on the body, so using the raging flames of raging flames was still very effective. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During those 10 days, Lin Feng continuously used the raging flames to refine his body. Lin Feng's physical body was greatly improved. After reaching his limit, Lin Feng stopped tempering his body. If he overdid it, it would cause serious damage to his body. Lin Feng then tried to use his soul to absorb the heaven and earth blazing divine fire. Flames were supposed to restrain souls. This was because flames belonged to the power of extreme heat and extreme yang. As for soul energy, it belonged to the dark attribute. Therefore, when the two forces collided, the soul would often be injured. However, the heaven and earth raging flames divine fire was a little different. Because the heaven and earth raging flames divine fire had fused with the earth veins extreme yin energy, it could be controlled properly. Not only would the heaven and earth raging divine fire not cause any harm to the soul, but it would also stimulate the soul to grow stronger. When he broke through the life and death realm, Lin Feng's soul power also broke through to the first layer of the rebirth realm. As the level of his soul power increased, then, it would be even more difficult to improve. Therefore, any opportunity to increase one's soul power was extremely rare. After bitterly cultivating for more than half a month, Lin Feng's soul power broke through from the first layer of the rebirth realm to the fourth layer of the rebirth realm. In a short period of time, his soul power had broken through 3 layers, which made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng felt that his soul power was about to reach its limit, so he stopped cultivating. Next, he tried to comprehend the supreme divine ability passed down by the Fire Qilin clan in the Saint Pond. Unfortunately, Lin Feng failed to comprehend it even after several attempts. This required luck, and it couldn't be forced. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. At this moment, he went to the Fire Qilin's seclusion area. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the Fire Qilin said weakly, "It seems like you've gained quite a bit." Lin Feng nodded. "This Saint Pond is still very useful. How do you feel now?" The Fire Qilin shook its head. "My core was torn apart by the Quasi-Emperor weapon. It won't be easy for me to recover." The Quasi-Emperor weapon had already condensed the laws of the heavenly Tao, so the Fire Qilin's core injury was close to a Tao injury. If it couldn't heal, it could very well develop into an even more serious Tao injury. If the Fire Qilin's core injury really became a Tao injury, then the Fire Qilin would most likely die. Lin Feng saw that the Fire Qilin's core injury didn't show any signs of recovery, and he couldn't help but worry for its safety. Chapter 1270. Back then, I also suffered an injury to my origin, but my injury was relatively light. There was only a crack, so it was much easier to recover. In this world, there should be some medicine that can treat such a serious injury to your origin, right? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin and asked. The Fire Qilin said, "Some spirit medicines or pills might be effective for minor injuries to the origin, but my origin is different. My origin was split in the middle, and the origin in my body was almost completely split open. If my origin was completely split open, then it would be a Tao injury, so my origin is close to a Tao injury. Thus, ordinary spirit medicines or pills have no effect on me." The Fire Qilin was an extremely powerful alchemist. It seemed that among the pills that the Fire Qilin had, there were no pills that could treat its origin that was close to a Tao injury. Lin Feng said, "You said that ordinary spirit medicines or pills can't treat it. Are there any heavenly treasures that can have an effect?" "There is an origin Tao fruit that can heal injuries to the origin, but it's not easy to get it," the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Where is this origin Tao fruit? I'll go find it." The Fire Qilin said, "I also don't know where the origin Tao fruit is." Lin Feng said, "Wait for me here. I'll go outside and ask around for information about the origin Tao fruit." The Fire Qilin's origin was too injured to move, so Lin Feng couldn't bring it with him. "You. Be careful." The Fire Qilin's voice carried a trace of sadness and farewell. This was because its origin was getting more and more serious, and it could become a Tao injury at any time. Once it became a Tao injury, there was a high probability that it would die. Lin Feng left this time. Who knew if the Fire Qilin would ever see him again? Perhaps this parting would be an eternal one. "Don't worry, I will bring the origin Tao fruit back. We still have to go to dangerous places to train and soar in the outer realms." Lin Feng then turned and left. After leaving the cave, Lin Feng spent tens of thousands of materials to set up more than 10 killing arrays, connecting them with the restrictions of the Qilin Mountain. This way, Lin Feng could feel a little more at ease. He absolutely could not allow the Geomaster lineage to break the formation again. Once the formation was broken, those great forces would be able to come to the depths of the Qilin Mountain, even if they were unable to break the underworld godslaughtering formation. However, they could surround the depths of the Qilin Mountain. At that time, even if he found the origin Dao fruit and returned, he wouldn't be able to enter. Lin Feng's absolute killing formation was connected to the Qilin Mountains formation. If more experts from the Geomaster lineage were to arrive, if he wanted to break the formation, he would definitely suffer the attacks of these absolute kill grand formations. Outside, the experts of Song Mingyu and many other major forces were still guarding the Qilin Mountain. They had no intention of leaving. Lin Feng guessed that these people were waiting for the experts of the Geomaster lineage to arrive. The Geomaster lineage had lost a rebirth realm expert this time. How could they let this matter rest? It was unrealistic to force their way out as the other party had a boundary emperor weapon and 11 rebirth realm experts. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely helpless. He still had the heavenly god elixir, which he could use to activate the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then, he would take advantage of the fact that the people outside hadn't reacted yet and rush out. As long as he was a few thousand meters away, Lin Feng would be able to use his speed to his advantage and shake off the group of experts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly took out the 4 vicious cauldrons. He entered the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then, he poured out 5 drops of heavenly god elixir. After the 5 drops of heavenly god elixir were absorbed, the 4 vicious cauldrons seemed to come back to life. The Dao Tai, Hun Dun, Baian, and Xiong Qi appeared and let out deep roars. Whoosh! The 4 vicious cauldrons reached their peak speed and instantly rushed out of the formation, then rushed into the distance. They're out. So it's Lin Feng, that brat. Song Mingyu immediately roared when he saw the 4 vicious cauldrons. He recognized the 4 vicious cauldrons and knew that they were Lin Feng's treasures. Now, he also knew who had dared to provoke Lin Feng. When the others heard that the person from before was Lin Feng, they were shocked. "Stop him!" shouted the strong cultivators of the rebirth cultivation layer. They wanted to stop Lin Feng, but the cauldrons were too strong. Bang! 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 The rebirth realm experts were sent flying by the 4 vicious cauldrons. Song Mingyu directly took out the yin-yang twin swords and slashed at the 4 vicious cauldrons. Clang! The 4 vicious cauldrons were sent flying, but the 4 vicious cauldrons blocked the yin-yang twin swords' attack. Then, he tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. He's the only one in the cauldrons, which means that the Fire Saint is still in the Qilin Mountain. If he left in such a hurry, it must mean that the Fire Saint has been severely injured. Therefore, he's going to look for treasures to save the Fire Saint. We'll just wait here and see. Let's wait here, Fortune Gates Zhong Shenmu said. The other experts also nodded, agreeing with Zhong Shenmu. 10,000 Longevity City, Mercenary Association. Haha, young master, are you here to buy information again? What information are you looking for this time? The Mercenary Association's elder was very happy to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a very generous person, and Lin Feng had left a deep impression on him. Lin Feng tossed him a pouch of spirit stones. When the elder opened the pouch and saw that it was filled with top-grade spirit stones, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He hurriedly put the pouch away and said, "As long as it's something you want to know, the Mercenary Association will definitely help you find out." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know anything about the origin Dao fruit?" The elder replied, "You've asked the right person. I do know something about the origin Dao fruit." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Tell me where it is." The Mercenary Association's elder replied, "I found this information when I was flipping through an ancient book. I can't guarantee whether it's true or not, so if you really look for it and don't find it, you can't blame me." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course, I understand." After hearing Lin Feng's guarantee, the Mercenary Association's elder said, "There's an origin Dao fruit in the northwest of the Central Plains, where demons are sealed. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. He asked, "Where is this origin Dao fruit in the Central Plains? What are its origins?" The Mercenary Association's elder replied, "It said that it was a battlefield in the ancient times. It's a place where danger lurks everywhere. In the past, there were gods who went there, but they all fell. Entering that place is practically a death sentence." Chapter 1271. The land of sealed demons was famous throughout the central continent. Lin Feng hadn't been in the central continent for long, so he wasn't particularly familiar with the land of sealed demons. It was rumored that during the Great War of Gods and Demons in ancient times, the land of sealed demons was an ancient battlefield. The gods fell and the demons were sealed. Countless years had passed, and the corpses of the gods had decayed. The sealed demons had also turned into bones. But the land of sealed demons was still terrifying. The broken laws formed after the gods died and the demons were destroyed filled the world. Some ancient and terrifying creatures were still alive in that world. Of course, there was no lack of cultivators every year. Even if they knew it was a narrow escape, they still took the risk to enter the land of sealed demons. This was because there were too many opportunities in the land of sealed demons. People died for wealth, birds died for food, and cultivators risked their lives to increase their cultivation. There were far too many people like this. Moreover, some old peerless powerhouses would sometimes appear in the land of sealed demons. They felt that there was no hope for them to break through, so they would enter the land of sealed demons before they died to explore its secrets. They hoped to obtain opportunities and break through. Demon Sealing City was the closest ancient city to the land of sealed demons. People came and went, and it was very lively. Many cultivators came to Demon Sealing City to go to the land of sealed demons. Even if they didn't enter the land of sealed demons, they still wanted to see the majesty and mystery of the land of sealed demons. Lin Feng rode the space-time wormhole and spent an entire month to reach Demon Sealing City. The flying ship to the land of sealed demons will depart in 2 hours. If you want to board, hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, there will be another flying ship in 3 days. A cultivator shouted outside the teleportation plaza. After flying through the space-time wormhole for a month, Lin Feng was extremely tired. He didn't board the ship. He planned to rest for a few days and wait for the next batch. During these days, Lin Feng also hoped to inquire about the land of sealed demons and the origin Dao fruit. It would be best if he could obtain a map of the land of sealed demons. Lin Feng rented a separate courtyard in a high-end inn. There was a hot spring in the courtyard. After comfortably soaking in the hot spring, he changed into a clean set of clothes and went straight to the Mercenary Association in Demon Sealing City. But here, Lin Feng couldn't find any useful information. As for the map of the land of sealed demons, the Mercenary Association provided more than a dozen versions. The land of sealed demons was a very mysterious place. Everything about that place was unknown. These maps were deduced by the higher-ups of the Mercenary Association after combining a lot of information. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't buy any maps, but left the Mercenary Association. In the distant crowd, Lin Feng saw a crippled cultivator. He looked to be in his 50s and had a shrewd look on his face. He held a pipe in his hand and kept smoking. After seeing this person, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. He didn't expect to see this person here. This was a person who had been missing for many years. Lin Feng had also been looking for him for many years. Saber Grandpa. Back then, he had led them into the death impasse, where Zi Xiao had died tragically. Meanwhile, Zi Xiao's family heirloom, the golden Buddha that could dispel evil spirits and evil thoughts, had been snatched away. Zi Xiao had saved Lin Feng's life, and Zi Xiao had been right next to Lin Feng when he had been killed. Lin Feng couldn't forget this. He had sworn to take revenge for Zi Xiao, but Lin Feng hadn't been able to find the murderer. There were 2 people Lin Feng suspected the most. One was Saber Lord, and the other was Qin Mubai from the ancient Qin family. Saber Lord had disappeared without a trace. Qin Mubai hadn't heard from him for a long time. Maybe he was in seclusion, or maybe he was training in another province. After all, the 3,000 provinces were too big. It was very difficult to meet him. Old man, let's see where you're going this time. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and quickly chased after Saber Lord. Saber Lord was very cautious. He looked behind him and saw Lin Feng, so he turned around and ran. He's running when he sees me. He must be guilty. He's probably the one who killed Zi Xiao. Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he quickly chased after him. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Saber Lord hadn't lost a leg, but he wasn't slow. He dashed left and right through the crowd. Lin Feng chased after him for half an hour. He finally caught up with Saber Lord just as he was about to leave the city. Lin Feng blocked him in a corner of the city. Saber Lord had nowhere to run. Why aren't you running anymore? Lin Feng looked at Saber Lord coldly. Saber Lord said angrily, are you bullying a disabled person? You don't look like a disabled person when you run. Lin Feng sneered. Saber Lord looked at Lin Feng cautiously and said, who are you? Why are you chasing me? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Don't you know who I am? Why are you running? Saber Lord didn't say anything. He just kept looking around. Saber Lord was very mysterious. Lin Feng guessed that this old man had done many immoral things in the past few years. He felt guilty. When he saw someone chasing him, he ran away. Lin Feng asked, do you remember what happened 11 years ago in the eastern province, the ancient demon mountain? Saber Lord squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. So it was you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. You killed my friend. Lin Feng looked at Saber Lord coldly. Are you talking about that purple-robed young cultivator? Saber Lord frowned. It was you who killed him. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Saber Lord shook his head and said, it wasn't me. At that time, I saw a hazy figure that attacked as quickly as lightning. It killed your friend in an instant and then disappeared without a trace. When I wanted to get close to you, I was taken to another place by the restrictions. Lin Feng frowned. Saber Lord's tone was very calm. It was obvious that he wasn't lying. If it wasn't Saber Lord, could it be Qin Mubai? Do you think it was Qin Mubai? Lin Feng asked. It's hard to say. Saber Lord shook his head. Actually, many people were pulled into the Eternal Demon Mountain because of the changes in the world. Many experts appeared in that area. Zi Xiao's tragic death made Lin Feng very sad. So many years had passed, but they still hadn't found Zi Xiao's murderer. Perhaps only when that person took out the golden Buddha statues would they be able to prove who the murderer was. I heard that you're doing well. Are you interested in doing something with me? Saber Lord squinted at Lin Feng. He was a very shrewd person. Lin Feng couldn't see through Saber Lord. Therefore, he had always been very cautious and guarded against Saber Lord. What is it? Lin Feng asked. The walls have ears. Let's go back to your place. Saber Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and went back to his place with Saber Lord. I accidentally obtained a map. It's said to be the place where an ancient devil died. Saber Lord said. Ancient devil? Lin Feng frowned. Saber Lord said, it's an ancient devil. It's probably equivalent to a giant god. Hiss. Hearing Saber Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 1272. An ancient devil on the level of a giant god was too shocking. Who knew how many shocking things would be left behind in the place of its death? Who knew, they might even be able to find information about the origin Dao fruit there. You and I should work together. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Saber Lord. Lin Feng had some reservations about Saber Lord's words. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. This was especially true when facing a sly old fox like Saber Lord. Saber Lord said, I obtained this map from an auction. Since someone put it up for auction, it's very likely that more than one group of people know about it. That's why we need to find some experts. Lin Feng nodded. That's good too. Have you contacted anyone? Saber Lord nodded. I posted a Hellgrade mission in the black market. It's to explore the land of sealed demons. I'm sure we'll get an answer soon. It seems like there are quite a few people who aren't afraid of death. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Saber Lord said, Some people would rather die than stay in the same place on the path of cultivation. These people have a strong heart and will. If they don't die, they'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Lin Feng said. And we're looking for such people. Saber Lord said. The next day, Lin Feng and Saber Lord went to the black market. They received news that a total of 7 people had agreed to join them and enter the land of sealed demons. Saber Lord frowned slightly. There aren't enough people. Lin Feng said, if they're all elites, then it's enough. Saber Lord nodded and told the manager where they were supposed to meet. The manager would act as a middleman and contact the 7 people before asking them to go to the meeting place. At night, Lin Feng and Saber Lord arrived at the agreed meeting place. This restaurant was called De Sheng, and it had the meaning of victory at the start. Not long after, the 7 people arrived one after another. Of the 7 people, 4 were men and 3 were women. Among the 4 men, there was an old man who looked like he was about to enter the ground. He was as thin as a match, and his body was stooped. After entering the land of sealed demons, there was one type of person that one had to pay attention to, and that was the old cultivators who were about to enter the ground. These people were usually nearing the end of their lifespans and wanted to enter the land of sealed demons before they died to try their luck. This kind of person was usually not to be trifled with. They were all people who were about to die. When they attacked, they naturally had no qualms about it. As for the other 3 men, one of them was a blind cultivator who looked to be in his 50s. His eyes were covered by an eye patch. There was also a one-armed middle-aged cultivator. He was silent and carried a saber on his back. He looked like a one-armed swordsman who roamed the pugilistic world. The last man was dressed in a scholarly robe. He looked ordinary, like a scholar who was well read. Among the 3 women, there was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She wore a thin veil that covered her enchanting figure. She was extremely charming and alluring. The second woman was in her 20s and had a cold appearance. Moreover, she was wearing a veil, so it was unknown what she looked like. The third girl looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. She had a round face and big sparkling eyes. She looked very cute, but what made people spurt blood the most was her pair of plump breasts. That scale, it made Lin Feng feel dumbfounded. You can call me Saber Grandpa. Lin Qing. Saber Grandpa and Lin Feng first introduced themselves. Lin Feng still used his alias. The other 7 people also introduced themselves. The old man called himself Ghost Elder. This name really matched his image. He really did look like a malicious spirit that had crawled out of a grave. Lin Feng guessed that this Ghost Elder was very likely an expert of the evil demons. Therefore, he was quite wary of this person. The blind cultivator was called Wu Mu. This name also sounded eerie. The one-armed cultivator was called Single Saber. The scholarly cultivator was called Yu Kunshan. Of the 3 women, the beautiful woman who was filled with an alluring aura was called Yu Liushi. The cold-veiled woman was called Nailan Jiruo. The child-faced and busty female cultivator was called Wang Xiaonan. He didn't know how many of these 7 people had real names. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care if they had real names or not. As long as these people had outstanding abilities, it was fine. Saber Grandpa said, I have the map of the place where the giant demon fell. According to the rules, if we obtain any treasures, the 2 of us will be the first to pick, and then everyone else. If there are more treasures, then I will take 30% of the treasures, my little brother will take 20%, and the remaining 50% will be distributed by you guys. Do you have any objections to this distribution method? Saber Grandpa asked. Lin Feng never thought that Saber Grandpa would actually think of him when there were benefits. This caused Lin Feng's opinion of Saber Grandpa to change greatly. The other 7 nodded, indicating that there were no problems. Since there are no problems, then we will leave tomorrow and take the flying ship. Saber Grandpa said. Then, everyone dispersed. Saber Grandpa followed Lin Feng to his residence. At night, the 2 of them had a drink in the courtyard. Late at night, in the depths of the demon sealing grounds, a huge mountain peak collapsed. From the mountain peak, a mysterious ancient map flew out. Endless demonic energy surged. A terrifying demonic aura filled the world. At that moment, all living things in the world were alarmed. The demon-sealing ancient forest, which was filled with danger, became incomparably quiet. Not to mention the roars of beasts, even the chirping of insects and birds could not be heard. At that moment, everything was silent. And that ancient map became the only thing in this world. It attracted countless gazes. What happened? The cultivators outside the demon-sealing grounds shouted in shock. Demon-sealing city, which was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, was also alarmed. Countless cultivators rushed out. The mysterious ancient map flew out of the demon-sealing grounds, shattering the void. Master! New master! Where are you? A faintly discernible voice came from the ancient map. That voice seemed to have transcended endless time and space, coming from the ancient times. The divine weapon is looking for a new master. At that moment, countless people were shocked. A peerless divine weapon looking for a new master. This was enough to shock the world. How many people would be excited? The mysterious ancient map tore through the void, bringing with it endless demonic energy as it flew above demon-sealing city. Catch it! A peerless expert made a move, wanting to take the ancient map. But in the end, he failed. The ancient map was too fast. In an instant, it shattered the void and disappeared without a trace. That's not a divine weapon. The demonic aura is overwhelming. Could it be that legendary demonic weapon? Someone shouted in shock, thinking of a legend. Is that the demonic weapon, 9 Demons diagram? It's ranked second among the Emperor weapons, an old cultivator said excitedly. Chapter 1273. The 9 Demon painting was extremely famous. During the Primordial era, it had been refined by 7 ancient demon emperors, and its power was unimaginable. Moreover, it was rumored that the 9 Demon painting could be combined with another imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting, to complement each other. The 9 Emperors painting was also an imperial weapon, but it wasn't the same as the one Lin Feng had obtained in the early years. The 9 Emperors painting was the supreme imperial weapon of the Primordial era, and it was ranked 4th on the imperial weapon rankings. The 9 Emperors painting that Lin Feng had obtained was only a replica, forged from the original imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting. It had also imprinted the method to refine the 9 Emperors clones. The real imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting, had disappeared without a trace since the Primordial era. Now that the 9 Devils diagram had appeared and was looking for a new master, this was just too shocking. Everyone was shocked and emotionally moved. At this moment, all the cultivators in the demon-sealing city hurriedly took action, and all kinds of news quickly spread. Many people informed the families behind them, asking them to send experts to snatch the 9 Demon painting. Of course, there were also many cultivators who had already set off for the demon-sealing city. They couldn't wait for the flying ship to arrive. The 9 Demon painting once again entered the demon-sealing city and disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal, but the cultivators couldn't calm down. The 9 Demon painting is divided into 9 parts. That was just one part, Saber Lord said as he took a puff of his pipe. Saber Lord was being mysterious. He seemed to know a lot of secrets. Lin Feng asked, why would this imperial weapon be divided into 9 parts? I saw a record in a Daoist scripture. It said that during the chaos at the end of the Primordial era, the demon race and the demon race held the 9 Emperors painting. Both sides worked together to fight against a terrifying existence. They almost won, but in the end, that powerful existence couldn't destroy the 9 Demon painting and the 9 Emperors painting. So, the 9 Demon painting and the 9 Emperors painting were divided into 9 parts and scattered throughout the world. Saber Lord said. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, what kind of existence were the demon race and the demon race fighting against? I don't know. The records weren't very detailed. In reality, the Primordial era has already passed for millions of years. It's very difficult for the future generations to know what happened back then. Even the introductions in ancient Primordial era are doubted. Moreover, the more detailed the records are, the higher the possibility that they are fake. Saber Lord said. Lin Feng's heart twitched. What you mean is that maybe someone changed the history? Saberlord said, "You have to understand that history is written by the victors. What's so strange about it being tampered with to confuse later generations?" Saberlord Sabers Point Emperor's Saberlord. Said Lin Feng. "Do you have any proof? I have a feeling that you've discovered something." Saberlord said, "I once met an primordial divine artifact. It had a very long lifespan, and I asked it about the primordial era, including the origin, beginning, and ending of the primordial era of chaos. Do you know how that primordial god answered me?" Lin Feng shook his head. "It doesn't have that memory in its memory. It seems to have been erased." Saberlord said. Lin Feng was shocked. Memory erased. He suddenly thought of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord only had fragmented memories. When the Demon Lord woke up, he would often sit on top of a grave and ponder. Actually, at that time, the Yarrow Lord was thinking about his lost memories. The Demon Lord tried to recall many things, but he failed. Lin Feng was starting to believe Saberlord's words. However, the current Lin Feng was just a nobody. He wasn't even a god. Those things weren't something he could worry about. "The appearance of the 9 Demons painting will definitely lead to a bloodbath," Saberlord said. "It won't be easy to obtain the 9 Demons painting." Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Lin Feng felt that it was strange that the 9 Demons painting would appear at this time. He had a feeling that there was a conspiracy going on. However, Lin Feng quickly shook his head and got rid of that thought. Perhaps the restrictions suppressing the 9 Demons painting were no longer able to suppress this monarch weapon. That was why the 9 Demons painting appeared. On the second day, the 9 of them gathered together. The 9 Demon picture is divided into 9 parts, but even if it's only one part, it can still fight against ordinary great imperial weapons. If someone wants to look for the 9 Demon picture, they can leave the group first. Saberlord said. Elder Gui laughed strangely and said, "There's no rush to find the 9 Demons painting. This kind of treasure won't choose a new owner until the last moment. Let's first find the place where the giant demon fell, and then wait for the various powers to fight to the death for the 9 Demons painting. It won't be too late to snatch the 9 Demons painting when they suffer heavy losses. Since that's the case, let's go," Saberlord said. The 9 of them went to the plaza to board the flying ship. At the teleportation plaza, many people were lining up to board the ship because it was relatively safe to board the ship. Of course, the cost was also extremely high. It was not a problem to board the ship, but the prerequisite was that you had to have enough top-grade spirit stones. Originally, it only cost 100 top-grade spirit stones to take a flying ship to the demon sealing grounds, but now, the price had crazily increased by 10 times. One person needed 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was not a number that anyone could afford. Lin Feng's group of 7 boarded the flying ship. They asked for a VIP box and spent 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, but they were all safe and sound. Until one day, when they passed through a foggy mountain forest. When the flying ship arrived above a deep abyss, rumble, the flying ship suffered a huge impact. Then, Lin Feng felt as if the flying ship was about to fall. Many people in the flying ship were swaying. "What's going on?" Many cultivators cried out in fear. Roar! At that moment, the roar of a beast could be heard. An extremely terrifying beast attacked the flying ship, causing it to fall rapidly. Then, the furious roars of cultivators could be heard. In the outside world, the cultivators and the beasts seemed to be fighting. In the end, the flying ship stabilized and turned into a ray of light that rushed into the distance. The furious and unwilling roars of the beasts could be heard from behind. Many people in the flying ship heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of that terrifying beast safely. 10 days later, the flying ship arrived at the demon sealing grounds. When Lin Feng and the others came down, many cultivators had already gathered here. Cultivators continued to enter the demon sealing grounds. Elder Ghost said sinisterly, "How can an imperial weapon be so easy to obtain? These people are just going to die." Chapter 1274. Lin Feng said, "Actually, many people didn't come here just for the imperial armament. Now that so many cultivators have entered the land of sealed demons, There are opportunities everywhere. When there are fewer people entering the land of sealed demons, it'll be more dangerous. The more people there are, the safer it'll be. Even if we encounter vicious beasts or powerful restrictions, the more people there are, the more likely we'll be able to solve the problem. The others nodded, feeling that Lin Feng's words made sense. Where will we enter the land of sealed demons? Yu Liushi asked. Saber Lord said, follow me. Everyone quickly left. They entered the land of sealed demons in a different region. This was a valley that was covered in restrictions. When the group of people arrived, this place was extremely quiet. The restrictions have been destroyed. It seems that some experts have already entered, Lin Feng said as he stroked his chin. Saber Lord said, everyone, be careful. Don't get ambushed. Everyone nodded. They had to be careful when entering a place like the land of sealed demons. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would die. They carefully walked into the depths of the valley. The valley was very long and emitted a gloomy and cold aura. After walking for more than half an hour, everyone walked out of the valley. What appeared in front of them was a foggy world. Brown fog lingered around, and the visibility was extremely low. Besides, at that moment, under the cover of the black fog, a few dozen flying swords were moving towards Lin Feng and the others at the speed of lightning. They were really too fast. Someone was hiding in the shadows and launching a sneak attack on them. You're courting death. Everyone couldn't help but shout in anger and take out their weapons to block the flying swords. Fortunately, everyone had been on high alert since entering the land of sealed demons, so Lin Feng and the others immediately noticed the flying swords. Clang, 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 a series of collisions rang out, and the flying swords were blocked by Lin Feng and the others. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately after that, one flying sword after another flew back and over 30 cultivators rushed out to surround Lin Feng and the other 8 cultivators. The leader of the group was a cultivator shrouded in a black robe. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but he sneered and said, "You're quite alert, but there are only 9 of you. You're doomed to die." These cultivators were abnormally powerful. Moreover, they were well prepared. They all took out their talismans and activated them. Then, these people took out their talismans. Boom boom boom, one talisman after another exploded, and a destructive wave swept out. These talismans were extremely precious talismans. Once they exploded, the damage they would cause would be extremely shocking. When the talisman exploded, the cold woman Nalan Jiruo took out a Chenkuan bag-type treasure. This treasure was called the Kunlun pouch. It had endless uses. Not only could it devour all kinds of attacks, but it could also store people. It was said that this treasure could store even thousands of soldiers and horses. After Nalan Jiruo took out the Kunlun pouch, all the energy from the explosion was swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. Then, one cultivator after another flew into the Kunlun pouch. Those cultivators' bodies quickly shrank in midair. Then, they were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. What a powerful treasure! Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a treasure that could devour cultivators' treasures so unscrupulously. Ah! Mournful screams were heard. Those cultivators who were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch immediately died miserably. The Kunlun pouch was very strange. It seemed to be devouring the cultivators' flesh and blood essence. Out of the 30 cultivators, only 7 or 8 managed to escape. The rest were all swallowed by Nalan Jiruo's Kunlun pouch. Nalan Jiruo still had a cold expression on her face. She took her time to put away her Kunlun pouch. This woman can't be offended. At this moment, the other 8 people in the group all had the same thought. Nalan Jiruo, who had the Kunlun pouch, was someone they couldn't provoke. If they angered Nalan Jiruo, the consequences would be terrible. Saberlord said, "Just as we guessed before, the person who obtained this map is not a group of people. We have to be more careful. I don't want to be a mantis in the eyes of others." Wang Xiaonan quickly nodded and said, "That's right, we have to be the Oriole." When she nodded, her full breasts bounced back and forth. It was really full of endless temptation. See no evil. Lin Feng shifted his gaze. However, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. How did Wang Xiaonan raise this? The group continued to walk deeper. This time, they were much more careful than before. The deeper they went, the more sinister they felt. They couldn't help but have goosebumps all over their bodies. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came from ahead. It was extremely tragic, and it made one's hair stand on end. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed over. When they arrived at the area, they saw 7 or 8 cultivator corpses lying on the ground. It was the group of cultivators who had ambushed them before. Beside those corpses, there were living beings shrouded in black fog. Not good, it's the infernal ghost soldiers. The spectral elder's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, let's go quickly. Don't let the infernal ghost soldiers catch up to us. They're said to be undying and difficult to kill. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they quickly rushed into the distance. Many of the infernal ghost soldiers had already discovered them and were chasing after them. Lin Feng asked, what are the infernal ghost soldiers? The infernal ghost soldiers are ghost soldiers that are connected to the underworld. You've heard of the Infernal Palace, right? The Infernal Palace is equivalent to the place where ghost soldiers are born in the underworld, and the Infernal Palace is where ghost generals are born in the underworld. The ghost soldiers and ghost generals produced by the Infernal Palace are different from ordinary ghost soldiers and ghost generals because these ghost soldiers and ghost generals have undying bodies. It's impossible to kill them, and encountering them is basically a path to death. The spectral elder's voice was extremely serious. Lin Feng had previously guessed that the spectral elder was an evil cultivator, but now it seemed that he might not be an evil cultivator, but an extremely rare ghost cultivator. Lin Feng had seen a ghost cultivator before, and it was the Azura ghost Luo Yang in the magnetic fog lake. However, it was obvious that a ghost cultivator like the Azura ghost Luo Yang was far from being able to compare to an old ghost cultivator like the spectral elder. Lin Feng and the others were finally surrounded by a group of infernal ghost soldiers. Naylan Jiruo wanted to use her Kunlun pouch to collect them, but she discovered that her Kunlun pouch was unable to do so. These infernal ghost soldiers are too strange. Even my Kunlun pouch is unable to collect them. Naylan Jiruo's pretty face became very unsightly. Chapter 1275. If we can't collect them, then we'll break out, Dan Dao shouted. He wielded his saber with one arm and slashed at a ghost soldier that was pouncing towards him. Clang! The claws of the infernal ghost soldier were too sharp. When they collided with Dan Dao's long sword, there was a clanging sound. Surprisingly, the infernal ghost soldier was able to block Dan Dao's attack. This monster's claws were too hard. They were like the most powerful magic treasures, indestructible. Dozens of ghost soldiers charged over from the surroundings and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. The two sides immediately clashed. It was not easy to break out of the ghost soldiers' encirclement. Lin Feng took out his Sarira and body seed, the two most precious Buddhist treasures. Buddhist light swirled around them, illuminating the heavens. That dazzling Buddhist light emitted an astonishing fluctuation. The Buddhist light illuminated the ground and swept towards the ghost soldiers. Buddhist treasures. Everyone was shocked. They squinted at the Sarira and body seed that Lin Feng had taken out. Lin Feng's Buddhist treasures allowed everyone to see hope in defeating the ghost soldiers. However, what caused everyone's expression to change drastically was that when the Buddhist light swept across the netherworld ghost soldier's body, only sizzling sounds could be heard. The black fog surrounding the nether ghost soldiers emitted burning sounds. However, this level of burning could not cause too much damage to the nether ghost soldiers. The Sarira and body seed were magic treasures that could restrain ghosts, but they were unable to harm the ghost soldiers. This was something that Lin Feng and the others had not expected. How can these ghost soldiers be so strange? Lin Feng frowned. Flesh and blood bodies. These ghost soldiers must have started to condense their own flesh and blood bodies. Once they do, they will be able to resist the attacks of Buddhist treasures. Elder Gui's voice was grave. Everyone's expressions changed. They had started to condense their flesh and blood bodies. This was too terrifying. No wonder those cultivators had died tragically to the ghost soldiers' attacks. Lin Feng put away the Sarira and body seed. At that moment, the ghost soldiers' attacks became more and more fierce. Puff! Suddenly, The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. A netherworld ghost soldier had grabbed the one-eyed Wu Mu's abdomen. Instantly, a large wound appeared on the one-eyed Wu Mu's body and blood flowed out. Soon, his body was dyed crimson with fresh blood. When the ghost soldiers of hell smelled the scent of blood, they immediately rushed towards the shaman tomb like crazy. Slash. Lin Feng swung the black dragon's sword, sending the yin cow ghost soldiers flying. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng asked. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Lin." "I won't die," Wu Mu said. "Be careful," Lin Feng spoke. After which, he engaged in close combat with the swarming yin demon soldiers. His sword slashed down on the bodies of the yin demon soldiers, and the sound of collision actually rang out. It was as if he had struck a weapon. "What body is this?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The netherworld ghost soldiers' bodies were too terrifying. They were practically invulnerable. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that the situation was very troublesome. If this continued, they would be trapped to death by the netherworld ghost soldiers. "Ghost Elder, don't you have any methods to escape?" Lin Feng looked at the Ghost Elder and asked in a deep voice. The Ghost Elder gave Lin Feng an unfathomable feeling. He was definitely hiding many powerful methods. However, the Ghost Elder hadn't revealed himself on the way here, so it was easy for people to overlook him. However, Lin Feng had been paying attention to the Ghost Elder from the very beginning. Moreover, Lin Feng was now certain that the Ghost Elder was a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators usually had many unimaginable methods. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that the Ghost Elder was also hiding such methods. It was just that he hadn't used them until now. If he didn't hurry the Ghost Elder would probably continue to waste time and not make a move. The others also looked at the Ghost Elder. The Ghost Elder laughed strangely and said, "I naturally have a way to escape, but it will consume one of my treasures. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use it." The group of people rolled their eyes. The Ghost Elder had indeed been hiding some powerful methods. Wang Xiaonan looked at the Ghost Elder with a pitiful expression and said, "Grandpa, if you don't make a move, we'll all die here. If we die here, you won't be able to reach the ancient devil fall by yourself. Fine, since that's the case, I'll have to consume this treasure today." After saying that, the Ghost Elder took out a stack of yellow paper. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. "Yellow paper? Are you going to use it to deal with the netherworld ghost soldiers?" The Ghost Elder said, "This is netherworld paper. It's rumored that the 10 kings of hell used this paper to write imperial edicts. It has countless uses." As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost Elder used the yellow paper to make paper people. "Little people made of yellow paper? What kind of technique is that?" Lin Feng and the others looked at the Ghost Elder suspiciously. Swish. At that moment, there was a flash of light and the little people made of yellow paper turned into big golden men. "Golden strong men, stop these netherworld ghost soldiers," the Ghost Elder said with a smile. "Yes." After receiving the order, the golden strong men quickly charged at the netherworld ghost soldiers. What shocked Lin Feng and the others was that the golden strong men were actually able to hold the netherworld ghost soldiers back. The netherworld ghost soldiers' powerful attacks landed on the golden strong men, but they couldn't harm them at all. What a strange technique. Everyone was shocked. The Ghost Elder's yellow paper people were really powerful. "Let's go," the Ghost Elder said and took the lead to fly into the distance. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They followed closely behind the Ghost Elder and flew into the distance. In the distance, the netherworld ghost soldiers were constantly rushing out of the abyss, chasing after Lin Feng and the others. They didn't dare to stop, so they pushed their speed to the limit. In the end, the group finally rushed out of the black fog. The pursuing netherworld ghost soldiers seemed to be unable to leave the black fog world. They stood at the edge of the black fog world and roared angrily. Phew, seeing that the netherworld ghost soldiers couldn't chase after them, everyone was relieved. Something's not right. Something is approaching us. At that moment, Wu Mu suddenly said in a deep voice. Perhaps because Wu Mu was blind, his ears were especially sharp and his perception was especially strong. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly, Wang Xiaonan pointed into the distance. There was a black mass in the sky, but they didn't know what it was. A cold and gloomy aura spread out. Roar, the roars of beasts came from the forest. The powerful ferocious beasts quickly fled into the distance. There were also some huge birds that flew into the distance. However, when the unknown black creature covered the sky like a dark cloud flew over, neither the birds nor the ferocious beasts in the forest were able to escape successfully. After the group of black creatures flew over, only white bones remained of the ferocious beasts in the forest. In the air, the skeletons of the flying beasts fell to the ground with blood dripping from them. Their flesh and blood were all devoured by the terrifying creatures in an instant. Run, quickly run. Chapter 1276. Those unknown creatures were too terrifying. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly flew into the distance. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature it was. Even so many powerful wild beasts and birds had been instantly devoured. If they had been surrounded by those creatures, wouldn't they have suffered the same fate? Everyone pushed their speed to the limit, turning into streaks of light as they charged forward. Wait for me. Wang Xiaonan called out from behind. Her cultivation was the weakest among them, and she was also the slowest. She had been left behind by Lin Feng and the others. She would occasionally look in horror at the terrifying creatures behind them. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, they couldn't even take care of themselves right now. Who had the time to care about Wang Xiaonan? Woo woo. Don't leave me behind. Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror. She was so scared that she started crying. Lin Feng turned back and grabbed Wang Xiaonan's waist, then fled madly into the distance. Lin Feng couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl like Wang Xiaonan die here. A man should have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Big brother Lin Feng, you're such a good person. Wang Xiaonan looked at Lin Feng happily. It's nothing. Lin Feng said. At that moment, he suddenly felt something heavy on his arm. Only then did he realize that something huge was pressing down on his arm. Oh my God! Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but be shocked by Wang Xiaonan's development. However, Lin Feng quickly adjusted his emotions. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Escaping was more important. The group fled madly for an hour before they finally broke away from those terrifying creatures. Lin Feng reluctantly let go of Wang Xiaonan. When he hugged Wang Xiaonan's waist, his arm was pressed down by something heavy. However, that was also a kind of enjoyment. This place is really dangerous, Yu Liushi sighed. Yu Liu, she sighed emotionally. Her pink lips parted slightly, and only now did she let out a long sigh. Yu Liushi's alluring appearance was truly alluring. Wang Xiaonan patted her full breasts and said with lingering fear, yes, if it wasn't for Big Brother Lin, I might have died already. Yu Liu, she looked at Lin Feng and Wang Xiaonan with an ambiguous gaze. She smiled and said, didn't you feel very safe when Lin Gongzi hugged you earlier? Wang Xiaonan couldn't help but blush slightly when she recalled the scene at that time. She looked at Yu Liushi and snorted, if you want to know, you can let Big Brother Lin hug you. You'll know the answer when the time comes. Although Wang Xiaonan looked innocent and adorable, she didn't know what to say. She knew that Yu Liushi was teasing her, so Wang Xiaonan didn't hold back in the slightest. Yu Liushi choked on Wang Xiaonan's words and did not react for a long time. Lin Feng didn't want them to continue arguing on this topic. Once a woman started arguing about something, it would definitely be endless. Lin Feng said, there was a reason why I hugged Xiaonan just now. As a man, I can ignore my image, but girls care a lot about these things, so let's not talk about this anymore to avoid damaging Xiaonan's image. Let's not stay here any longer and move forward. Yu Liushi didn't continue targeting Wang Xiaonan after hearing Lin Feng's words. Saber Lord took out a map and studied it carefully. In the end, he chose a path, and the group of 9 continued forward. A day later, they arrived outside a huge valley. It should be here. This valley is called the Forbidden Valley, and it's about 10 miles long. There are powerful restrictions here. Once we pass through this valley, we'll reach the ancient Devil Fall. Saber Lord said excitedly. Everyone's spirits were roused. After going through so many dangers, they were finally about to reach their destination. They were naturally very happy. I can faintly sense that there are quite a few powerful restrictions here, but the naked eye can't see them. Smoothly passing through this valley won't be easy. Yu Kunshan said. Lin Feng said, everyone, follow behind me. Don't wander off. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Wang Xiaonan said, Big brother Lin, you can see through these restrictions? Lin Feng nodded and said, follow behind me. Let's move. With Lin Feng's inheritance from the Celestial Master Sect, he didn't need to use the heavenly demon snake eye to sense where the restrictions were. Under his lead, the group ventured deeper into the valley. They traveled a full 5 miles, avoiding all of the restrictions. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to help them avoid the dangerous deployment spells, and on top of that, he could do it so easily. A fork in the road appeared in front of them, and Lin Feng stopped there. There are 2 paths. Which one should we take? Yu Liushi looked at Lin Feng. The others also looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was proficient in formations, so they would naturally listen to Lin Feng's opinion. Lin Feng said, the path on the left is less dangerous, but it's still covered in restrictions. The path on the right, on the other hand, is much more dangerous. There aren't any restrictions here, but rather a crack in the void. From time to time, void energy will leak out. Then should we take the path on the left? Naylan Jiruo asked. No, the right one, Lin Feng said. Why do we have to take the more dangerous path instead of the safer one? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Feng said, the path on the left isn't safe either. The path ahead isn't as dangerous as the one on the right, but I feel that the deeper we go, the more dangerous it will be. It seems like there's hope, but it's actually a dead end. The path on the right seems like a dead end, but there's also a chance of survival. What do you mean by that? Everyone was puzzled. Said Lin Feng. Remember, the more dangerous a place is, the more likely it is to die. In that kind of place, life usually means death. In death, there is always a chance to live. That's because the Tao of heaven is flawed. The path of life is filled with danger, the path of death is filled with danger, but the path of death is filled with danger. This was a saying recorded in the Celestial Master Sect's inheritance. It had been summarized by the Celestial Master Sect's ancestor, so it made sense. Everyone fell silent. Everyone, follow me closely, Lin Feng reminded them. At that moment, the celestial demon snake opened its eyes. When the celestial demon snake opened its eyes, Lin Feng saw a distorted crack in the void. A terrifying void energy leaked out from the crack, enough to instantly tear apart a Tao artifact. From this, one could see how terrifying the void energy was. If a body of flesh and blood was hit by this void energy, it would be very dangerous. Luckily, Lin Feng had opened his celestial beast snake eyes and could see all the cracks in the sky. He took the others to avoid them one by one. They walked about 1 kilometer. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable shriek came from behind them. Everyone looked over and was shocked to see that Yu Kunshan, who was at the back of the group, was in trouble. A pitch-black bug, about 1/2 meter long, had emerged from a crack in the void. Its sharp claws had pierced his chest from behind. Yu Kunshan lowered his head and stared in disbelief at the claw that had pierced his chest and was still dripping blood. Am I going to die just like that? Yu Kunshan laughed bitterly and fell to the ground. Chapter 1277. It's a void god-eater bug. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He couldn't help but turn pale. He had heard about the empty space god-eating insect before. He had also seen pictures of them, but he had never seen them in real life. Now, he had actually seen one here. The void god-eater bug was one of the most terrifying types of bugs. It lived in shattered space or cracked space, and it could travel through spacetime at will. Moreover, its body was tough, and it could appear and disappear unpredictably. The void god-eater bug was like the most powerful killer, silently closing in on its prey. And then, its sharp claws could instantly pierce its prey's chest. That was how Yu Kunshan had died. Before the void god-eater bug had attacked him, Yu Kunshan hadn't even noticed the bug's presence. Once the void god-eater bug attacked, it was practically a fatal attack. Quick! Kill it! Everyone panicked. They had all heard of the void god-eater bug before, and now that it had appeared here, it could very well be a devastating blow. If they were not careful, all of them might become the prey of the void god-eater bugs and then be eaten by them. Everyone took out their magic treasures and attacked the void god-eater bug. Swoosh! However, the void god-eater bug was abnormally fast, and it instantly drilled into a crack in space, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng and the others' attacks all missed. Squeaking sounds rang out one after another. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility, and his scalp went numb. Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror, "There can't be a lot of void god-eater bugs here, right?" The next moment, one void god-eater bug after another drilled out of the cracks in space. There were a total of 400 to 500 void god-eater bugs. When Lin Feng saw those empty space godly insects, his face turned deathly pale. The number of spirit-eating bugs of void was too large. One of these horrible and evil creatures was extremely difficult to deal with, let alone 400 or 500 of them. This number was too large. Naylan Jiruo wanted to use the Kunlun pouch to swallow these void god-eater bugs. But this time, she didn't succeed. The life forms in the land of sealed demons were very strange. All of them seemed to be able to resist the Kunlun pouch's ability to swallow them. Of course, it was also possible that the order laws of the land of sealed demons were suppressing the Kunlun pouch's ability to devour the living beings of the land of sealed demons. As for the Kunlun pouch, it could only devour foreign cultivators for now. What should we do? Are we going to die here? Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror. The others also had gloomy and hopeless expressions. Now that the god-eater bugs were everywhere, they already had no way to escape. If they were in a safe place, they might be able to fight these void god-eater bugs. Perhaps they could break out of the encirclement. However, this place was filled with cracks in the void. He couldn't move around at all. If he moved carelessly and touched a crack in the void, the bugs wouldn't even need to attack him. He would be killed by the cracks in the void. "Little girl, don't worry. With me here, we won't die," Wu Mu said. At that moment, Wu Mu spoke up. He took out a golden bell. Wu Mu held the golden bell in his hand and gently shook it. Patter, patter, patter. The densely packed void god-eater bugs fell from the sky. By the time they fell to the ground, they were already dead. The void god-eater bugs that hadn't died let out ear-piercing screams of terror and fled. In the end, a large number of void god-eater bugs' corpses fell to the ground. A small number of them escaped into the cracks in the void and disappeared without a trace. "Ah! We actually managed to survive." Wang Xiaonan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Lin Feng and the others were also overjoyed. They had originally been in despair. They hadn't expected Wu Mu to take out such a powerful treasure. These people really aren't simple. Lin Feng was also very shocked. Clearly, they dared to enter the demon sealing land to search for treasures. Every one of them had a lot of hidden methods. Naylan Jiruo took out the Kunlun pouch and swallowed the attacks of a group of cultivators. She even swallowed more than 20 cultivators. Then there was Elder Gui, who turned into a paper golem to fight against the ghost soldiers. And now there was Wu Mu, who used the mysterious bell to kill 300 to 400 void god-eater bugs. Lin Feng guessed that Wu Mu was very likely a cultivator who specialized in beast taming. Of course, Lin Feng didn't ask about it. They had only formed a temporary team. Everyone had their secrets. Asking about other people's secrets would only lead to suspicion and vigilance. Lin Feng looked at Yu Kunshan's corpse. When a large number of void god-eater bugs appeared, many of them quickly ate Yu Kunshan's corpse clean. Not even his bones were left behind. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stay and quickly left this place. After walking for about 1 mile, the 8 of them finally saw the exit and walked towards it. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators appeared at the exit. These cultivators looked indifferent and attacked Lin Feng and the others. The leader of the cultivators sneered and said, "You're quite strong to be able to come here, but it's time to end this, including all of you. All of you, die." Boom. 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 All kinds of powerful divine abilities were used, forming a torrent of attacks that drowned Lin Feng and the others. These attacks were really tyrannical. Most importantly, Lin Feng and the others hadn't walked out of the area filled with spatial cracks. They could only move around a small area. Now, facing these powerful attacks, they could only passively take a beating. This situation was naturally very dangerous. If it were anyone else, they might have died without a burial place. But Naylan Giruor's Kunlun pouch was too powerful. She directly took out the Kunlun pouch. This treasure was activated by Naylan Giruor. All the attacks were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. Then, the Kunlun pouch showed its power and a powerful suction force surged out. The cultivators who were attacking Lin Feng and the others flew uncontrollably toward the Kunlun pouch. Their bodies kept shrinking. "Spare us, we were wrong. Spare us this time." Many cultivators cried out in horror. Now, there was only endless fear in their hearts. Naylan Giruor was unmoved and continued to control the Kunlun pouch to swallow these cultivators. "Do you know who we are? We're..." There were also cultivators who wanted to introduce themselves to threaten Naylan Giruor. But those cultivators were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch before they could finish their words. Ah! Mournful screams were heard. One cultivator after another died tragically in the Kunlun pouch. This Kunlun pouch was extremely strange. It had swallowed more than 20 people last time, and those people's flesh and blood must have been devoured by the Kunlun pouch. Now, these cultivators were the same. They had died tragically in the Kunlun pouch, and their flesh and blood had been devoured by the Kunlun pouch. Naylan Giruor immediately put away the Kunlun pouch. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly walked out of the area filled with spatial cracks. They came to a safe area and looked into the depths. They saw black fog lingering in the depths. They could vaguely see a huge mountain that was thousands of meters tall. It was majestic and gave off a heavy aura. Chapter 1278. When they arrived in front of the mountain, they saw a huge cave. The cave was sealed with restrictions, so if they wanted to enter, they would have to break the restrictions. The task of breaking the restrictions was naturally left to Lin Feng. The restrictions sealing the cave were extremely powerful, but they weren't enough to stump Lin Feng, the successor of the Celestial Master's branch. He successfully tore open the restrictions, allowing everyone to enter. Once everyone was inside, Lin Feng followed closely behind. The entrance to the cave was extremely large. It was a huge cave with a diameter of 10 meters. The group cautiously walked into the cave. A gloomy aura emanated from the cave from time to time. Wang Xiaonan said, "There won't be anything terrifying inside, right?" Elder Gui laughed strangely and said, "Anything can happen in such a gloomy place. There might even be a yin spirit." A yin spirit. Wang Xiaonan was so frightened that her face paled slightly. She tightly hugged Lin Feng's arm, as if she wanted to find some sense of security with Lin Feng around. Lin Feng immediately felt his arm sink into a ball of softness. That feeling made him involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Didn't this girl know how alluring her body was? Wasn't she afraid of arousing his lust by touching him like that? He really didn't know if Wang Xiaonan was truly innocent or if she was doing it on purpose. Lin Feng said, "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't be so close to obtaining the treasure, only to fail miserably in the end." Everyone nodded solemnly. Soon, they entered the belly of a huge mountain. The belly of the mountain was like a beehive. It was densely packed with holes. There are so many tunnels. Which one should we go through? Yu Liushi frowned slightly. Saberlord said, "Just pick one. I have a feeling that these hundreds of holes are all connected and will lead to the same place in the end." Lin Feng's opinion was exactly the same as Saberlord's. He also felt that this was very likely. The group of them chose a path and entered it, heading inside. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xiaonan who had been hugging his arm. Looking down, he could even see a tempting snow-white skin. Lin Feng said, "Xiaonan, you don't have to worry. If there really is danger, we'll take care of you. Let go of my hand now. If there really is danger, if you hold on to my arm like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to act." Wang Xiaonan's pretty face slightly blushed as she nodded her head. Only then did she release Lin Feng's arm. However, she continued to follow behind Lin Feng. The group continued to venture deeper and deeper, and indeed, they found that the depths of the tunnels were intertwined and connected together. In the end, they found an enormous stone gate that was 100 meters tall inside the mountain that was full of tunnels that extended in all directions. This should be a stone room. It was unknown who cultivated here, but everyone was astonished. Let's open the stone door together, Saber Lord said. Everyone came to the front of the stone door and exerted force together. Rumble. Rumble. Finally, under the combined efforts of the 8 people, the stone door was pushed open bit by bit. Finally, the stone door was pushed open, and a gap big enough for one person to enter was opened. The group entered the stone door one after another. The stone room was extremely large, and at the top of the room was a huge 8 trigrams diagram. In the middle of the room was a sacrificial altar. On the altar was a coffin. Could it be the coffin that the ancient devil was buried in? Lin Feng and the others were astonished. They walked towards the coffin, and at that moment, 3 cultivators suddenly entered the stone room from outside. Ha ha ha, thank you for helping us break through the layers of restrictions here. Loud laughter rang out. The 3 cultivators who had entered the stone room were all wearing green linen clothes, and they all looked extremely old. However, each of them had a terrifying chi that could make one's soul tremble. These 3 people were definitely existences at the level of old immortals. The Yin-Yang Elders, it's you. The spectral elder recognized the identities of the 3 old men, and his face became incomparably gloomy. Isn't that the Ghost King's 1000 annihilation? You old bastard, you're still alive. The old man on the left sneered coldly. You're still alive, so how could I die? Elder Ghost said with a gloomy expression. Who are these 3 people? Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. Saberlord said solemnly, the 3 Yin-Yang elders are the 3 strongest cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect. They were all people from more than 20,000 years ago, and each one of them was extremely powerful. I'm afraid that they're close to becoming gods. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Close to the god realm? That was too terrifying. Die here. All the treasures, divine abilities, and everything left behind by the ancient devil will be ours, said the Yin-Yang elders gloomily. The map that Lord Saber had obtained had probably been given to the auction house by the Yin-Yang elders. The 3 old bastards had been looking for people to break through the layers of restrictions, and the Yin-Yang elders had been hiding in the dark. They hadn't done anything, and when it was time to collect the treasures, the Yin-Yang elders would come out and reap the benefits. Little brat Lin, you go open the coffin. We'll deal with the Yin-Yang elders together, shouted Senior Ghost. He had been in the same era as the Yin-Yang elders, so he knew how terrifying they were. Naylan Jiruo took out her Kunlun pouch, and the 7 of them activated it together. They wanted to use it to devour the Yin-Yang elders. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The 3 Yin-Yang elders sneered. They did not even use their Dharma treasures when they attacked. They simply slapped the Kunlun pouch with their palms. The Kunlun pouch, which was activated by 7 powerful cultivators, was sent flying by the 3 Yin-Yang elders. The 3 Yin-Yang elders were too strong. Gui Qianmi, looks like you're really not going to make it. You've weakened too much. The Yin-Yang elders sneered. They spoke at the same time. As far as the Yin-Yang elders were concerned, the others were just nobodies. Only Senior Ghost was a threat. Don't be too happy. Ghost Elder let out a strange laugh. Together with the rest of the people, they frantically activated the Kunlun pouch to attack the Yin-Yang elders. The 2 sides clashed again and again. At that moment, Lin Feng was trying to break through the restrictions on the coffin. The formation splitting technique passed down by the Celestial Master Sect was extremely powerful. The runes on the coffin cracked, and finally, Lin Feng opened it. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the coffin, and Lin Feng was sent flying a dozen meters away. Whoa! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Balls of energy flew out one after another. It was unknown what they contained, but they all emitted shocking fluctuations. The treasures have appeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. They couldn't care less about fighting, and they all rushed toward the treasures. Lin Feng couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He crawled up and was about to pounce on the treasures floating in the air. Don't try to take those things. The real treasure is the coffin. Hurry up and take the coffin. Leave this place. At that moment, the demon lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 1279. The demon lord had been in seclusion for some time. Lin Feng did not expect the demon lord to appear at this time. Not the treasures, but the coffins. Lin Feng was surprised to hear that the demon lord wanted him to snatch the coffins. You're courting death. On the other side, the three yin-yang elders were enraged when they saw the ghost elder and the others pouncing on the treasures floating in the air. The strength of these three people was abnormally tyrannical. One of them swept out with a punch and directly killed Yidao. Then, the second person slapped Nailan Jiruo, who was holding the Kunlun pouch. Clearly, the three yin-yang elders were afraid and greedy of the Kunlun pouch in Nailan Jiruo's hands. They wanted to kill her first. Nailan Jiruo's expression changed. She controlled the Kunlun pouch and attacked the cultivator who attacked her. Bang! The two sides collided. Nailan Jiruo was instantly sent flying. Barf! Nailan Jiruo spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as paper. Any one of the three yin-yang elders was too strong. It was too difficult for Nailan Jiruo to control the Kunlun pouch alone to fight against cultivators at the level of the three yin-yang elders. If it was not for the Kunlun pouch's protection, she would have been killed long ago. The third person was the most powerful of the three yin-yang elders. The other two treated him as their leader. His attack was even more terrifying. He enveloped the ghost elder, Saber Lord, Wu Mu, Wang Xiaonan, and Yu Liushi with a single move. Then, he collided with the five of them and actually forced them to retreat. At this moment, the three yin-yang elders did not notice Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng did not try to snatch the unknown treasures wrapped in the black light. Lin Feng's target was the somewhat worn-out coffin. It was a coffin made of wood. Usually, only ordinary people in the secular world would choose to use wooden coffins. As for the world of cultivators, there were all kinds of coffins that powerful cultivators used to bury themselves. For example, the more common ones were copper coffins and crystal coffins. There were also mysterious stone coffins. So when they saw Lin Feng rushing towards the coffin with bright eyes, the three elders couldn't help but roll their eyes. They thought to themselves, where did this country bumpkin come from? He was so excited to see a broken coffin. They really couldn't tell what was so special about this coffin. In reality, Lin Feng didn't see it either. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like it was made of ordinary wood. Furthermore, it seemed to have decayed a little. If the demon lord hadn't said that this was a treasure, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't have taken a second look at it. Lin Feng rushed to the front of the coffin and found that it was empty. Where's the elder devil's corpse? Lin Feng was puzzled. The three old men looked over and frowned. Ancient devil's body was not in the coffin. Had he not buried himself? Instead, he chose to pass away in meditation. If he passed away in meditation, his body and soul would be destroyed. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Nothing would be left behind. Many experts would choose to pass away in meditation when they died instead of leaving their corpses behind. This was also to prevent future cultivators from discovering their corpses. These experts' corpses were treasures in and of themselves. Once their corpses were discovered, they would either be dissected or refined into powerful external incarnations. They would even be taken away for research. To those top-notch experts, this was naturally a great humiliation. They were nobles when they were alive. They were humiliated after death. This was something that many experts couldn't accept. Therefore, many experts chose to pass away in meditation when they died, letting their bodies turn into dust. When the three elders found that there was nothing else in the coffin, they no longer paid attention to it. Instead, they collected the treasures in the void. There were more than 10 treasures, all of which were very shocking. Although they didn't know what these treasures were, since they were treasures left behind by the giant devil, they were definitely extraordinary. The ghost elder was furious. He didn't want to lose a single treasure. The ghost elder had some powerful techniques. Although his lifespan was nearing its end and his strength was greatly reduced, some of his trump cards were still terrifying. The ghost elder took out a large handful of soybeans and threw them out. When those soybeans landed on the ground, they turned into a dense group of large men wearing armor and holding war spears. All of the large men charged towards the three elders. "You're courting death." The three elders roared angrily. Each of their palms could kill more than 10 people. However, there were too many of these large men wearing armor. Moreover, they weren't weak. If the three elders wanted to kill all of them, it wouldn't be that easy. The scene was chaotic. The rest of the people also began to snatch the treasures. Seeing the treasures being snatched away one by one, the three elders' faces turned ashen. At this time, Lin Feng put away the broken coffin. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The 8 trigrams diagram at the top of the stone room suddenly rotated, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, the formation cores guarding the 8 trigrams diagram, Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Zun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui, all emitted a dazzling light. Then, in the light, huge insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew out. Those insects were each more than 20 meters long. They seemed to have been sealed in the 8 trigrams diagram before, but now, they were released. Void God-eater insects. Heavens, how can there be such huge void God-eater insects? When they saw those void God-eater insects, everyone turned pale with fright. Even terrifying existences like the 3 yin-yang elders had terrified expressions on their faces. The 3 elders managed to snatch 7 treasures, while the remaining treasures were taken by Lord Saber and the others. Originally, the 3 elders had planned to kill everyone and steal their divine abilities and treasures, but now, how could they be in the mood to do that? They immediately rushed out of the cave. "Go, go, go! Hurry up and leave!" shouted Lin Feng. His face was filled with fear. Those void God-eater insects might really be able to kill gods. If he didn't leave now, he would really die under the claws of these giant void God-eater bugs and become their food. The group of people rushed out of the stone room one after another. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The door to the stone room was pushed open by a group of void God-eater insects. Next, the void God-eater insects chased after the group. "Scram!" shouted the 3 elders coldly. They slapped at Wang Xiaonan, who was running at the front. Lin Feng shook his head when he saw that. Wang Xiaonan was probably going to die. "Who are you telling to scram?" snorted Wang Xiaonan. She turned around and threw out a few hundred talismans. Those talismans were all high-grade talismans. Some of them were even saint-grade talismans. Lin Feng didn't have any, but Wang Xiaonan threw them out like trash. Who was this Wang Xiaonan to have so many high-grade talismans on her? The talismans exploded. Bang! The destructive power produced by the explosion of several hundred talismans was simply too terrifying. The yin-yang elders were blown away, each of them vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng and the others were blown dozens of meters away. The cave had completely collapsed, and they were trapped inside. Behind them, the gigantic empty space god-eating insects chased after them. "That little girl tricked us." Lord Saber's face was gloomy. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had thought that Wang Xiaonan was naive and innocent. Who would have thought that she had been scheming against them all this time? Now, she had blown up the exit so that they could deal with the void god-eater insects, giving her time to escape. Chapter 1280. Even the yin-yang elders had coughed up blood from the shockwaves from the explosion of several hundred high-grade talismans. From this, one could see just how powerful and terrifying those talismans were. Lin Feng had also been hit, but he was relatively far away and his physical body was just too strong, so his injuries weren't too serious. However, the others weren't in the best situation. Apart from Lord Saber and Elder Gui, who were in relatively good condition, Wu Mu and Nalan Jiruo had already been injured. As for Yu Liushi, she had also been injured by the shockwaves from the explosion. Her face was extremely pale. "Disaster is upon us. Let's split up and run." Old Ghost let out a strange laugh as he chose a path to the left and charged into it. Lin Feng also chose a passage and quickly rushed over. He wanted to find a way out, but he discovered that many of the crisscrossing passages had collapsed due to the explosion of the talismans. Many of the possible exits had also been blocked. 7 or 8 huge void god-eater bugs were chasing after him, so Lin Feng had no choice but to quickly flee to another place. Wang Xiaonan, you win. Next time I see you, I'll definitely torture you 100 times. 100 times. You won't be able to get off the ground. Lin Feng couldn't help but think viciously. He shuttled back and forth through the crisscrossing passages, but he couldn't shake off the void god-eater bugs chasing after him, nor could he find a way out. This caused Lin Feng's expression to become increasingly gloomy. Help! When he passed by a fork in the road, Lin Feng saw Nailan Jiruo. The void god-eater bugs were about to catch up to this icy woman. She was already injured, and now her injuries were even more serious. With her icy personality, she really wouldn't ask for help unless she had no other choice. Swish! The void god-eater bug chasing after her waved its huge claws, and a wave of void energy swept out. Bang! Immediately after, that wave of void energy slammed into Nailan Jiruo's back. It directly sent Nailan Jiruo flying several hundred meters. Nailan Jiruo crashed heavily onto the ground and rolled 4 or 5 meters away. She didn't move at all. Was she dead or alive? Lin Feng rushed over and found that Nailan Jiruo was still breathing. He hugged Nailan Jiruo's small waist and held her in his arms. Then, he quickly ran into the distance. Lin Feng ran all the way and ran through a dozen or so tunnels, but all the exits were blocked. In the end, he returned empty-handed. As Lin Feng passed by an intersection of tunnels, he saw Yu Liushi running over from the left. Currently, Yu Liushi's complexion was extremely pale. Clearly, like Lin Feng, she was unable to find a way to escape. There's no way out. That bitch Wang Xiaonan won't give us a way out. Yu Liushi's pretty face was ashen. The two of them gathered together and ran forward. The void god-eater bugs behind them also gathered together. More than 30 void god-eater bugs chased after them. Lin Feng asked, "What about the others? Did you see that?" Yu Liushi shook her head. "Who knows where they ran off to? Maybe they've already been eaten by these monsters." Yu Liushi then said mockingly, "Wasn't that bitch intimate with you? What? Now she's even plotting against you, her lover?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "Since when did I become intimate with her? Even I was bewitched by Wang Xiaonan. Although I never thought that she was such a simple person, I never thought that she would scheme against all of us. I have to admit that this woman is very powerful. Being able to scheme against us is also a kind of skill." Yu Liushi fell silent and didn't say anything else. She was so angry that she was about to explode and wanted nothing more than to strangle Wang Xiaonan to death. However, Yu Liushi had no choice but to admit that she had been tricked by Wang Xiaonan. The two of them looked through a few more tunnels that they had never been through before, but they still couldn't find a way out. "I can't hold on much longer. I think you're about to reach your limit too, right? Let's just leave this woman behind," Yu Liushi said. She was naturally referring to Nailan Jiruo. However, Lin Feng didn't leave her behind. Instead, he chose a passageway that led deeper and deeper into the city. "You're already facing a disaster, yet you still want to bring along a burden? Should I say that you have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Or should I say that you're lustful?" Yu Liushi looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng said, "If it were you, I would save her too." Eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. Yu Liushi pursed her lips. Lin Feng said, "Because for now, we're still companions who are training together. I'm not someone who abandons my companions." Yu Liushi's eyes rippled violently. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. In the world of cultivators, she had seen far too many people who could abandon family, love, and friendship for their own benefits. However, this was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Feng. "Companions sometimes scheme against you," Yu Liushi said. "That year, I joined an academy to cultivate. Everyone in my family was very happy. My uncle told me that when you're outside, there are many times when you have to choose to trust your companions, because sometimes, they can save your life." Lin Feng said. "Your uncle wasn't completely right, but he wasn't completely wrong either. Some companions can be trusted, while others need to be guarded against," Yu Liushi said. Lin Feng said, That's why my uncle told me to make my own judgment about which companions I should trust and which I shouldn't. I feel that although Nayland Giruor is ice cold, she's a pretty good person. It seems that you've taken your uncle's words as your life's creed. Is your uncle a very powerful person? Where is he? Could it be that he's also a famous expert? Yu Liushi asked curiously. He's a very ordinary person, but he's also a great person. He was killed while trying to save me. Lin Feng's voice was low. I'm sorry for bringing up such a sad matter. Don't worry about it. Hey, this is the direction to the depths of the cave. Do you want to die? At that moment, Yu Liushi, who had been following Lin Feng, realized that something was wrong. Lin Feng wasn't running outside, he was running deeper into the cave. We're about to run out of fuel. Let's see if there's a way out in the depths that can save our lives, he said aloud. The dozens of void god-eater bugs were getting closer and closer. Lin Feng and Yu Liushi ran deeper into the cave. Their bodies were gradually becoming weaker, and the bugs were about to catch up. I can't hold on any longer. Yu Liushi's face was pale. The void god-eating bugs were only less than 20 meters away from them. Lin Feng had also reached his limit. There's a narrow cave up ahead. Let's hide in there. Lin Feng pointed ahead. The cave was very special. There was a powerful seal protecting the entire mountain, so the mountain was exceptionally sturdy. It was too difficult to shatter the mountain, unless one was like Wang Xiaonan and used hundreds of high-grade jade talismans to blast the mountain apart. Therefore, if they hid in the cave, it would be difficult for the void god-eater bugs to break into the cave. Screech. The bug at the front seemed to know what Lin Feng and Yu Liushi were planning, and it couldn't help but let out a piercing shriek. Then, it jumped up and clawed at Lin Feng and Yu Liushi. Oh no, we're dead. Yu Liushi's face was pale. Spatial bending. Lin Feng held Nayland Giruor in his right hand and Yu Liushi in his left. He used up the last of his spiritual energy to use spatial bending. His body turned into a blur as he charged into the cave. The bug's claws tore through Lin Feng's skin, and blood flowed out. If he had been a step slower, his body would have been torn in half by the bug's sharp claws. Lin Feng had narrowly avoided this life-or-death situation. After that, he hugged Yu Liushi and Nayland Giruor and rushed into the small and narrow cave. After entering the cave, he almost lost all his strength and laid on the ground. He felt a burning pain on his back, but he rejoiced incomparably in his heart, as he had dodged in advance. If he had been a step slower, he might have been an ice-cold corpse by now. Chapter 1281. Screech. The furious roars of the void god-eater bugs came from outside. The one that had attacked Lin Feng earlier was blocking the cave entrance, its sharp claws reaching into the cave, but it couldn't touch Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, or Nayland Giruor. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk next, the void god-eater bug attacked the cave again and again, trying to break out of it. But it failed every time. Although the cave was shaking, it was incomparably sturdy. The void god-eater bug couldn't break out in a short amount of time. The other void god-eater bugs left, leaving only one behind to block the exit. It seemed to be fighting Lin Feng's group of three. Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. On his right was the unconscious Nayland Giruor, and on his left was Yu Liushi. Sniffing lightly, he could even smell the alluring body fragrance coming from Nayland Giruor and Yu Liushi. These two beauties were lying on Lin Feng's left and right, but Lin Feng didn't have any strange thoughts. He only had one feeling right now. He was tired. Both his body and mind had reached their limits in this continuous escape, causing Lin Feng to feel incomparably exhausted. Yu Liushi was obviously the same. The two of them quickly closed their eyes and fell asleep. Sleep was the best way to rest. When they woke up, the cave was pitch black. Lin Feng could feel Yu Liushi completely close to his chest, and he could even feel the heat of this beautiful woman's alluring body. Nayland Giruor's aura was much stronger than before. Yu Liushi's long eyelashes fluttered, as if she was a little embarrassed from sleeping in Lin Feng's arms for so long. Her pretty face reddened slightly. She sat up and looked outside, her expression becoming very unsightly. The void god-eater bugs are still blocking the way. It seems they don't plan on letting us leave. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. For the time being, He couldn't think of a way to leave. Do you think we'll die here? Yu Liushi asked. No. Lin Feng said. Why are you so confident? Yu Liushi asked. How can a mere void god-eater bug trap me to death? We'll definitely be able to find a way out. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Yu Liushi smiled bitterly. She didn't know where Lin Feng found such courage at this time. Lin Feng leaned against the rock wall, thinking of a way to deal with it. Yu Liushi sat beside Lin Feng. In the darkness, the two of them could even hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. Who are you? Yu Liushi asked. Why do you ask? Lin Feng said indifferently. Because I feel that the situation is different now. We can ask and treat it as chatting. Yu Liushi said. It was obvious that Yu Liushi felt that the chances of escaping were not very high, so she could ask about some topics that were more taboo in the past. Yu Liushi was rather curious about Lin Feng's identity because she realized that despite his young age, Lin Feng was not only powerful, but he also had an incomparable understanding of spirit formations. She had never heard of such a genius before. This meant the name Lin Qing should be an alias. I am Lin Feng. Yu Liushi's pink lips parted slightly, and she seemed very surprised. She then said, actually, I should have guessed that you were that person long ago. There are very few people who are so proficient in spirit formations at such a young age, and Lin Feng seems to be the only one in his 20s. Lin Feng asked, and who are you? I am. Yu Liushi giggled. Yu Liushi giggled. She was truly amorous. She didn't say anything else. Obviously, she was deliberately hiding her identity, so Lin Feng didn't bother to ask any more questions. 2 hours later, Nailan Jiruo, who had been unconscious all this time, woke up. In the darkness, she saw Lin Feng and Yu Liushi and let out a small sigh of relief. Thank you. Nailan Jiruo looked at Lin Feng. Nailan Jiruo had no recollection of what had happened after she had been struck by the void god-eater bug, but she could guess that if it hadn't been for Lin Feng, she would have become food in the void god-eater bug's stomach. It's a small matter. Rest well and don't move too much, Lin Feng said. Nailan Jiruo nodded and sat up, circulating her cultivation technique to heal her injuries. Lin Feng's group had been trapped for a very long time without being able to escape, and this made them somewhat anxious. When the cave brightened a little, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that there was something different about this cave. What's that? He quickly stood up and looked at a protruding part of the cave. What did you discover? Nailan Jiruo and Yu Liushi looked at Lin Feng and asked. They felt that Lin Feng must have discovered something. This cave has an irregular oval shape, and there's a huge protrusion here. It looks like a huge head protruding out, Lin Feng said as he pointed at the protrusion. Nailan Jiruo asked doubtfully, what does that mean? Lin Feng said, in feng shui, this is called a dragon's tail connecting, and a true dragon spitting out a pearl. The word pearl has several meanings, and one of them represents water. If my guess is correct, there should be an underground river below the center of the cave. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Nailan Jiruo and Yu Liushi's eyes suddenly lit up. If it really was an underground river, then they could break out of here and leave along the river. Then let's dig here, Yu Liushi said. Lin Feng nodded. The rocks here were abnormally hard, and digging was very difficult. Fortunately, it wasn't impossible to dig. Lin Feng and the others dug a 4 to 5 meter deep hole. At this time, water began to flow out. We really dug to the underground river. The three of them were pleasantly surprised, and they sped up. Before long, they had dug through the underground river. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Feng said as he took the lead and jumped down, diving into the river. Yu Liushi and Nailan Jiruo jumped in as well. The underground river was very deep, and the water flowed rapidly. Lin Feng and the others swam in the direction of the current. Normally, if one followed the direction of the current, the underground river would eventually rush out of the ground, and it was very likely to connect to the rivers, lakes, and so on outside. After an hour, Lin Feng and the two others arrived at a gigantic stone palace. Their eyes widened. There was actually a hall under the underground river. This was really too shocking. They swam towards the stone hall, but when they arrived, their eyes were filled with incomparable terror. Within the stone hall, there was a huge, grayish-brown creature. Its huge body was coiled together, and its entire body was covered in scales. At this moment, it was sleeping on the ground. It was actually a terrifying flood dragon. The three of them hurriedly swam into the distance, afraid that they would disturb the flood dragon. Swish, swish. But at this moment, the flood dragon opened its cold eyes. An ancient and terrifying aura was emitted from the flood dragon's body. Chapter 1282. Not good. That flood dragon is awake. Let's go. Lin Feng shouted. Yu Liushi and Nalan Jiruo turned pale with fright. The aura emanating from the flood dragon in the stone temple was too terrifying. It was suffocating. It was hard to imagine how long this terrifying creature had lived for. Lin Feng and the others didn't even have the courage to fight such a powerful flood dragon. Staying behind to fight was no different from throwing their lives away. They increased their speed and swam forward, hoping to leave the underground river as soon as possible. Rumble. At this moment, the entire underground river began to tremble violently. The massive flood dragon moved. Its enormous body swam out of the stone temple. A terrifying aura emanated from the flood dragon's body. It was as if an ancient demon god had awakened. Damn! Why is there such a terrifying creature in this underground river? Lin Feng was quite depressed. The flood dragon charged out of the stone temple. Its body was too huge, and it coiled in the water like a mountain range. Its dark brown scales flickered with a cold luster, and its cold eyes stared at the three fleeing humans. The flood dragon was over 3,000 meters long. With such a huge body, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had cultivated for. The lifespan of humans was relatively short. For ordinary people, 70 or 80 years was the age when they reached the end of their lifespan. That was why people said that it was rare to reach 70 years old. Some Yarrow, demons, and other races had extremely long lifespans. They could live up to 1,000 years without cultivating. If they cultivated, their lifespan would continuously increase. That was why the lifespan of wild beasts far exceeded that of humans. It was normal to see wild beasts that had lived for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Rumble. Terrifying auras emanated from behind them. The gigantic flood dragon spat out a ball of energy which immediately moved towards Lin Feng and the two others. Hurry up and dodge! Lin Feng shouted. The three of them hurriedly dodged the ball of energy, but they were still sent flying by the shockwaves. Lin Feng's face was pale. That attack just now had caused him quite a bit of damage. Yu Liushi and Nalan Jiruo's situation was even worse. The two of them coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood, their complexions extremely pale. At this moment, the flood dragon sped up and chased after them. What talismans and Dao weapons do you have? Throw them all out and kill it. Lin Feng's face was filled with ferocity. Now, it was the time that could not be delayed. If they could not defeat the flood dragon, the three of them would most likely die here. Therefore, now was not the time to lament over those treasures. Lin Feng took out hundreds of jade talismans and dozens of Dao artifacts and threw them all at the flood dragon. These jade talismans were all magic talismans that he had drawn himself. Although their grades weren't as high as the magic talismans Wang Xiaonan had used back then, there were still quite a few heaven-grade magic talismans. Moreover, there were so many of them that once they exploded, the power would still be very strong. Coupled with the explosion of the Dao artifact, the energy generated would be even more powerful. Yu Liushi and Nalan Jiruo also had many treasures on them. They also took out some magic talismans. Yu Liushi and Nalan Jiruo clearly had extraordinary backgrounds. Among the magic talismans they took out, there was a saint-grade magic talisman. Saint-grade magic talismans were naturally even more powerful and terrifying. Apart from the magic talismans, the two of them also took out a dozen Dao artifacts. They were probably treasures they had obtained during their training. Boom, all the magic talismans and Dao artifacts exploded. With so much energy, the destructive power generated by the explosion of the magic talismans was unimaginable. The entire subterranean river shook, and many parts of the river even began to collapse. Roar! But at this moment, The flood dragon's furious roar came from the center of the explosion. The flood dragon charged out from the center of the explosion. What was even more unbelievable was that the flood dragon had not been injured at all. How could this be? Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jiruo were all shocked. Just now, so many magic talismans and Dao artifacts had exploded together. The yin-yang elders were existences close to gods. They could have been killed by the explosion. But the flood dragon was completely fine. Just how powerful was its cultivation to be able to accomplish this? This was simply unheard of. However, although the exploding magic talismans and Dao artifacts had not been able to injure the flood dragon, it had been thoroughly enraged. After charging out from the center of the explosion, the flood dragon's enormous claws suddenly slammed into the water. Next, a flood dragon condensed from the water of the subterranean river instantly charged towards Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jiruo. Bang! The flood dragon condensed from the water of the subterranean river slammed into Lin Feng and the others. The three of them were sent flying, falling to the bottom of the subterranean river. Their faces grew increasingly pale, and they couldn't help but cough up blood. The flood dragon quickly swam over. But at this moment, an even faster figure charged towards Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jiruo from the left branch of the subterranean river. The creature was much smaller than the flood dragon. It was about 500 meters long. Its head was like a frog, and its body was like a skinless crocodile. It was more than 10 meters long. Heavens, it's an overlord salamander. When they saw this creature, Lin Feng and the others revealed astonished expressions. The overlord salamander's origins were simply too great. It was said that at the beginning of the world, the overlord salamander was one of the first divine beasts to be born. This was a terrifying creature that had appeared at the same time as the true dragon, phoenix, Chileen, white tiger, and other divine beasts. Countless years had passed since then. There were no longer any overlord salamanders in the outside world. Many people thought that this ancient race of divine beasts had already gone extinct. Who would have thought that an overlord salamander would appear here? The overlord salamander opened its bloody mouth and charged towards Lin Feng and the others. This completely enraged the flood dragon. The flood dragon's roar shook the heavens, and it spat out a ball of energy that was several hundred meters wide, smashing towards the overlord salamander. The ball of energy directly sent the overlord salamander flying. The overlord salamander's scales exploded, dripping with blood. After being injured, the overlord salamander went completely berserk. It didn't even care about Lin Feng and the others. Instead, it charged towards the flood dragon. As one of the first divine beasts in the world, the overlord salamander was naturally extremely terrifying. Its huge head directly slammed into the flood dragon's body, sending it flying. The flood dragon's scales fell off in large amounts, and its blood instantly flowed out. The overlord salamander opened its mouth and bit at the flood dragon's neck, wanting to bite it to death. However, the flood dragon's strength was unfathomable, and its reaction was extremely fast. Its thick tail lashed out, and the flood dragon directly sent the overlord salamander flying. The two behemoths fought fiercely, causing the entire underground river to shake and the ground to cave in. Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jiruo hurriedly fled while the flood dragon and the overlord salamander were fighting to the death. Author's note: I'm going to take the first test. The updates will be in the afternoon and evening. I hope I can pass. I hope you can vote for me next month. Chapter 1283. In the forest, there were steep mountains, and a waterfall fell from the sky. Below it was a huge pool, and the waterfall fell into the pool. 3 heads popped out of the pool, and they were Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jiruo. The 3 of them had successfully come out of the underground river, and it could be said that they had experienced many dangers and narrowly escaped death. After reaching the shore, the 3 of them couldn't help but lie down on the cobblestone shore and gasp for breath. It's good to be alive. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he turned to look at Yu Liushi and Nailan Jiruo. The 2 of them were completely drenched, and their thin clothes couldn't hide the boundless beauty of their beautiful bodies. Their exquisite bodies were now completely exposed to Lin Feng. Sensing Lin Feng's gradually burning gaze, The two of them looked down and immediately screamed. They hurriedly covered their important parts with their hands, and their faces were pink. They couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng, then turned and ran behind a nearby tree to change their clothes. By the time they finished changing and came out, Lin Feng had already disappeared. Where did he go? Nailan Jiruo frowned slightly. He should have left, Yu Liushi said. She couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Even she didn't know why she felt this way. Nailan Jiruo nodded. She didn't continue to stay here, nor did she have any plans to stay with Yu Liushi. She chose a direction and flew off into the distance. In a cave 10 kilometers away, Lin Feng took out the broken coffin. He walked around it a few times, but he couldn't see what was so special about it. However, since the demon lord said that it was a supreme treasure, he definitely wouldn't speak without thinking. Lin Feng said, "Demon lord, what kind of treasure is this coffin? It seems to have decayed a little." The demon lord said, 3 lives, 3 worlds, just to protect you by your side. There's a poignant love story here. Lin Feng stroked his chin and asked, "What story?" Rumor has it that countless years ago, gods and demons were at odds with each other. A goddess from the gods and demons fell in love with each other, but the two races couldn't tolerate it. That was how the tragedy began. The demon lord told Lin Feng the story of the legend. They wanted to leave, but the god and demon races were chasing after them. After a series of bloody battles, they were trapped. In order to save her lover, the goddess used a dagger to pierce her own heart. Only then did the god and demon races stop chasing after them. The love between the gods and the demons ended. The demon monarch was deeply in love, and he searched the entire world. In the legendary Netherworld, he found an ancient tree in front of the 3 lives stone. According to legends, it was the tree of reincarnation. He used it to make a coffin and preserve the corpse. After 3 lives and 3 lives, the dead would return to life. Isn't this too ridiculous? Lin Feng was in disbelief. The demon lord's words sounded like a story to him. The demon lord said, "There are many rumors. If you believe them, they are true. If you don't, they're false. I'm not sure if you'll be able to return to life after 3 lives and 3 lives, but there's one thing I'm sure of, the 3 lives coffin can preserve a corpse and never decay. Even if a living dead person is placed inside, they won't die. Everything will be frozen in the moment they're placed inside, and even after millions and millions of years, they'll still be able to live on until the day they wake up." Lin Feng gasped, "There's actually such a coffin in this world. That's too unbelievable. If I were to sleep inside, would I be able to pass through millions and millions of years and become immortal? Would I be able to wake up after millions and millions of years?" The demon lord said, "Perhaps it's possible. In the past, even the ancient emperors were looking for the 3 lives coffin in hopes of burying themselves inside and waking up in the future." Lin Feng's heart trembled. If what the demon lord said was true, then the 3 lives coffin was too shocking. Lin Feng put the coffin away. Although he had no use for it now, he might need it in the future. He then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries and adjust his state of mind. 6 hours later, Lin Feng had completely recovered. He continued walking towards the depths of the demon-sealed land. Lin Feng's main goal in coming here was to find the origin Dao fruit for the fire Qilin. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find anything in the demon-sealed land. "Demon Lord, where do you think the origin Dao fruit might appear?" Lin Feng asked. The demon lord sat on a lonely grave in a daze. Just like he always did. He often sat on a lonely grave, trying to recall his lost memories. It's hard to say, but if such a treasure really exists, then it's most likely in the depths of the demon-sealed land. The higher the grade of a spirit herb, the more instinctive it is to avoid danger. The demon lord explained. That night, Lin Feng was leaning against a big tree and had a rest. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely cold qi permeating the atmosphere of the forest. Lin Feng woke up with a start. He restrained his aura and cautiously looked around. That night wasn't peaceful. Many cultivators had died tragically in the forest. Their flesh and blood had been sucked dry, leaving behind only human skin. The next day, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb when he saw those human skins. "What is this thing?" Lin Feng's voice was grave. It was too terrifying, and it made his hair stand on end. I'm afraid something has happened in the demon-sealed land. The demon lord sat on a lonely grave and said, "Something has happened. Could it be related to the 9 Demons painting?" He thought of a possibility. The 9 Demons painting has appeared and broken the restrictions. It will cause some terrible things, the demon lord muttered. At noon, the 9 Demons painting appeared again. It flew in the depths of the demon-sealed land, emitting a boundless demonic aura. Countless people looked at the 9 Demons painting excitedly. Even if it was divided into 9 parts, it was still comparable to a great emperor's weapon. If they could obtain the first 9 Demons painting, they could rely on the connection between the 9 Demons paintings to obtain more of them. If they could gather all of the 9 Demons paintings, it would be heaven-defying. It was the second-ranked great emperor's weapon. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a swamp. If he wanted to go deeper, he would have to pass through the swamp. Many cultivators were waiting outside. They didn't enter the swamp rashly because it was too dangerous. Not only was there a poisonous miasma in the swamp, but there were also terrifying vicious beasts hiding in the depths of the swamp. This made many people feel apprehensive. In the end, about 1,000 cultivators gathered. They planned to set off together and pass through the swamp. However, they hadn't set off yet. They were waiting for a few important people. There will be experts from the Geomasters and a princess from the Great Shang Empire. Someone said. The people who were coming were not simple. Chapter 1284. An expert from the Yin-Yang sect has also arrived. It's Duanmu Jin. The crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Dongfang, is also coming, another cultivator said. Many people were waiting for them. The 4 people who were about to arrive had extraordinary statuses. Although they had only cultivated for 1,000 years, they had all broken through to the rebirth realm. They could be considered outstanding representatives of the middle generation. Lin Feng stood in the distance. He didn't show off. Now, Lin Feng had turned into a scholarly cultivator. His transformation technique was very wondrous. No one could see any clues. In the distance, immortal light lingered. More than 10 figures flew over and landed. The leader was a woman wearing a white palace dress. Her face was covered, so no one could see what she looked like. However, her figure was graceful and moving. It was obvious that she was a top-grade beauty. The Great Shang Empire's first princess Qian Anji, a cultivator, immediately cried out. Princess Qian Anji could be called a goddess in the central continent. She was one of the 10 great beauties of the central continent. Moreover, she was the first princess of the Great Shang Empire. Who knew how many suitors she had? However, Qian Anji had never had any scandals with any man. She had always kept herself clean. It was rumored that in the past, several heirs of top ancient families had proposed marriage to the Great Shang Empire. However, they had all been rejected by her. Qian Anji had once said that only a man who ruled the world had the right to marry her. The Tianwu continent was divided. How could anyone rule the world? Therefore, Qian Anji meant that she wouldn't marry anyone. There were also rumors that she didn't want to marry because she wanted to become an empress. One had to know that if Qian Anji married, she would lose her status as the first princess. There was a saying that a married woman was like spilled water. This was what it meant. However, if Qian Anji didn't marry, she would still be the first princess of the Great Shang Empire. She had the right to inherit the throne like the other princes and princesses. However, as a woman, although she had the right to inherit the throne, it was clearly much more difficult for her to become the first princess than her brothers. Qian Anji's only advantage was that her brothers didn't live up to expectations. Not a single one of them was successful. They were even inferior to some of the prince's children. Therefore, Anji still had a chance. Not long after Gan Anji's group arrived, the second wave of cultivators arrived. There were about 20 of them and they were led by a cultivator who looked to be around 30 years old. Geomaster lineage, Xue Muyang. Many people were shocked. Clearly, they didn't expect the expert of the Geomaster faction to be this person. This Xue Muyang had cultivated for 1,400 years and had broken through to the rebirth realm for more than 100 years. In addition, He was the successor of the Geomaster faction. His methods were heaven-defying and he was highly regarded by the ancestors of the Geomaster faction. In the future, he might be able to wield great authority in the Geomaster faction. After Xue Muyang arrived, the cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect and the Great Qin Empire also arrived. Duan Mu Jin's status in the Yin-Yang cult was frighteningly high. His ancestor was one of the Yin-Yang Three Elders. As for Duan Mu Jin, he had only cultivated for 1,100 years and was also at the rebirth realm. The crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Dongfang, was the nephew of the human emperor of the Great Qin Empire. His status was honorable. Experts from all directions arrived. These people all knew each other and greeted each other. Then, more than 1,000 people entered the swamp. With so many experts gathered together, they created quite a commotion. Ordinary beasts wouldn't dare to come out. Thus, the journey was more daunting than dangerous. 3 days later, the group passed through a mountain forest in the swamp. The miasma in the forest was extremely dense. As they flew through the forest, they could hear miserable cries from time to time. Following this, cultivators fell from the sky one after another. The miasma here is strange. It's undead miasma. There must be corroding corpses down there. Let's leave this place quickly, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Oh, undead miasma? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Anji looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, such a powerful undead miasma. Does that mean that the corpses down there are very powerful? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He guessed that Anji wanted to dig up the corpses down there, but that wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. He just wanted to leave this place and find the origin Dao fruit as soon as possible. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Xue Muyang looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, only rotting corpses produce poisonous undead miasma. So what if it's powerful? It's worthless. Xue Muyang said, of course it'll be useful if we dig it up. Who knows, we might even obtain some shocking inheritances. Go down and dig. Many cultivators shouted excitedly. Even the cultivators from the 4 great powers were participating. Lin Feng said coldly, it's easy for strange things to happen in a place like this. I advise everyone to stop before something terrible happens. If you're not going to dig, then get lost. Don't get in the way of others. Xue Muyang said coldly. You. Lin Feng's expression turned gloomy. He wanted to retort, but a middle-aged cultivator pulled him back. Little brother, calm down. There's no need to argue with Xue Muyang. We can't afford to offend someone like him. The middle-aged cultivator said. Lin Feng nodded gloomily. He felt that this swamp was not simple, which was why he had come with so many cultivators. Now was not the time to fall out with Xue Muyang. Lin Feng flew into the distance. He flew more than 1,000 meters away and watched from afar. Dad, should we go dig as well? A young cultivator looked at the middle-aged man. That's right, uncle. If we don't dig now, all the good stuff will be taken away by others. Another young cultivator chimed in. This group of more than 10 people came from a small clan. The middle-aged cultivator was at the 8th heavenly layer of the creation realm. He wasn't particularly strong. These people had taken the risk to come here because they wanted to find an extremely important spirit herb. The ancestor of their clan had been poisoned by fire and needed that spirit herb to save his life. We're only here to find the ice god grass. We won't fight for the other treasures, the middle-aged cultivator said. All right. Although the young cultivators were unwilling, they could only nod. They didn't dare to go against the middle-aged man's words. They flew to Lin Feng's side and introduced themselves. Lin Feng knew that the middle-aged cultivator was called Wu Yong. Lin Feng introduced himself as Lin Qing. I found a corpse with a storage ring. There's a storage ring. I found one too. There are so many corpses with storage rings. Many people shouted in surprise. They stretched out their hands and tried to take the storage rings off the rotten corpses. But at that moment, the corpses that had been dead for an unknown number of years opened their eyes at the same time. Pu. Pu. The corpses stretched out their sharp claws and instantly pierced the chests of many cultivators. Ah! Many people screamed miserably. They saw the corpses dig out their hearts. How can this be? Many cultivators cried out in disbelief. Then, they breathed their last and died on the spot. Chapter 1285. It's a zombie. All the corpses here have turned into zombies. Hurry up and leave. Many cultivators cried out in fear and quickly fled into the distance. Fortunately, we didn't dig up those corpses. The cultivators beside Wu Yong all had expressions of joy on their faces. Now, they all felt that Lin Feng was not a simple person. Previously, it was Lin Feng who reminded everyone not to dig up those corpses because Lin Feng was worried that there might be an uncontrollable danger. Now, such a thing had really happened. Zombie, it was formed by the evil thoughts of a corpse that awakened after its death. The zombie was invulnerable, and its entire body was covered in poison. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and the others took the lead and flew into the distance. The rest of the cultivators also hurriedly fled into the distance. If there were only a few or a dozen zombies here, everyone would be able to deal with them. However, there were simply too many zombies here. There were probably hundreds of them. Lin Feng had seen zombies before, but at most, he had only seen one. When had he ever seen such a situation? With hundreds of zombies, anyone who was trapped by these zombies would only die. Many cultivators were killed in the process of escaping. In the end, more than 200 people died before everyone managed to escape the pursuit of the zombies. Bring that brat over here, Xuemuyang said in a deep voice. Come with us, Xuemuyang's guards said coldly as they came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned, but he did not say anything and followed the guards to Xuemuyang. Brat, since you know that there is undead miasma and that digging up the corpses there might be danger, do you also know that there might be zombies down there? Didn't you say that you deliberately tricked us? Xuemuyang stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Feng's head. However, Lin Feng dodged. You still dare to dodge? Do you believe that I won't slap you? Xuemuyang looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was a high and mighty figure to begin with, so he naturally did not put Lin Feng, a cultivator in his 20s, in his eyes. Xuemuyang raised his right hand, wanting to slap Lin Feng. At this moment, Ran Anji said, Wait. Xuemuyang looked at Princess Anji and frowned slightly. Princess Anji, why are you stopping me from teaching this brat a lesson? Sai Anji replied, We can't blame him for this. He warned us that there might be danger below, but we were too confident and didn't listen to him. Let him go. Xuemuyang's expression didn't look good. He was a conceited person and didn't want to admit his mistakes. He wanted to push all the blame onto Lin Feng. However, Sai Anji had taken responsibility for the previous mistake. Xuemuyang couldn't refute Sai Anji. He was incomparably fearful of Sai Anji. He also knew that he could only befriend Sai Anji and not make enemies. He nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, Princess Anji is pleading for you, so you can leave now. Lin Feng gave Xuemuyang a deep look before turning around and leaving. Young hero Lin, are you all right? Wu Yong asked worriedly as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm fine. Wu Yong said, many times, doing the right thing won't necessarily earn you the gratitude of others. That's why doing nothing is the best way to protect yourself. Thank you for your advice. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Wu Yong said, just some experience in dealing with people. You're still young and have a long way to go. You're also quite talented, so you'll definitely be able to stand out in the future. There's no need to get into conflict with those people. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. The group continued on their journey. The swamp was too dangerous, and the next day, the group encountered another terrifying danger. Blood-red centipedes that were nearly 100 meters long crawled out of the swamp. These blood-red centipedes had wings, and when they flapped their wings, they were as fast as lightning and charged towards the group of cultivators. It's the flying blood centipedes. Many people cried out in fear when they saw the blood-red centipedes and fled into the distance. Kai. However, there were too many flying blood centipedes, and many cultivators had their bodies torn apart by the centipedes. They died horribly. Everyone frantically fled into the distance. People were constantly being killed. The crowd was also scattered. Many people died at the hands of the flying blood centipedes. In the end, only about 400 people managed to escape from the flying blood centipedes. They were lucky enough to escape with their lives. We're almost out. Someone pointed into the distance. There were continuous mountains and lush greenery, and it was completely different from the muddy swamp. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they sped up as they rushed out of the swamp. However, at that moment, an endless black fog rolled above the swamp. The black fog condensed into a huge head. In the end, the head turned into an extremely ugly human face. "Lowly ants, none of you will be able to escape. Play a game with me," the ugly face said in a sinister voice. "What's that?" Many people cried out in horror. Their faces were filled with horror. In the next moment, the ugly face swallowed everyone in one gulp. Lin Feng felt his vision blur, and he was no longer in the swamp. Instead, he found himself in a space covered in grey fog. Is this an independent spatial barrier formed by the laws of space? Lin Feng was shocked. He guessed that everyone had been sucked into this independent space by that mysterious existence. The spatial node of this independent space must be connected to the swamp world. This place of sealed demons is too strange. There's actually an independent space here? It's said that a god's body can form a space. Could it be that after the god died, the space within his body wasn't destroyed and was scattered between heaven and earth? Could it have been connected to the swamp by chance? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. But who's the owner of that ugly face? Lin Feng's expression turned grave. The owner of that ugly face was definitely not simple. "Demon Lord, what do you think?" Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, but he didn't get a response from the Demon Lord. His expression changed slightly. This space was very strange. It had actually severed his connection with the Demon Lord. Lin Feng took a deep breath and carefully walked towards the depths of the space. Crack, crack. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a clear and melodious voice. He looked down and found that he had broken a few bones. "Someone came here before and died here," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. "Ah." Miserable screams came from up ahead. He quickly ran over and found that a dozen skeletons had surrounded 3 cultivators. Their sharp bone blades had pierced through the 3 cultivators' chests, killing them. The green flames in the skeletons' eye sockets flickered violently. The skeletons opened their mouths and inhaled. Clouds of grayish-brown gas escaped from the dead cultivators' heads. That was the soul energy of the dead cultivators, which had been absorbed by the skeletons. Chapter 1286. Crack, crack. The skeletons turned their heads and looked in Lin Feng's direction. "They've found me." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he turned around and ran away. The skeletons chased closely behind him. They were extremely terrifying, and they were extremely fast. Even with Lin Feng's astonishing speed, he couldn't shake them off in a short amount of time. After more than 2 hours, he finally got rid of the group of skeletal creatures. Lin Feng sat on a smooth rock to rest. "This space is too strange. I wonder how the others are doing. I can't contact the Demon Lord, and I don't know how to get out." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of weeping drifted over from afar in the breeze. Lin Feng frowned. Why was there weeping? What was this weeping? Who was it? He carefully walked in the direction of the weeping. More than 10 cultivators appeared in front of him, and they were walking together. Like Lin Feng, they had probably heard the weeping and were walking in the direction of the weeping. Lin Feng didn't disturb them, and he followed behind them. Finally, they came to the side of a lake. More than 10 corpses of cultivators were lying next to the lake. A woman was crying softly with her back facing everyone. Her voice was very sorrowful, and her shoulders were slightly trembling. She didn't know who had died, but she was crying as if her liver and intestines had been cut into pieces. From the back, the woman's figure was very hot, and one could even see her towering peaks from the side. Any man who saw those alluring curves would probably be tempted. "Let's go and take a look," the cultivators said as they walked towards the woman. "Fairy, is there anything we can help you with?" one of the cultivators asked. The woman suddenly stopped crying. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a terrifying scene. One by one, the cultivators fell to the ground. Then, a grey gas floated out of their minds. It was the soul power of the cultivators. A female ghost. Lin Feng was horrified. This space was too strange. There were zombie demons, skeletal creatures, and female ghosts. The creatures here seemed to have a special liking for souls. They were all devouring soul power. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay, and quickly flew off into the distance. However, at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if some terrifying creature had chased after him. Lin Feng even felt that the terrifying creature was right beside him. If he turned his head, he would be able to see her. Female ghost. Lin Feng was horrified. He felt as if his consciousness was about to fall into an endless darkness. His legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground like the other cultivators by the lake. Get away from me. Lin Feng fiercely bit his own tongue. His tongue was bleeding. The pain made Lin Feng feel a lot more awake. Then, Lin Feng took out the Sarira and body seed. He held the Sarira in his left hand and the body bead in his right. The two magic treasures released a Buddhist light that protected Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the cold aura that enveloped his body was dissipating bit by bit. Did I leave? Lin Feng let out a long breath, but he didn't dare to turn his head. He ran for more than 10 miles before sitting on the ground, panting violently. This place was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Big brother Lin, run. There's a soul catcher. More than 10 cultivators flew over. One of them saw Lin Feng and shouted loudly. That cultivator was Uncle Wu Yong's nephew, Wu Jiong. Lin Feng didn't know the people beside Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong should have been separated from Uncle Wu Yong and the others and formed a temporary team with those cultivators. Lin Feng got up from the ground and didn't dare to stay for a moment. He quickly ran into the distance. He had heard of soul catchers before. They were extremely terrifying creatures that specialized in absorbing the souls of living beings. Previously, whether it was the zombie, the skeletal creature, or the mysterious female ghost, they all needed to kill a person first before devouring their soul. But soul catchers were different. Soul catchers could devour the souls of living beings. In the sky, black-robed existences flew over. They were so fast that they quickly caught up with everyone. Screams rang out one after another. More than 10 cultivators' souls were instantly devoured by the soul catchers. Wu Jiong also died tragically under the attacks of the soul catchers. Lin Feng's situation wasn't any better. More than 10 soul catchers surrounded Lin Feng, trying to absorb Lin Feng's soul. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp suppresses the soul. Lin Feng's soul hid in the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, temporarily blocking the attacks of the soul catchers. But these soul catchers were too terrifying. The remaining 20 or so soul catchers also flew over and tried to absorb Lin Feng's soul together. After being attacked by more than 30 soul catchers, Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. He felt like his soul was about to split open. The soul hidden in the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp would be forcefully sucked out by the soul catchers at any time. At this critical moment, a cold aura suddenly spread between heaven and earth. In the distance, the flesh and blood of the corpses instantly disappeared and turned into human skins. Screech! The soul catchers let out terrified cries and ran away as fast as lightning. They didn't even care about Lin Feng and ran away madly. It's exactly the same as what happened in the forest. The corpses have turned into human skins. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. He turned around and ran. But he vaguely felt that something was following him. This made Lin Feng's expression extremely ugly. Could it be that the strange thing that turned the corpses into human skins was following him? Did that thing also want to devour him? Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper. He pushed his speed to the limit and ran for 3 days and 3 nights. On the way, Lin Feng encountered some soul catchers, but they quickly ran away when they saw him. Why did the soul catchers that wanted to devour my soul run away when they saw me? Lin Feng didn't understand. Could it be? He thought of a certain possibility and felt his scalp go numb. Was it that thing? Was it still there? Was it right next to him? Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He clearly felt like he had shaken it off. He looked around but didn't see anything. He spread out his divine will and found nothing. Then he opened his snake eye and didn't see anything. He took out the Sarira and the body seed, the two Buddhist treasures. The two Buddhist treasures didn't react at all. Only then did Lin Feng let out a long breath. Although he didn't know why the soul catchers had run away when they saw him, Lin Feng felt that he hadn't found any clues even after using so many methods to search for that strange creature. That strange creature should have left by now, right? Perhaps it was because he had a trace of that strange creature's aura on him that the soul catchers had run away? Lin Feng didn't dare to stay. He continued walking deeper into the forest. A day later, he saw a white world in front of him. When he saw the white world, Lin Feng's face turned pale. It was a world of bones. At first glance, it seemed to be a boundless world of bones. Chapter 1287. Why are there so many skeletons? How many living beings have died here? How did such a huge world of skeletons form? Looking at the boundless world of skeletons, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Anyone who saw that world of skeletons would probably feel their scalp go numb. Lin Feng carefully entered the world of skeletons. Cracking sounds could be heard from time to time. The skeletons here had long decayed and would shatter with a single step. Golden skeletons. Lin Feng saw a pile of skeletons more than 10 meters tall. He didn't know what kind of skeletons they belonged to. Golden skeletons. Such skeletons were very rare. The owner of the skeletons was probably an extremely powerful existence when he was alive. But now, even the skeletons were about to decay. Time was enough to bury everything. Time was enough to destroy everything. It didn't matter if it was a peerless expert, or a beautiful woman with a heavenly fragrance. Who could resist the corrosion of time? They were destined to be devoured by the river of time. A gale swept up in the sea of skeletons. Bone dust filled the air. Many of the skeletons had already turned into powder. When the wind blew, it was like a sandstorm. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng choked and kept coughing. A hurricane swept in his direction. Many skeletons were swept up by the hurricane and were instantly crushed into powder. Lin Feng took out the hurricane pearl. When the hurricane swept over, he wasn't swept away. Instead, he stood there without moving. The hurricane pearl could resist all kinds of storms. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a chill on his back. A skeletal creature appeared, holding a bone blade, and slashed at Lin Feng's head. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. When he felt the chill from behind, he moved to the left. The bone blade almost brushed past Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. That had been truly dangerous. Fortunately, he had the hurricane pearl to block the storm, allowing him to move around unhindered. If he didn't have the hurricane pearl, his movements would have been restricted by the hurricane. If that was the case, it would have been extremely difficult for him to avoid the attacks of the skeletal creatures. Perhaps he would have already been beheaded by the skeletal creatures. The skeletal creatures' movements weren't affected by the hurricane. After the skeletal creature's attack missed, it rushed towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng brought out the revered sword tomb. The 3 swords flew out. Under the attack of the 3 flying swords, the skeleton creature was unable to withstand them. It was scattered by Lin Feng's flying swords. But what surprised Lin Feng was that the skeleton creature's body began to reform again. The skeleton's mouth opened and closed, making cracking sounds. The ghost fire in its eyes was still violently pulsing. This was an undead creature. Lin Feng frowned. Could it be that these skeletal creatures really couldn't be killed? He looked at the ghost fire in the skeleton's head. It wasn't a simple ghost fire. It was equivalent to the skeletal creature's eyes. Moreover, it contained a powerful energy. The ghost fire's color was deeper. Then the skeletal creature's strength would be even more powerful. Lin Feng suddenly thought that if he swallowed these 2 ghost fires, wouldn't the skeletal creature lose all its vitality? After thinking about this, Lin Feng directly reached out and grabbed the skeletal creature's head. Then he swallowed the 2 ghost fires of the skeletal creature. After the 2 ghost fires were swallowed, the skeletal creature's body that was in the process of reforming suddenly scattered. And this skeletal creature was thoroughly dead. After swallowing the 2 ghost fires of the skeletal creature, Lin Feng felt that his soul power had increased significantly. Obviously, the soul power contained in the ghost fire of the skeletal creature was extremely astonishing. At this time, the hurricane finally blew away. Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of relief. He quickly rushed away. Not long after, Lin Feng saw huge skeletons appear in his line of sight. Many of the skeletons were 300 to 400 meters tall. The bodies of these creatures were too huge. He didn't know what kind of existence they were when they were alive. Lin Feng had never seen so many huge skeletons piled up together. It was like a mountain of bones. It was simply appalling. What happened here in the past? Why were there so many huge skeletons? All of this made Lin Feng feel extremely puzzled. Lin Feng shuttled back and forth among these huge skeletons. He hoped to find some useful clues. At the same time, Lin Feng also had a hope. Could he find a treasure bone? After some extremely powerful vicious beasts died, their ordinary bones would decay with the passage of time. However, the treasure bones in their bodies would decay very slowly. If he could find a treasure bone, then he would be able to obtain the powerful innate divine ability of these vicious beasts. This was something that Lin Feng valued. He liked to collect all kinds of powerful divine abilities to cultivate, because this could increase his fighting strength. Every time he cultivated a divine ability, his strength would increase. If he could obtain those powerful divine abilities, it would be a big harvest. When he passed by a huge skeleton, Lin Feng was surprised to find that he actually saw a very special skeletal creature. The reason why that skeletal creature was special was because Lin Feng found that the skeletal creature was also looking at him. The ghost fire in its eyes flickered violently. Then it turned around and left. The ghost fire in the skeletal creature's eyes was relatively dim. He didn't know if it was because it hadn't been a skeletal creature for too long. The aura of that skeletal creature was far from the aura emitted by those skeletal creatures that Lin Feng had seen before. The strength of that skeletal creature wasn't very powerful. However, Lin Feng couldn't forget the scene when it looked at him. Now, the skeletal creature was climbing on top of a huge skeleton. It seemed to be looking for something. It really has its own intelligence. Lin Feng was moved. Before, he was only guessing. Now, Lin Feng was almost certain that this skeletal creature in front of him was completely different from those skeletal creatures that only knew how to kill. This skeletal creature already had its own intelligence. It could think like a human and even cultivate. This was too inconceivable. How can there be such a skeletal creature? Where did it come from? Lin Feng guessed the origin of this skeletal creature, but his heart couldn't calm down. Chapter 1288. The skeletal creature's movements were very slow. However, it kept trying to climb up the huge skeleton. In the end, it came down from the skeleton again. It saw Lin Feng standing there and looking at it. The ghostly flames in the skeletal creature's eyes flickered violently. However, it did not stop. Step by step, it walked towards another huge skeleton. Crack, crack. Its bones made a grinding sound, and the luster on its body was also very dim. It climbed up the second huge skeleton and searched for what it was looking for, but it still found nothing. However, the skeletal creature was not discouraged. After searching through more than a dozen skeletons, it finally found what it was looking for. It was a beast bone that contained energy and was still emitting shocking fluctuations. After finding the beast bone, the skeletal creature was very excited. It climbed down from the skeleton and opened the beast bone. It stretched out its claws and handed the other half of the beast bone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng observed for a moment and found that the beast bone was very ordinary. It was not a treasure bone. Apart from containing a certain amount of energy, there was nothing special about it. However, the skeletal creature treated the beast bone as a treasure. It was absorbing the energy in the beast bone. After devouring the energy in the beast bone in its hand, the skeletal creature signaled Lin Feng to enjoy the energy in the other half. The skeletal creature kept staring at Lin Feng, as if expecting Lin Feng to enjoy the food like it did. Lin Feng did not disappoint the skeletal creature. After devouring the energy in the beast bone, he immediately found that this energy was different from ordinary energy. This energy seemed to contain a very strange power. That strange power might be the reason why the bone was not destroyed. Seeing Lin Feng devour the energy in the bone, the skeletal creature's eyes flickered violently. It seemed very excited. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. The skeletal creature tilted its head and looked straight at Lin Feng. Crack, crack. After a while, it seemed to understand Lin Feng's meaning. It shook its head. "How about you be called King Yama from now on?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. He suddenly thought of the legendary king of the underworld, King Yang Luo. After hearing the words King Yang Luo, the ghostly fire in the skeleton creature's eyes flickered even more intensely. It was very excited and kept nodding. In the following days, Lin Feng and King Yama headed towards the depths of the Bone Sea realm. As they went deeper, they encountered a few terrifying creatures. They were all formed from skeletons, but they only knew how to kill. Lin Feng beheaded some strange creatures formed from skeletons, while King Yama followed behind Lin Feng, devouring the ghost flames in the eyes of those skeletons. Lin Feng could also obtain benefits from devouring the ghost fire, but he realized that King Yama seemed to desire the ghost fire even more. Therefore, he let King Yang Luo devour and refine all the ghost fire. However, King Yang Luo had been too weak before, so it hadn't been able to kill other skeletons and devour their ghost fire. But now, with Lin Feng's help, Yama Luo was able to devour a large number of skeletons. The ghost fire in its eye sockets became even more profound. Its bones, which were originally grayish-brown in color, were now turning silver-white. King Yang Luo wasn't simple. After devouring a large amount of ghost fire, it was evolving. Lin Feng. 10 days later, King Yang Luo sent out a simple wave of energy. It was Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng had told King Yang Luo his name when he had communicated with him before. Telepathy. Lin Feng jumped up from the ground and looked at King Yang Luo in surprise. "Haha, let's go and find more skeletons. I'll kill them and let you continue devouring them," said Lin Feng excitedly. During this time, some cultivators passed by the sea of skeletons. When they saw the strange combination of a human and a skeleton, they all retreated in fear. Lin Feng took out a large black robe, a pair of shoes, a black bamboo hat, and a cloak. He had King Yang Luo wear them to cover his body. Roar! On this day, a dragon's roar echoed through the sea of skeletons. A terrifying chi filled the air. When King Yang Luo heard the dragon's roar, he said telepathically, "Hurry up and play dead." Catcher! King Yang Luo's body broke apart and turned into a pile of bones. His head rolled to the side and the ghost fire in its eye sockets disappeared. The newcomer had to be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, King Yang Luo wouldn't have been so scared. Lin Feng hurriedly looked for a place to hide. Not long after, he saw a huge monster. It was a gigantic bone dragon that was 400 to 500 meters long. There were 18 chains tied around its body. A tall and mysterious figure in a black robe was holding the chains. A terrifying chi filled the air. It was as if a bone dragon knight from hell was patrolling the world. It was too terrifying. After the bone dragon knight left, another 8 bone dragon knights flew by one after another. King Yang Luo only reassembled his body after all the bone dragons left. Lin Feng also came out from his hiding place. He looked at King Yang Luo and asked, "Who are those 9 bone dragon knights?" "The Great General Army of the Great Underworld, Great Hell Devil King of the Bone Dragon Army on behalf of the Great Underworld, Great Hell Devil King inspects this world." King Yenluo's voice was intermittent. "Dark Hell's Demon King? The ruler of this world?" Lin Feng asked. King Yang Luo nodded. "It should be this Dark Hell's Demon King who swallowed us into this space." Lin Feng frowned. He then asked, "Where is Dark Hell's Demon King?" "The end of world." King Yang Luo said. Lin Feng nodded. He still hadn't found a way to deal with Dark Hell's Demon King. He could only wait for the time being. Lin Feng wondered if he should wait until he found Gan Anji and the others to discuss countermeasures. Lin Feng and King Yang Luo continued walking. Now that King Yang Luo was wearing clothes to cover himself, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about others looking at him strangely. The next day, Lin Feng and King Yang Luo saw a huge skeleton. This skeleton was actually blood-red in color. It was as huge as a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. They didn't know what kind of skeleton it was. King Yang Luo climbed up the skeleton and waved at Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew over. Treasure. Bone. He was extremely shocked. King Yang Luo had actually discovered a treasure bone. After entering the Sea of Bones for so long, this was the first time Lin Feng had seen a treasure bone. The divine runes engraved on it were extremely complicated. Lin Feng glanced at it and felt dazzled. This treasure bone was too extraordinary. Swoosh. Lin Feng had just taken the treasure bone when more than 10 people flew over from the distance. Among these people, there were experts from the Great Qin Empire as well as Xuemuyang and Qin Dongfang. Obviously, they had also seen Lin Feng and King Yang Luo. Hey! It's a blood-red treasure bone. Little brat, hurry up and give it to me, said Xuemuyang while looking down at Lin Feng, as if he were talking to his dog. Xuemuyang looked at Lin Feng in a domineering way. Chapter 1289. If Lin Feng could see that the treasure bone was extraordinary, so could Xuemuyang. Qin Dongfang could see the same thing, but he was a more thoughtful person. He wasn't as arrogant as Xuemuyang, so he stood to the side and watched the show. Whoosh, whoosh. Another 2 groups of people flew over. One group was Chen Anji, Duanmu Jin, and the others. The other group was a group of cultivators who had been devoured along with them. These people had also discovered the Sea of Bones and had gone deep into it. Now, they had met each other in the center. Is Xuemuyang teaching that young cultivator a lesson again? Some people shook their heads. This wasn't the first time they had seen Xuemuyang teach Lin Feng a lesson. Qian Anji had helped Lin Feng before, so Xuemuyang had restrained himself. However, now that Xuemuyang had taken a fancy to Lin Feng's treasure bone, he wouldn't let Lin Feng off so easily unless Lin Feng was willing to hand over the treasure bone. Many people looked at Lin Feng sympathetically. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Take Lin Feng for example. He didn't have any strength, so Xuemuyang had humiliated him and bullied him. He could only accept his bad luck and couldn't refute Xuemuyang, unless he wanted to die. I found it. If you want it, you can find it yourself. The treasure bone was extraordinary, and there was probably a terrifying divine ability imprinted on it. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hand it over to Xuemuyang. This kid is still too young. Giving up his life for a treasure is too stupid. He'll regret it later. Many cultivators shook their heads. In their eyes, Lin Feng was too young. How could he contend with Xuemuyang and the others? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xuemuyang obviously hadn't expected Lin Feng to refuse him. His expression sank, and he looked coldly at Lin Feng. Do you know what you're saying? Lin Feng said, Of course I know. Don't you understand human language? Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would dare to speak to Xuemuyang in such a manner. Did he really not want to live anymore? Or did he lose his mind? What is this guy doing? Tianji frowned slightly. She also did not understand why Lin Feng's guts were so big. This was also what everyone else was puzzled about. Previously, when facing Xuemuyang, Lin Feng had never shown any intention of resisting. Even when Xuemuyang scolded him to get lost, he endured it. But now, it was as if he was a completely different person. Could it be related to the black-robed cultivator beside him? However, when they carefully sensed the black-robed cultivator's strength, they found that the black-robed cultivator was not all that strong. Did he really want to die? Many people had such thoughts. You're acting recklessly. Teach him a lesson. Xuemuyang's voice was cold. Yes, my lord. Immediately, an expert stepped forward, a hegemon of the eternal era. This person's strength was extremely tyrannical. He stepped forward and looked coldly at Lin Feng. He sneered, "You even dare to offend Lord Shui? You're simply acting recklessly." This ancient overlord punched Lin Feng's dantian as fast as lightning. He wanted to directly cripple Lin Feng. How ruthless. He wants to cripple that brat with his first move. That brat is finished. Many people cried out in alarm. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was only a young cultivator in his 20s. Naturally, it was impossible for him to block the attack of a high-level ancient overlord. "I didn't attack before not because I was afraid of you, but because I didn't want to attack in the dangerous swamp. Because it could very well lead to some terrible things. At that time, everyone could die in the swamp. Since I've been swallowed into this unknown space, I don't have to worry about anything else." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He stepped forward. A terrifying force condensed. In an instant, it pressed down on the body of the high-ranking ancient overlord. Bang! The ancient overlord didn't even have the strength to resist. His body instantly exploded into pieces. How is this possible? Many people cried out in alarm. They couldn't believe it. How strong was this young man to be able to rely on his own force to shatter a high-level ancient overlord, who was at least at the 7th layer of the life and death realm? This young man has always been low-key. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yeah, I even chatted with him a bit. He seemed amiable and approachable. I didn't expect him to have such terrifying strength. It's really unexpected. He killed a high-level ancient overlord with just his force. He's probably already at the rebirth realm, right? He's already at the rebirth realm in his 20s? There aren't many people like that in the continent of heaven. Which supreme genius is he? Many people cried out in alarm and started discussing spiritedly. This person. He's so strong. Who is he? Anji was also shocked. She hadn't paid much attention to Lin Feng before. Although she felt that Lin Feng was extraordinary, she hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. Ying Dongfang and Duan Mujin were also shocked. Of course, Shui Muyang was also shocked. "Brat, you dared to kill a member of my Earthmaster branch. Do you know that you're courting death?" Shui Muyang's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Did you know that I was planning to take your dog life as soon as I left the swamp? But now, it seems that I'll have to bring it forward." Lin Feng stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He coldly looked at Shui Muyang and said, "Kneel down and accept your death." At that moment, Lin Feng's domineering aura was completely exposed. He didn't hide his strength. The qi emitted from his body made many people feel suffocated. "This person is too terrifying." Many people cried out in alarm and looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They had heard of some monstrous supreme geniuses who had incredible battle prowess at such a young age. But they had never seen such a person. Now, they were witnessing it with their own eyes. It was as if a huge wave had been set off in his heart. How incredible was his innate talent? How could he be so strong when he was only in his 20s? "Brat, do you think you can talk big in front of me just because you're a little bit strong? Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly, because that would be letting you off too easily. I'll break every single bone in your body, pull out your soul, and throw it into a boundless purgatory so that you'll never be able to live again," said Shui Muyang sinisterly. He walked towards Lin Feng, his qi becoming more and more powerful. "Suppress him." Shui Muyang was at the rebirth realm. He was extremely strong. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Lin Feng. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng. Chapter 1290. As expected, Shui Muyang was extremely arrogant. When he attacked, he looked down on Lin Feng and despised him. But Lin Feng didn't hesitate to use his full strength. She looked indifferent. She used the 5 Imperial Dragon Fists and punched Shui Muyang. Lin Feng's back was surrounded by holy light. 5 great emperors and 5 dragons appeared. The great emperor came riding on a huge dragon, pointing at the sky and stomping on the earth. Bang! The two of them collided, and a powerful energy surged out. The surrounding void was torn apart by the tremors. Lin Feng didn't move, but Shui Muyang was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. "What? Many people were dumbstruck. Xuemuyang was at a disadvantage against Lin Feng in their first battle. Nobody had thought that it would happen. Xuemuyang, I'm going to kill you today. Nobody will be able to save you. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forwards and used spatial bending. Lin Feng was extremely fast. When Xuemuyang was blown away by Lin Feng's punch, Lin Feng had already arrived next to Xuemuyang. Close combat. Lin Feng was an expert in close combat. Lin Feng punched Xuemuyang as fast as lightning. Xuemuyang's expression changed slightly. He tried to dodge, but it was easier said than done to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Lin Feng's punch landed on Xuemuyang's left shoulder. Crack, crack. Xuemuyang's left shoulder caved in. Xuemuyang couldn't help but scream. Xuemuyang's face was deathly pale. His heart was burning with fury. Xuemuyang had never suffered such a great loss in his life. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who had injured him. The most important thing was that Xuemuyang's body was damaged. Take another punch. Lin Feng arrived next to Xuemuyang again. He used pure physical strength to attack Xuemuyang. Fulgurating shadows. Xuemuyang wasn't simple. He used a powerful technique, fulgurating shadows. He teleported away and dodged Lin Feng's attack. Xuemuyang put some distance between himself and Lin Feng because he realized that when Lin Feng attacked him at close range, he couldn't keep up with Lin Feng's attacks. But if he put some distance between them, Xuemuyang wasn't afraid of Lin Feng at all. I, Xuemuyang, have never suffered such a great loss before. I'm going to kill you. Xuemuyang roared in anger. He condensed a supreme mystic ability, and a mysterious world appeared in the sky. In that world, there were countless ancient countries that had existed for hundreds of millions of years without declining. Divine territories, divine territory. It was an emperor's technique. In the past, Xuemuyang had a fortuitous encounter. It was said that he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. This was not groundless news, it was true. The divine territory was the emperor's divine territory. Xuemuyang walked through it. He was surrounded by boundless godly light. It was as if a god-emperor had descended. I represent the glory of the gods. I represent the immortal god-emperor, to judge this lowly creature. A beam of godly light shot out from the divine territory. Break. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he punched the beam of godly light. Bang. Lin Feng collided with the beam of godly light. He was blown away. The terrifying godly light penetrated his body, trying to destroy it. That strength was extremely strange. Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals and sealed the strange strength inside his body. That's an emperor's technique. A great emperor's inheritance is extraordinary. Before, Lin Qing had the upper hand and suppressed Xuemuyang, but now Xuemuyang knows an emperor's technique. He's in trouble. Emperor's techniques are peerless. Only top-tier great Dao cultivators or emperor's techniques of the same level can resist them. But regardless of whether they're top-tier great Dao cultivators or emperor's techniques of the same level, they're extremely rare. Does that mean Lin Qing is dead for sure? Many cultivators whispered to each other. Xuemuyang's emperor's technique was too powerful. The spectators didn't even dare get close. They were afraid that the shockwaves would kill them. Even Gan and Ji and the others frowned and looked at Xuemuyang seriously. I know an emperor's technique. How can you fight against me? Xuemuyang looked down at Lin Feng. His voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Beams of godly light shot out from the divine territory. It was as if they could destroy the sky. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward in the sky. Xuemuyang, I said I'd kill you today, so I'll definitely cut off your head. Many people were moved. Lin Feng was too domineering. He was facing Xuemuyang, who had used an emperor's technique, and he was still threatening to kill him. Did he really have the strength to do so? The 3 forces overlapped. Lin Feng walked towards the divine territory of the other countries. When the godly light shot out from the divine territory of the other countries, it was all dispersed by the 3 forces. One region, crushing the ancient world. Xuemuyang sneered. The divine territory of the other countries descended from the sky and pressed down on Lin Feng. A terrifying aura filled the air and enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng found it difficult to move. That brat has been sealed. Is this the end of the battle? Many people cried out in alarm when they saw this. Xuemuyang also sneered. He urged the divine territory of the other countries to kill Lin Feng. Emperor technique. Seal of life and death. At that moment, Lin Feng's left hand formed the Tao of life, while his right hand formed the Tao of death. Life and death, two different Tao characters, condensed into a magical seal. This was the seal of life and death. Lin Feng used the power of life and death. Bang! The seal of life and death collided with the divine territory of the other countries. Splat! The divine territory of the other countries was instantly torn apart by the seal of life and death. Then, Lin Feng quickly charged into the divine territory of the other countries. Great suppression technique. 8 seals of the soul. 2 top-tier divine abilities were used. One was used to suppress, and the other was used to seal. Runes swirled around them. My magic power. You want to suppress me? Don't even think about it. Xuemuyang's expression suddenly changed, and he bellowed. Earth Master Seal breaking technique. Xuemuyang used an ultimate technique that was similar to the formation breaking technique of the Heavenly Masters, but its power was naturally much weaker. The runes on his body shattered one by one, but it would take time to completely destroy them. The formation breaking technique of the Heavenly Masters could instantly destroy all the runes. Xuemuyang, it's useless. It's all over. I'll take your head. Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed Xuemuyang's head. Splat! Xuemuyang's head was ripped off by Lin Feng, and blood spurted out. Xuemuyang's headless corpse quickly fell to the ground. Heavens, Xuemuyang was beheaded. Cries of alarm rose and fell one after another. Many people turned pale with fright as they looked at Lin Feng, who was holding Xuemuyang's head in midair. Xuemuyang was an expert at the second heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. He had even used an emperor technique, but Lin Feng had still easily killed him. Everyone was shocked as they thought about it. Just how terrifying was that young cultivator's strength? Chapter 1291. The surroundings were deathly silent. No one said a word, as they were all shocked speechless. None of them had expected Lin Feng to be so powerful and terrifying. Even now, they still hadn't recovered from their shock. Soul search. Lin Feng wanted to search Xuemuyang's soul to see if he could obtain the powerful divine abilities that Xuemuyang had cultivated. However, Xuemuyang's soul had a restriction. When it sensed that Lin Feng wanted to soul search Xuemuyang, the restriction instantly destroyed Xuemuyang's soul. What a pity, Lin Feng shook his head. He tossed Xuemuyang's head to the ground and took Xuemuyang's storage ring. Xuemuyang definitely had many treasures on him. Now, all of those treasures belonged to Lin Feng. You actually killed Master Xuemuyang. Do you know who he is? The faces of the members of the Geomaster branch were deathly pale. They were looking at Lin Feng with hatred. Xuemuyang had been killed, and as his guards, they would be implicated. Even if they managed to leave this place alive, if their superiors blamed them, they would definitely be punished severely. Lin Feng asked calmly. I'd like to know what Xuemuyang's identity is. Lord Xuemuyang is a descendant of old ancestor Xue Junhan, said a Geomaster. Xue Junhan? One of the 3 yin-yang elders? Lin Feng was astonished. Boy, you know about the 3 yin-yang elders. Do you know that you've caused a great disaster? The cultivator from the Geomaster branch said fiercely. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, It's not like I haven't seen the 3 yin-yang elders before. Those 3 old things are trapped in a terrifying place. They might have already been eaten by a swarm of god-eater bugs. You're still using the 3 yin-yang elders to threaten me? You're really stupid. The expressions of the cultivators from the Geomaster branch changed slightly. Let's go. One of them said. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Go. Did I say you could go? Lin Feng sneered. These people's expressions changed drastically. One of them said, Are you going to kill us too? Just now, it was just a fight between you and Lord Xuemuyang. We didn't participate. The martial heaven continent's life and death battles don't involve others. You should know that. Lin Feng said faintly, so what if I know? Me killing you has nothing to do with Shui Muyang. I'm killing you because you are Geomasters. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already rushed towards these people. Divine finger. Lin Feng raised his right hand and tapped the air. Golden energy condensed into a finger. Puff, puff. One cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng. At present, not even the life and death realm giants could fight back against Lin Feng. Why? We have no enmity with you. The last expert from the Geomaster branch shouted. It's nothing. I just don't like the Geomaster branch. If I see anyone from the Geomaster branch, I'll kill them. Lin Feng's right hand tapped the person's head. Puff. His head was pierced through, and his corpse fell down. Rumble. At that moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked around. Look, over there. Oh my God. Someone pointed into the distance. The sky was filled with soul catchers and all kinds of fierce birds. On the ground, there were countless fierce beasts, zombies, skeletons, and other terrifying creatures. Roar. The roar shook the sky. Among the sea of bones, skeletons as huge as mountains rose to their feet. Those skeletons had clearly lost their lives before. Now, they had all turned into skeletons. What's going on? Seeing this scene, many people felt their scalps go numb. They were afraid that the skeletons in the sea of skeletons would attack them. However, the skeletons didn't attack them. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. 9 bone dragon knights rode their bone dragons and patrolled the sky. Blood moon. Look, at the end of the world, a blood-red moon has risen. A cultivator pointed into the depths. Everyone looked over and saw a blood-red moon slowly rising into the sky. Finally, it stopped in the void. Now, the strange changes in the mysterious space, was it related to the blood-red moon? Lin Feng looked at King Yang Luo and asked, what happened? Once every 1,000 years, the blood moon appears and the dead are resurrected to fight for freedom. King Yang Luo took off his bamboo hat. He had actually grown flesh and blood. It was a pale face, and now, his eyes were looking into the depths. Quick, look. Those skeletons are growing flesh and blood. The surrounding cultivators also cried out in alarm, pointing at the densely packed skeletal creatures in the sea of bones. All the skeletons had grown flesh and blood. Tyrannosaurus rex, sky lizard, great desolate crocodile. And so on and so forth. There were endless vicious beasts, all kinds of vicious beasts. In the sky was an army of soul catchers and birds. On the ground was an army of vicious beasts and undead. The bone dragons under the 9 bone dragon knights had now turned into huge black dragons. Lord Black-robed Dragon Knight. Countless creatures roared. Once every 1,000 years, we must rise up and resist. We must not be enslaved again. If we still fail, we are destined to be enslaved again. Follow us to the end of the world. A dragon knight waved the battle sword in his hand and roared. Kill our way to the depths of the world. Countless creatures roared loudly. Quick, let's go and see what's going on. Many cultivators shouted as they followed the army and charged into the depths. King Yang Luo, what's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. The undead were resurrecting and fighting for their freedom. It was too strange. The living beings here are all cursed living beings. In the depths of this world resides the emissary of hell. He has enslaved everyone here, and after they die, their souls will never be able to reincarnate. Once every 1,000 years, the emissary of hell will give the cursed living beings a chance. If they can defeat him, they will be able to redeem their souls and regain their freedom. Lin Feng was shocked. Obviously, the emissary of hell that King Yang Luo was talking about was the demon king of the Great Ming prison. Why are they cursed? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. I only remember that they will be cursed for eternity. Even though they know that resistance is useless, the creatures here will still resist again and again. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, they will not give up. King Yang Luo said. They had waited for 1,000 years for this battle. These cursed creatures were filled with the will to fight against fate. Lin Feng and King Yang Luo also charged into the depths of the world with the army. He also wanted to participate in this battle. The cycle of reincarnation happened once every 1,000 years, and all living beings in this space would die a tragic death. In other words, if they couldn't defeat the demon king of the Great Ming prison, Lin Feng would also die here and become an undead. He would never be able to escape the control of the demon king of the Great Ming prison. He would be tortured for all eternity. Chapter 1292. In the sky and on the ground, countless armies gathered together and rushed to the ends of this world. An ancient palace appeared in the depths of this world. This palace was over 1,000 meters tall and occupied an area of over 10 miles. It was simply too gigantic. Endless demonic chi lingered around the palace. What a gigantic palace! Many people gasped. They were all extremely shocked. There was actually such a palace. It was simply too gigantic. On the signboard of the palace, there were 4 ancient words. Samsara Devil Palace. Samsara. Lin Feng mumbled. His heart trembled because at this moment, Lin Feng thought of many things. The word samsara contained too much content. What's going on exactly? Qianji flew towards Lin Feng and asked. She could sense that Lin Feng wasn't simple, and she couldn't see through Lin Feng. Qianji felt that Lin Feng might know something. This woman was extremely sensitive, and her senses were extremely accurate. Lin Feng replied. The devil in the Samsara Devil Palace is the one who devoured us. Every 1,000 years, the living beings in this space have a chance to resist. If we can win against the devil, we will be able to redeem our souls. For this battle, we have no chance to retreat because if we lose, we will also die and our souls will be enslaved. Qianji's expression was extremely unsightly. She was extremely ambitious, she naturally wouldn't be willing to die here. I'll go and tell this to the others. Qianji left and told Duanmu Jin, Ying Dongfang and the others. This piece of news caused their expressions to turn extremely unsightly. They didn't doubt Lin Feng's words because the situation in front of them was enough to explain everything. In front of the Samsara Devil Palace, it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The 9-headed dragon knight hovered in the air, coldly staring in the direction of the Devil Palace. Rumbling sounds rang out as the pitch-black doors of the Devil Palace opened. Immediately after, a burly man in black armor walked out step by step. That man was at least 3 meters tall, and his body emitted a suffocating pressure. My lowly slaves, are you going to start the path of rebellion that only happens once every 1,000 years again? I already lost count of how many times I've played this game, but every time, I would have a different experience. Hurry up and attack. I can't wait to slaughter you all. The Devil King of Hell's voice was ice-cold. Charge! The 9 dragon knights waved their swords and roared. Roar! Hordes of beasts roared as countless creatures charged towards the infernal king of Great Ming Purgatory. It's been 1,000 years, and only now can the dead regain their lives. The creatures who turned into skeletons gain flesh and blood. The creatures who were enslaved gain temporary freedom. This feeling of freedom is really good. King Yang Luo took a deep breath. All of you, die. Death God of the Hammer. Great Ming Purgatory's demon king roared and smashed the giant hammer in his hand forward. That was a divine artifact-level treasure. A hammer smashed out. It was as if it could destroy the world. In the sky and on the ground, countless living beings were smashed into meat paste. The Devil King of Hell was too terrifying. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was no difference between him and the Death God. He rushed into the army and began a one-sided massacre. Countless living beings died tragically. After I kill you all, I will recreate you all. This game of 1,000 years of reincarnation will continue endlessly. And I am the ruler of this world, controlling everything. The Devil King of Hell's roar shook the sky. This existence was truly too powerful and terrifying. He was simply invincible. Everywhere he went, everything was destroyed. Countless living beings fell, dying tragically on the spot. However, more and more living beings charged forward fearlessly. Bang! 100-meter-tall golden giant wielding a giant axe sent the Great Ming Purgatory's demon king flying. But it was useless. The defensive power of that pitch-black armor was too astonishing. No matter what kind of attack landed on his body, it couldn't kill him. Ha 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 ha, how can you break the 7 sets of the Death God set? The Devil King of Hell sneered. His hammer was the hammer of the Death God. His armor was the armor of the Death God. They were both divine artifacts of the Death God set. One focused on attack, while the other focused on defense. Ignite my battle blood, fight for freedom, even if I die, I have no regrets. The 9 dragon knights roared. In the distance, the army of zombies burned fiercely, charging towards the Devil King of Hell without fear of death. All the zombies died tragically, their bodies exploding into a bloody mist. The army of soul eaters gathered together and charged forward as fast as lightning. The army of soul eaters was not spared either. All the soul eaters disappeared into thin air. The densely packed beasts charged together. 10,000 beasts galloped, but in the end, they were smashed into meat paste by the hammer of the Death God. Kill. King Yang Luo rushed forward. He and the rest of the army suffered a blow from the hammer of the Death God, their bodies exploding. I am invincible. The Devil King of Hell's roar shook the sky. With my body, I sacrifice to the heavens. In the end, there was no army left. The 9 dragon knights began to sacrifice themselves. Their bodies, along with their dragon mounts. They were also burning fiercely. They used the sacrificial technique, hoping to kill the Devil King of Great Ming Purgatory. Lin Feng, Xian Ji, Ying Dongfang, Duanmu Jin, Wu Yong, and the others were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a great battle before. They knew that they would die miserably, but still, they were not afraid of death. 1,000 years of waiting, just for this battle. Even if his body and soul were destroyed, he would have no regrets. Just for the slightest possibility of releasing the enslaved souls. Bang, bang. The bodies of the 9 dragon knights exploded one by one. The Devil King of Hell laughed and said, "The 9 of you are the people I value the most. I like to see you lead countless lowly creatures to resist me again and again, and feel the unwillingness and pain after failing. We would rather die than be enslaved for all eternity." A dragon knight roared. His body and the dragon beneath him also exploded. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and a huge door appeared in the sky. Countless creatures sacrificed themselves, and through the sacrifice, they opened a divine door. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, the bodies of the 9 dragon knights all exploded. But the power of the sacrifice was not enough. Princess, live on. The dozen or so cultivators of the Shang dynasty roared and rushed towards the sacrificial door. Their bodies exploded, and they were swallowed by the door. Prince, live on. The elder of the clan beside Ying Dongfang roared and led a group of powerhouses into the sky. Their bodies exploded as they sacrificed themselves to the divine door. Prince, take care. The cultivators beside Duanmu Jin also rushed into the sky, their bodies burning fiercely as they sacrificed themselves. Little Dong, if you can get out of here alive, you must find the spirit medicine to save the ancestor. Uncle Wu Yong looked at his son, Wu Dong, and then rushed forward with his clansmen. Many people rushed towards the sacrificial door, sacrificing their own lives. Rumble, finally. The sacrificial door opened. A beam of light of judgment descended from the sky and shot towards the Devil King of Hell. The power of judgment. If you want to kill the Devil King of Hell, it won't be that easy. Great Ming Prison's Demon King roared and swung the Death God hammer. Bang! He collided with the light of judgment. The terrifying collision caused the ground to sink. Wah! Lin Feng and the others were sent flying by the shockwaves. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to move. The hammer of death in the Devil King's hand was sent flying, and the armor of death also lost its godly power and retracted back into the Devil King's body. Half of the Devil King's body exploded, and he lay on the ground, his life or death unknown. Chapter 1293. Is he dead? Everyone looked at the Devil King, who was lying on the ground. However, after being blown away by the shockwaves, they couldn't move anymore. Their faces were pale. Everyone had suffered quite a bit of trauma. I'm immortal. Great Dark Purgatory's Devil King bellowed. He struggled to sit up. He's not dead. We're finished. The surviving cultivators looked at Great Ming Prison's Devil King in horror. Now, there was only fear and trembling. In the face of such a terrifying existence, who could contend against him? Only death awaited them. Ha 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 ha, this feels great. It's been a long time since I've felt so good. You actually managed to injure me through a sacrificial technique. Even a group of ants working together can display extraordinary power. Great Ming Prison's Devil King suddenly burst into laughter. He's crazy. Lin Feng and the others felt their scalps go numb. Half of their bodies had been blown up, but the Devil King still looked very happy. If he wasn't crazy, then what was he? Little ants, I'm going to eat you to replenish my strength, the Devil King said sinisterly. Said the Demon King of Great Ming. He stood up and walked towards Lin Feng and the others. Many people were so scared that their faces were as white as paper. They struggled to get up, but their injuries were too severe. Their magic power had been scattered long ago, so they couldn't get up at all. Great Underworld Prison's Demon King arrived in front of a cultivator and grabbed his leg. He bit down on the cultivator's leg and tore it apart. Kai Lane. A large piece of flesh was torn off. Ah! The cultivator screamed. Everyone else was trembling in fear. He was eating people alive. The Devil King of Dark Prison was too cruel. Lin Feng tried to use his immortal body to heal his injuries, but an extremely strange power surged into his body, making it difficult for Lin Feng to activate his immortal body. His expression was extremely ugly. If he couldn't recover from his injuries, wouldn't that mean that only death awaited him? So hungry, so hungry. Great Underworld Prison's Demon King shouted as he ate the living humans. It didn't take long for the Demon King to devour tens of cultivators alive. But he was still shouting that he was hungry. This guy's appetite was too good. Do you know why I devoured all of you? That's because I'm always very hungry after each battle. I need to eat a lot of food to replenish my nutrients. The Demon King of Great Ming Prison said sinisterly. You demon. Some people knew that they couldn't escape death, so they became bolder and cursed loudly. Devil. I was forced. Do you think I was willing to eat raw human flesh? If I wasn't cursed by that damned samsara devil hall and turned into their slave for all eternity, do you think I would be willing to stay in this place? Great Ming Prison's Devil King roared furiously. Curse! Slavery! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought of Fire Crow and the Great Desire Demon King in the Universe Cavern. They were both enslaved by the Universe Cavern and the Cursed Cavern. Wasn't this similar to the Great Underworld Prison's Devil King who was enslaved by the Samsara Devil Hall? You were enslaved, so you caused the deaths of so many people. Then, many people will suffer the same fate as you. Those innocent people will suffer endless pain as well. Lin Feng said. Why am I the only one who suffers? I want everyone to suffer with me. Ha ha ha. Great Ming Prison's Devil King laughed loudly. You're crazy. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Great Ming Prison's Devil King curled his lips and said, no matter what the world thinks, I don't care. I can do whatever I want now. I can control the life and death of lowly creatures like you. You're all going to become my food. After I eat you and recover, I'll activate the reincarnation deployment spell. All the dead creatures will come back to life, but their souls will be enslaved by me again. They'll lose their sense of self, their consciousness, and they'll wait for 1,000 years. You'll all become my souls. Great Ming Prison's Devil King continued eating people. Lin Feng looked grim. He kept trying to activate his immortal godly body, but he kept failing. In the end, Lin Feng gave up. He decided to try to communicate with the ruler's great imperial blood in his body and see if he could communicate with the ruler's great imperial blood. This time, Lin Feng wasn't disappointed. In fact, he was very happy because he actually managed to connect with the Sovereign Emperor's blood. The Sovereign Emperor's blood shook slightly. Then, a stream of sovereign power flowed in his body. This stream of sovereign power devoured the strange energy flowing in Lin Feng's body. After the strange energy disappeared, Lin Feng found that he could use the immortal body again. Crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing could be heard. Great Ming Prison's Devil King ate a few more cultivators. He then moved on to the next cultivator. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Wu Dong shouted in fear. Wu Dong was Wu Yong's son. He had seen his father and a few uncles in the clan sacrifice themselves to open the sacrificial gate and kill Great Ming Prison's Devil King. Seeing so many people die tragically was a huge blow to Wu Dong. Now that Great Ming Prison's Devil King was going to eat him alive, Wu Dong was about to collapse. You shouldn't be afraid because it's your honor to be eaten by me, Great Ming Prison's Devil King said sinisterly. He grabbed Wu Dong, wanting to eat him like he ate the others. Whoosh! At this moment, a cold light as fast as lightning flew in front of Great Ming Prison's Devil King. Clang! When the attack landed on the Great Dark Prison's Devil King's body, it didn't manage to break the Devil King's body. All it did was send him flying. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. He used the regal sword-controlling art to control the Black Dragon sword to attack, but it didn't hurt Great Ming Prison's Devil King at all. Wasn't his physical body too strong? Keek. Great Ming Prison's Devil King laughed eerily. He got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng with his eerie eyes. You still have the strength to fight. This is really beyond my expectations. This year is really interesting. I was injured by a group of ants and was sent flying by an even weaker ant. Your bloodline seems to be quite extraordinary. This is great. I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Great Ming Prison's Devil King licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was the blood of the cultivators he ate. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng. Chapter 1294. Lin Feng had never felt such pressure before. At his peak, Great Ming's Devil King was definitely a god. Although he was heavily injured, his combat strength was far beyond what Lin Feng could contend with. Gods, even if they only had a single breath left, they could easily kill mortals. Lin Feng was a mortal. Kid, it seems like you have an extraordinary background. I'm very curious. What exactly is your background? Great Ming's Devil King walked over step by step. With every step he took, the ground would tremble. Lin Feng kept retreating. If I tell you, will you let me go? Great Ming's Devil King laughed strangely. What? Are you afraid? I can tell you clearly that I will eat you like a delicious snack, so I won't let you go. As soon as Great Ming's Devil King finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and ran into the distance. In the face of disaster, everyone fled. Lin Feng thought he could kill Great Ming's Devil King with a sneak attack, but the Devil King was unharmed. He knew that with his current strength, he didn't have the ability to fight against Great Ming's Devil King. Even though Great Ming's Devil King was heavily injured and couldn't use even 1% of his strength, killing Lin Feng was still a very simple task. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't win, he would run. This was Lin Feng's principle. As for the lives of the others, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. He wasn't noble enough to sacrifice himself for a group of strangers. Great Ming's Devil King's mouth twitched violently when he saw Lin Feng running into the distance. At this moment, he felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. Kid, this is a world under my control. Where can you run to? Great Ming's Devil King flew into a rage. Lin Feng stopped and scratched his head. I'm sorry. I forgot I was trapped in here. You can let me out and I'll see if I can escape, said Lin Feng, scratching his head. I'm sorry. I forgot I was trapped in here. The Great Ming Purgatory's Demon King's face turned ashen when he saw Lin Feng's serious expression. He felt that the kid before him was obviously toying with him. Said the Great Underworld Prison's Devil King, smiling coldly. Little brat, you don't have the qualifications to continue. Everything ends here. Die. As soon as his voice fell, the Demon King of Great Ming Prison raised his right hand and condensed a huge energy palm in the void. It descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 directional worlds and quickly flew into the distance. Bang! The palm that descended from the sky did not hit Lin Feng. Instead, it slammed into the ground. Little brat, you're quite strong. However, I'll let you have a taste of my demon dragon fist. Let's see if you can withstand my attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon King of Great Ming Prison's Devil King punched towards Lin Feng. He turned into a blur and arrived in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. His fist was locked onto Lin Feng's body. What a fast speed! Lin Feng was shocked. The Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King only had half of his body left. He looked like he was about to die, but he still had such shocking speed. Lin Feng realized that he could no longer dodge. He had no choice but to block the Demon King's attack. Bang! The two sides collided. Crack, crack. Lin Feng and the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King's arms were directly broken. Lin Feng's body was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He crashed heavily onto the ground. The difference between the two sides was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Hey! Even a peak rebirth realm cultivator would be blown to pieces after taking that punch from me. Yet, you only lost an arm. Your body is almost as strong as a god's body. Your cultivation base is so weak. How can your body be so strong? The Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King looked at Lin Feng in shock. It was indeed a shocking thing. Others might not be able to tell Lin Feng's cultivation level, but someone like the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King could definitely tell Lin Feng's cultivation level. It was because he knew Lin Feng's cultivation level that he was so shocked when Lin Feng had a body comparable to a god's. Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground. He did not answer the Devil King's question. Instead, he silently circulated his immortal body. Lin Feng's injuries quickly recovered. Immortal body, one of the 10 great taboo bodies of the immemorial era. What a genius! If you hadn't met me and continued to grow, your future would be limitless. But now, you are destined to become my food. The Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Lin Feng. Boom! He attacked again. This time, the battle strength he displayed was more than 10 times stronger than before. Lin Feng was shocked to find that his body was imprisoned. He could not move at all. The Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King was too terrifying. After all, he was a god. Even if he was severely injured and his strength was greatly weakened, he was still a god. His divine might was inviolable. Lin Feng was imprisoned and could not move at all. The god's attack made him feel the aura of death. Lin Feng was not willing to die at the hands of a god. He circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Immemorial dragonesque elephant, descent of the sacred emperor. The immemorial dragonesque elephant's shadow appeared. Lin Feng felt the pressure enveloping his body disappear instantly. Swoosh. Lin Feng used the void travel technique and disappeared through the void. The Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King's attack landed on empty air. Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to jump around. In the end, you still can't escape death." The Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King walked toward Lin Feng again. At this moment, Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He could not continue to hide like this. God would catch him sooner or later. He had to quickly find a way to resist the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King. Otherwise, only death would await him. But how could the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King be so easy to resist? Even a divine weapon would find it difficult to kill the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King. God's spell book. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly fell on this treasure. He had exchanged 10 spirit herbs that were more than 50,000 years old with Qiao Ling at a small trade fair. Lin Feng had studied the God's spell book for a long time before he discovered its extraordinariness. Although the great Tao of the God's spell book was incomplete, the 16 ancient characters on it still formed a complete divine decree. Gods of all worlds, 10,000 laws, 10,000 schools, control the life and death of countless living beings. These 16 ancient characters contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng had never used the God's spellbook before. Today, in order to resist the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King, Lin Feng summoned the God's spellbook. Boom! The moment the God's spellbook was summoned, it soared into the sky and floated above Lin Feng. The 16 ancient characters emitted unexpected waves of energy as divine light intertwined. Within the divine light, the shadow of a handsome man wearing a divine robe appeared. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth. After he appeared, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Endless years. What's the date? The mysterious existence spoke. His voice was fleeting, as if it had crossed the river of time and traveled from the immemorial era.